Hello everyone, welcome to Ron's Gaming Table. I'm Rob.
I'm Mel.
And this is one of our monthly-ish Q&A channel updates. We're horrible with keeping up with these things, but welcome everybody. Happy Canada Day.
Yes.
To our fellow Canadians. Welcome. And I guess happy Canada Day to everyone else watching, because it's the internet, it's global, and I'm sure a very small portion of you are Canadian. But anyways, I'm still gonna get a hype about Canada Day. Yeah, it's like our 4th of July for our US friends, which is very close to 4th of July. So it's always fun. We usually celebrate some fireworks here locally, assuming lockdowns and gathering crowds and all that stuff's allowed. And then we usually travel across the border on the same long weekend and then celebrate fireworks on 4th of July for the US holiday. So we're greedy little buggers with the celebrations. So yes. So
Hello,
happy
everyone.
Canada Day, and because it's Canada Day, I saw some of you guessing in the chat where we're going to be today, and we're not in front of a Canada flag.
We're going to be.
We're not in front of a Canada flag. We're actually. Can you move the flag, please?
Do you want to give them a second if they want to guess? I know Janet was asking that if people want to guess where we're going to be. If you want to guess, go ahead.
Yeah, they were guessing in the chat.
Yeah.
Well, now I've given away like it's Canada Day thing, so I mean there were options.
I mean, there's other options.
I had like 4 or 5 ideas in my head this morning. I was trying to find a background. Some of them I just couldn't find, so I didn't do it, but. Anyways, we're going to do it anyway.
Yeah, okay.
So if you could just move the flag now, please, that'd be great. Thanks. All right, so we're in front of Canadian Parliament in Ottawa, the capital of Canada, where our government, I don't know what the hell they do there. Not much, really. Just screw things up, pretty much. But anyways, they chill behind us here, and we're on site. And it may look like that flag is supposed to be waving, but the wind stopped mid-flap, so it's stuck.
Yeah.
But anyways, yes, we're to celebrate Canada Day. We've driven like 5 or 6 hours to be on site here and do this Q&A outside of Parliament on a beautiful day here.
Yeah.
Obviously, but
Everything's closed. That's why it's super quiet.
yeah, everything's closed. Everyone's still because it's a holiday here.
Yeah.
Everything's closed, and everyone's gonna be chilling. Yeah, totally real. This is all real, of
100%.
course. Yeah.
They're always real.
Sacabra's saying too hot to be outside. Sacabra, you understand. I was trying to find a good outdoor snowy background, but I couldn't get one working in time. But I was gonna be like, we're here from our beautiful, Canadian
Winter
summer
resort.
We decided to celebrate Canada Day outside in our beautiful sunny Canada summer, and have like super snow covered trees, snow everywhere, like basically a snowstorm. But I couldn't find it in time, so. But it's quite the opposite here. It's not like that. But a lot of people think we're like, we're up north. There's igloos and, everywhere and that kind of stuff. I mean, there is spots like that in Canada, but it's not where we are. No. Yeah, we're more south than like Minnesota, so we have better weather than there. So, our anti-BC snowy weather. Oh, Brian says I once competed in a clarinet competition in Ottawa.
Oh,
that's cool.
That's awesome.
That's cool.
That's awesome.
Mel's there. Yeah. The rest of the government's off today.
Yeah, exactly.
But we're here.
We're here.
We came here. It's quiet.
Yeah.
Security gave us funny looks. But other than that.
Yeah. Especially when we rolled up with our gaming chairs.
Yeah. Let's see here. All right, so basically, let's just get into some upkeep kind of stuff before we take your questions in the chat. Let's see here. I had notes. So we have, since our last stream, and I think some of these were during the last stream, for our last monthly update, I just want to say another thank you to our new patrons. We got Bob, Frank, Ian, Matthew, Robin, Straith, Stacy, and Verteron, if I'm saying that right. Thank you all for becoming patrons. And then there's another way you can support the channel is by clicking the join button down below, is the YouTube membership program. We have Jess, Jost, Baran, Sawdust, Spencer, Shurston, Christopher, Christian, Scott, Steph, and Phil. Thank you all for becoming members in the last, I think it's been about 2-ish months since we did the last Q&A. But thank you for supporting the channel. Huge appreciation. And I just had a notification pop.
Yeah, I was gonna say it just popped up. It was blocked by our notes.
And Airdet, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the channel.
There was a pledge as well. It popped up.
There was?
Yeah.
There was Jess. Jess has been a producer for 2 months in a row now. I saw that. But that's all I have here. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I didn't see the name. I just saw it said pledge $5.
Did it?
Yeah, but I didn't see the name of it.
It's probably delayed on this thing I'm looking at, but I can find it. I can find it. Mel's derailing my.
No, I saw it, but it went away. I couldn't see the name.
I'm just kidding.
Because it was blocked by our thing, and then when it popped up on my screen, it was too late.
So professional here. Oh, I see.
There we go.
Okay, I see it now. I found the proper window to see it. It is Srkato. You're correct. It's Srrkato. I don't know how to say it. Srkato. But Srkato, thank you so much for becoming a producer of Rob's Gaming Table over on Patreon. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So you'll be added to our list as well.
Yeah. So I will shout you out and put you in the credits and all that stuff. I'll shout you out next month. And yeah, thank you for supporting the channel.
Thank you.
And fueling what we do here.
Yes.
Oh,
you're here.
Srradon, Srradon. It's not the name, but okay. All right. I'll SRR, I'll remember to line them up. But thank you so much for supporting.
Welcome.
Okay. I get it now. I don't know how to say it properly. I'm so sorry. Maybe it's Srradon in the chat, but Srkato? I'm not sure. Damn usernames. Anyway, the name is different. Okay, perfect.
Welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the support. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
First second saying, do you have any professional game tables like the Wormwood ones? For sale, no. But we do play on one. It is made by BoardGameTables.com. So yeah, we play on one of those. But it's not like a super fancy one. It was like one of the entry level ones. One day, I will eventually feel that I can stop spending money on equipment to improve the channel, and one day I'll invest in a nice board game table. But for now, what I have works. But with upcoming games we're playing, with the amount of components in some of these games and the table space they take up, I'm starting to think I might need a bigger table, which may be a thing. So we'll see. But so far it works. All right. Some other.
I was gonna say I don't think you did the members. I think we got distracted.
Yes,
there.
I did.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Yes, I rifled off the members, and that's why I missed the notification.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
But yes, thank you everyone who's become Patreons and everyone who's become YouTube members by clicking the join button. If you'd like to support the channel, links for all that stuff should be in the video description. But thank you. All that stuff, for those who don't know, who are newer to the channel, all that stuff, I put it into A, continue to do this full time. B, most of it goes into either increasing our board game collection for games that you guys want to see played on the channel, not so much on games that I want to play on the channel anymore. It's kind of like a half and half. I also, we use money, we have a savings account going for eventual convention trips when it's possible to do so, when the Canadian border kind of opens, or Gen Con seems like a good thing to do, or Origins, or anything like that. We'll eventually start saving up more aggressively for that. Also, I use it for cameras, audio equipment, cables, computer upgrades, all the stuff, internet upgrades. We got better internets a couple months ago. Thank you to that. So your support just allows me to do these things and check off some things on my checklist of improvements I want to do to the channel. So all that stuff comes from those funds. So I do appreciate it so much. Thank you. All right. So let's see here. 12K subs we reached since last time. Thank you everyone for reaching 12,000 subscribers on the channel. When we hit 10, I was blown away. I never thought it would happen before I gave up on this, but eventually it did happen. We grow slow here, which is awesome. There were certain spikes in our history, but actually didn't grow that slow. Didn't grow that slow.
Consistent growth. Yeah.
It's definitely like, but yeah, there's some channels that just come out of nowhere and they like blow up because they like, get a viral video or something, right? That's a YouTube thing. It's like you just like post, you'd be posting for 10 years, but you post the right viral video that just goes crazy and your channel just blows up. Maybe it doesn't stay blowed up forever, but yeah. So in this hobby, having 12K subscribers or even over 10K, I was like blown away. That's a huge thing. Mm-hmm. And now we've reached 12. So
quickly after
road
10,
to 20.
Yeah. Wow.
Road to 20K. Here we come. But thank you so much for everyone subscribing. It helps the channel out a ton. And I don't say this enough, but I definitely noticed the difference, and I thought it was a thing. the more subscribers we have, the larger the community, the more publishers, game publishers and companies take us seriously. And I'll be able to get some games that maybe I wouldn't get normally in Canada, or get some games early, or I don't have to spend, you know, our Patreon money and our money for the channel on some games if publishers send us games that we think are cool. And they just take you more serious when you're like, you know, above 10K, and some of them don't take you serious till you're above like 20K. So eventually we'll get there. But yeah, so thank you everyone for subscribing. It does help the channel out more than you know, getting some of your favorite games on the channel, especially ones that I can't find, or, you know, whatever. But I do appreciate the support. It helps me get games not from publishers, ones that you want to see or ones that I want to play, without having to, like, you know, kiss butt or anything like that. And I can play it however I want, say whatever I want, which I do anyway.
Yeah.
Because I really don't care.
I think they all know that.
Yeah.
You all know that.
I'm sure there's a couple publishers that I got games from that I said a few things about, and I don't get games from them anymore. So it's fine. I still play their games. It's good, but yeah, it's all good. But then I think that, and then those publishers reach out randomly out of nowhere, and I'm like, okay, never mind. I was just thinking that, but yeah. So just some stuff in the background, just let you guys know. It's a huge deal. It's a huge deal. And plus YouTube will promote the channel more. It fills the chat up more. So hit that like button, hit subscribe. Those matter. Those seriously matter in growing the channel, growing the community, you know, keeping the chat flowing, all that kind of stuff, having a good time.
And I know that some of you have done in the past, but sharing the videos also help. If you know of a small community somewhere that might be interested in the game that we're playing or the games that we play, you can feel free
only
to share
honestly
them.
if you feel it benefits that community.
Yes,
I'm not the type to go spam my videos and every day post a new video in a group like that. You just become annoying doing that. Yeah. And people don't respect you to do that. So and it's usually not advised to do that. It's usually goes against forum rules and subreddit rules and stuff. But if you feel one of our playthroughs or videos is helpful, it might be helpful to somebody, share it somewhere on the internet, you know, where people might be interested. That helps the channel grow huge. And I do see those, you know, if you want to see a game played more often on the channel, it'll get more views by sharing it. So enough of that stuff, but I just want to say, like, that stuff does really matter. I don't say it enough, and I don't, you know, beg for your clicks, please. I don't do it enough, but you know, I should. I'm supposed to. Maybe that's why we don't grow as fast. It's all good. But I hate peddling. But thank you, everybody. Okay. So the other thing I want to address before we get to questions is a big deal for us is coming up on the channel is Madara. We've been talking about Madara for like almost 2 years now, I feel. Madara was a game. So we played Gloomhaven on the channel. We played tons of Gloomhaven. 40-something episodes of Gloomhaven, tons of episodes of Jaws Lion. We played so much Gloomhaven. It was a game we like played so much on the channel. It brought so many people to the channel because we just had so many videos of it. And people like found that series, watched that series, joined the channel around that time. I remember it was definitely something that, like, I guess it was like the right time. Like Gloomhaven was just like really getting big. We didn't know. We were just looking for a nice dungeon crawler, and we started playing it. And yeah, a lot of people started showing up to our live streams and things after that, and our videos. It was recorded, I think, those ones. But yeah, some of our friends played with us. It was a game that like brought some of our gaming group friends together more closer, playing around Gloomhaven. So Gloomhaven is like a special place in our heart, just because it brought us so many of you that we now talk to. And we still have fans from those days that talk to us, and friends that we played gaming with that really picked up around that time. So Gloomhaven was a deal, so that's all I'm saying. We played so much of it on the channel. It was our most played game, and it led to us like looking for other big, epic, giant box dungeon crawler games. Not just Kickstarters, but just games in general. Graham, hey, how's it going, Graham? Graham says, happy candidate, Robin Mel in the chat with a super chat donation of £5. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Graham,
That's
you're too kind.
Sweet.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's awesome. But yes, so Gloomhaven was huge. And Gloomhaven, boom, there it is. Oh, no, that's different.
That's a member. Oh, this is a renew.
But I can see that, I think.
Yeah.
Yep. Jost, thank you for being a member for 3 months.
Thank you.
Which it doesn't show on the screen there, but I know where to look.
Here we go.
There's Graham's super chat. Happy Canada Day, Rob Mill.
Thank
That's
you
awesome.
so much. That's very sweet.
Yeah,
Thank
it shows
you.
up in the chat faster than it shows up on screen. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
But yeah, everyone finds the channel in different ways, but I just know I can look at like views and stats and stuff, and I can see like we got a lot of subscribers around the time Gloomhaven launched. I just remember seeing it, and like YouTube on the back end was like sending me notifications letting me know like this video has this many more subscribers than normal. People are watching these couple videos. You should do more of this and stuff like it was like trying to recommend, and I was like, why is it doing this? I don't get it. I just do my normal videos, you know, and then, but Gloomhaven was a thing and we loved it. So we just kept playing Gloomhaven. And yes, less and less people watched them as we got 40, 50 episodes into Gloomhaven kind of idea, but we just kept playing. We kept having fun. Our buddies come over, sleep over for weekends. We played tons of it. It was just an awesome time for us, awesome time for the channel. And we wanted to do something like that again. And at the time, people were like, Rob, you should check out Madara, another big game designed around the same time, huge epic campaign, you know, it takes a year to play through, whatever, that kind of stuff, same kind of game. So you couldn't find it anywhere at the time. It sold out. It eventually was delayed, came out, couldn't get it. I reached out to Succubus Publishing. They were super cool, checked out the channel, we're like, yep, we love what you do. Yep, we'd be honored for you to play our game. We'll send you a copy. But that was like over a year ago, year and a half ago or something crazy. And we've been waiting since. And they had us down. I checked in with them, but they had like COVID delays, all that stuff on production. And they were going to send us a 1.1 copy. So that we're playing the latest and greatest. And yeah, so we finally just got it like, I don't know, a couple weeks ago. And Mel's been painting it. So that is coming to the channel on Saturday. I'm a little nervous. We haven't played it yet. We've been spent all day yesterday. We're going to spend all afternoon today. I've been reading this morning, watching how to play videos and this kind of stuff, looking stuff up online. Hopefully by Saturday's playthrough, I'll feel super comfortable with the game, but I'm literally like 24/7 till my eyes close at night. And when I wake up, I've been like in Madara rules trying to learn it. Kanji is saying, congrats on 12K. Love you too. Thanks for everything you bring to the hobby. Kanji, you're too sweet.
Thank you very much. That's
Thank you for the
sweet.
support. Thank you for the support. Thank you for what you bring to the hobby. But yeah, we are playing Madara on Saturday. Super nervous because it's a big epic game. Same way I was nervous for Gloomhaven learning that game with the, 50-page rules, whatever it was, the 70-something page FAQ. I'm looking at Madara. I'm getting, waking up in the middle of the night at 4 a.m. screaming about how big FAQs are and stuff. But Madara is that kind of game where it's like had all this errata and revisions to rules. So if you're like learning something online, you may be learning the wrong way it works because there's like so many revisions. Like it was definitely came out of the oven too early is definitely what I get from this game, which is a little scary. Today, if I looked at that and found that out, I probably would avoid Madara right now. But back when I really wanted to play it, I said, I don't care. I'll play it however it is. And, but we've been told up to this point, it's a great game. We've been looking forward to it. We were so eager to play it last year with lockdown. I was hoping it would have came around the time we were supposed to get it. The start of lockdown would have been awesome to play it all over the last year. It would have been awesome epic campaign to play. But why I'm so excited, it's like the first huge campaign we're getting into since like Tainted Grail, probably, I think.
I feel like, yeah.
We've played some campaign games since. Like Sword and Sorcery, I guess, was huge kind of too.
But not on the same scale.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. I don't know if we're going to go through the whole thing or not. We'll see how it goes. Like, I'm not sure yet. Like, I've read most of the rules. I understand how a venture system works. I understand we could be playing it. If we played every week for like 4 or 5 hour streams, probably 6 hour streams a week, we would probably finish in about 6 months. Depending if we burned and died before that, I don't know. But we'll see. If you guys are watching it, we're going to do it live this time too. Gloomhaven, we didn't do it live. It was recorded and we release videos every so often. And people watch them still along with us. And we interacted through the comments. But this time we're going to play Madara live, like right from the start. And Tainted Grail, we did it live at the start, but then we moved into pre-recorded.
For spoilers too.
For spoilers, right? Yeah. So that we could play it more often at weird hours and stuff.
Yeah.
And we knew a lot of people weren't going to keep up because we were playing it pretty quick. But we're going to play Madara. Mel is off for the next week on vacation. Mm-hmm. So we're going to play some pretty big Madara streams over the next like 7+ days. So there'll be 3 or 4 probably Madara streams starting Saturday through the next weekend. So tune in. We're going to be playing it, spoiling it, going through the adventure mode, playing 2 players, but 4 characters. We're not going to do the 2-player variant. I looked at it as multiple pages of rules. I started reading about halfway through. I'm like, I don't want to play with all this like fluff. And I know Sam was recommending that we play at the full player count. But anyways, I'm just excited. It's a big thing for the channel, because it's giving me those vibes when I was prepping for Gloomhaven or when we were prepping for Tainted Grail's full campaign playthrough. Even a little bit Jaws of the Lion.
Yeah.
Even though it was like shorter.
But it still gave that same feeling.
But we already kind of knew the game rules and stuff. But yeah, it's just like a brand new game system, a huge epic campaign. We could be playing it for the next year. I don't even know. I'm excited. I just love playing big campaign games on the channel. And like we did Sword and Sorcery, Tainted Grail, Gloomhaven. I don't know, on a smaller scale, Too Many Bones campaigns, like legacy games we played, like Clank and Pandemic Season 0, all these kind of things. Just a new campaign starting. It feels like it's been a while since we played an epic campaign game. So I'm hyped. I'm excited. So join us on Saturday if you want to check out what Madara is about, or if you already played it, or you're interested in the 1.1 version and want to see, or play along with us. If you want to play along with us, help us make choices, you know, decide what we do, where we go, that kind of stuff. We're going to play it live with you guys and just have fun playing through it. So if you've already played your copy or got halfway through it, come join us. Help us make different decisions or do things maybe you didn't see in your playthrough and have it a little different. So that's the plan. I'm excited for it. We are playing other games on the channel. There'll be other things scheduled, but that one I'm just like so focused on it right now. Yogi, I wouldn't say never on Kingdom Death Monster, but Madara for now. Kingdom Death Monster, if we're playing Madara and that's like our main campaign game. Oh, Arkham Horror Living Card Game is our other campaign game that we're playing heavily right now too. So it was like when we started that too. Arkham Horror, the Living Card Game, gave me the same vibes too of like, man, there's so much content, new rules, big epic game. It's just I played co-op LCGs before, so it wasn't as daunting to get into it. But
but doesn't an LCG kind of feel slightly different than a big, huge, epic campaign game?
I don't know.
For me,
we still play so many hours of it every week, and for probably like a year, minimum. Like we're gonna be playing that for a long time. And it's like you're just getting into something new, and you're just diving in. And I like going deep, not wide. You know what I mean? Like getting really into something and just like focused on it, and like, you know, seeing what it gives you back for spending all that time and effort on it. So. We'll see how Madara works with that, but who knows? Maybe we get, you know, a couple weeks into playing it, maybe 4 or 5 encounters into it, and we're like, you know what? It's kind of repetitive. Maybe it's not as good as it was. Maybe it's not aged well. Maybe it's, you know, other games just are more interesting. You know, maybe Descent comes out and we're just like, you know what? Like, let's just play Descent instead. This isn't really, you know, pulling us into it as much. We'll see. We don't know. Maybe we're just Rob's Madara table for the next year. I don't even know. We'll see. We'll see what goes on. But yeah, we're going to be playing that as a campaign game along with Arkham Horror LCG. But we'll mix in other games in there too. But we're definitely going to be pretty focused on Madara for a bit. At least that's the plan. At least that's the plan. But yeah, if you're into dungeon crawlers, epic campaign games, like that's what we do here. That's what we were known for before. That's what people love about our channel. That we don't just play like the first scenario and then move on. Or just chase the hotness games. We're all about playing the great games. That's the idea. At least majority of our playthroughs, we hope, are great games. Some we're not sure at first, but yeah.
Until Frosthaven.
Until Frosthaven, yes, Janet. That's the other problem. Are we going to be playing 3 campaign games at the same time? Frosthaven, Arkham Horror, LCG, and Madara at the same time? I don't know.
Yeah, that'll be challenging.
And then if Kyle starts showing up and we're playing Lord of the Rings Journeys of Middle-earth campaign at the same time.
Plus Destinies, we want to get into Destinies.
Destinies is in there somewhere. I don't know.
Too many games, not enough days.
I don't know if this is all going to work. I just wish Madara came a year ago.
Yeah.
It's showing up in Oathsworn.
Yeah, Oathsworn, and then Descent, like you said.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just hope I hope Frosthaven gets delayed. I hope it just gets delayed even more. Oh, Frosthaven won't arrive till June 2022, so...
Okay.
Is that true?
Is that true?
Or you're just exaggerating?
Yeah,
because that's how Kickstarter
I thought it was supposed to come this year, right?
Well, it was supposed to come like March.
I know, but then it got delayed.
Oh, I hurt my hand. I have to delay it. And then, you know.
Guessing. Okay.
Yeah,
Scott says Rob's campaign table. Yeah, exactly.
Rob's campaign table. Yes, yes. That's the name I should do. Yes, yes. Yeah, you're joking. Well, you're not joking. It's like some truth to that, though, Sakabra.
Yeah.
Kickstarters do get delayed like that. You could just throw a random like 2023. You'd probably be right, based on like delays coming to Canada sometimes, and you know this last minute production problem, shipping container delays.
Yeah, and Zerdon says too many good games out there, and that's a good problem to have.
I know,
right? That there is too many good games that there's not enough time to play them.
Okay. Before I answer some of these questions, there's all these questions coming in.
We can get off topic quickly.
The other thing I'm excited for on the channel is, like I just kind of hinted at it, was I got my second COVID shot. Mel's got hers booked for about a week from now.
Yep.
And then 2 weeks after that, you're fully vaccinated. But we have our other friends who've been excited, the ones that we played with on the channel before, Nick, Ashley, Justin, Kyle. There's others, but and Shamar. They've all been messaging me out of nowhere, like aggressively, like, when are we gaming again?
And definitely letting us know when their shots are booked.
Yeah,
so that we
I
know.
booked my shot for this. I changed my date for that. I found an opening here. I canceled my one in September. I'm getting my shot in July now. Like they're all like, when are we gaming again? We need to game. And they see us gaming on YouTube, but they're like itching. They're itching. So
yeah, they're all itching.
I'm excited. Once everyone's like fully vaccinated, we're gonna start having people show up again. We're gonna start playing some games, 3-player, 4-player, 6-player. I've already started buying extra audio cables and stuff so we can play 6 players at the same time. Try to figure that all out, how we're gonna do that. But yeah, I want that all to work. We've done it before on the channel. It just was kind of like duct tape and bubble gum, but hopefully I can do it better next time. But yeah, we're gonna have Root come back.
Yep.
We got there's so many games.
There's so many.
But I want to play 3-player Destinies. We have Battlestar Galactica we want to crack out. And yeah, like Marvel Champions, I want to play higher player counts. There's
Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings. There is Dwellings of Eldervale. These
Nemesis.
There's Nemesis.
Yeah.
I have a pile of these games. What's the Street Masters?
Yep.
I have all these games piled up on a separate shelf that are like just sitting there waiting for higher player counts before we get back into them or bring them to the channel and spend some time at the higher player counts having some fun on stream. So lots, and there's no shortage of content. Lord of the Rings here in Middle Earth, if you didn't say it already, getting back into that.
Yeah.
When Kyle is able to come around.
Also, and we were talking about this the other day, Heather just says, have you seen the newest expansion announced? We were just talking about this like 2 or 3 days ago.
Yeah, Mel was like, we got to play that with Kyle as soon as he can get over. I said, no, we don't need to rush. There's no new expansions announced yet.
Yeah, but if there is now, I didn't notice that.
Damn you, Heather, damn you.
I mean, I can look it up while you keep talking if you want.
Yeah. I'll bring it up. We'll talk about it in a second.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, so stay tuned to the channel. Lots more games coming up, higher player counts. If you're bored of me and Mel fighting with each other, having marriage issues on playthroughs, or me playing solo and I'm boring to you, don't worry. We'll have some of the other guests come back where we can have some banter and you know, call each other muffins and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
It'll be all good. I'm excited for it to play some of these games, especially some of the games that aren't like made for lower than like 3-player count that we just avoided.
Yeah.
Or the games that are like best at 4, like Eldritch Horror. I want to play at 4 humans around the table, and I'm excited to do that. So where is this game? I just want to see. I'm super excited.
Yeah, because we were just talking about this like 2 or 3 days ago.
I didn't know is it leaked or did they really announce it? If I go here, yeah, there's been no news articles for this game.
Heather says, I couldn't find it on an FFG site. It was in the Facebook group in a different language.
Yeah, it's probably a leak.
It was a larger box though. Okay,
maybe
so it might
it's like
be a
an
leak.
Asmodee leak or something in another country, maybe. But yeah, FFG's had no official postings about this game since like November 3rd, 2020.
Okay.
Okay.
It's fine. But if, I mean, a leak is good news usually.
Yeah, okay. But again, if it's just leaked, they haven't even announced it yet.
We still have time.
It'll be later this year. You know what? They're probably saving the announcement for like Gen Con or something.
That's what we thought. Yeah.
Yeah, I would assume they're going to announce it like around Gen Con in September, maybe. That's what I thought. But maybe they're going to have it released around Gen Con and they'll announce it soon. But we'll see. We'll see. Anyways, okay. Interesting.
Okay.
But thank you for that, Heather. I'll look that up after. I'm curious now. I'm assuming it's going to be more like minis, an extra, you know, scenario, all that stuff. And we'll get to it when we get the other one done. We still have one other to play.
Yes,
nice Dan. One, Dan. Yes,
Dan.
it is. And yeah, that brings me also to Gen Con and conventions. Again, we're just to keep you guys updated, we still don't know when the US-Canada border is going to allow non-essential travel. I did apply for a press badge for Gen Con to see if like I could even go or not. But yeah, we're just waiting. I'm on a wait list for that. We don't even know if the border is going to open. I was originally saying like hell no to Gen Con because it's like so different. So many companies backed out. But starting to think if it's only going to be like half capacity or lower, you know, they might change it. They might allow more people in and stuff. We'll see. But if I can go, I might go. But I'm still leaning towards probably not. But I'll keep you guys updated. But I just know some people are asking about that lately. Like, are you going to Gen Con and stuff? And we are going to talk about a little bit of Gen Con at some point. Because somebody was asking in the Discord, and I forget.
Stacy.
Was it Stacy?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Stacy was asking.
Yes.
And we'll talk a little bit about Gen Con prep. Oh, did they remove the capacity on large gatherings in Indy, Stacy? Oh, okay. All right. Remind me later. Don't let me go without talking about Gen Con stuff later. But there are other questions that came first I want to address. All right, let's close this. And hold on. I had the window open. Holy.
You know, you guys started putting your questions in right away.
Yeah, it's all good though.
Which is awesome.
I shouldn't even blab on about anything before. I should just go right to questions.
That's all good.
Nobody cares about any of that stuff. I'm just trying to delay to get people show up, but and don't ask the same questions multiple times because they weren't here. That's the idea, but I don't think I need to do it.
Yogi also says I posted the leak covering the Journeys of Middle Earth thing in the Discord crowdfunding tab.
I knew somebody would do that.
Thanks, Yogi.
I knew somebody would.
I don't have that open.
Let me see what I can do here. On Discord, let me log in on this computer.
It's not in English though. That's fine.
Okay.
In the crowdfunding.
Crowdfunding. Oh, it's just box art. Okay. Here, let me see if I can. Copy. See if I can bring it up on screen for you guys.
I like how you guys are making plotting things in the Discord here. Bob.
So El Señor dos de los Anillos. I'm sorry. I shouldn't even try. I don't know what that says. Does anyone know what this says? I thought it would be like a news article where I could cut and paste the text into Google Translate.
Can I just type it?
Probably.
Oh, I'm not typing.
It's like in the mountains or something there. And who are those characters?
Oh, it just says Lord of the Rings. When I type the top part, yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Bob says, I've only ever known you as Robin Melt. I will need at least 2 weeks notice before others join you. I will need to get some coping strategies in place. We like an acclimation period or whatever, where you get to know everybody first. We have to have little like episodes where they introduce themselves, describe what they're into.
So I translated and it says travels through Middle Earth.
No. You translated this?
Yeah.
That's the subtitle of the game. We know the top part, Mel. It's Journeys of Middle Earth. It's this part.
Oh, that
Vientos
part.
de Guerra.
Okay, sorry.
I was just joking reading the top part. I know it's the name of the game. I was only joking. It's Lord of the Rings, Journeys of Middle Earth. Is all that top part. It's the bottom. The
Winds of Fire. Or Winds of War. Sorry, Winds of War. Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
It's in there. I'm so sorry. You guys are faster than me.
Yeah, I was only joking reading the top part. I was like, yeah, this is what the expansion's called. That's the game title, I know. It's like you can tell by the font. Winds of War. Hey, Sam. Sam's here. Winds of War. Okay.
Okay, this is exciting.
And Cercato got us first. Winds of War. Oh, no, Lucas actually was first. Winds of War.
Oh, yeah. Some of the people may be able to read this
already
language.
Knew Winds of War? Okay, I'm looking up in the chat. They're already all telling us. Okay.
Okay.
I can't see part of it because there's a camera in my way.
I'm excited for this. I love this game.
Yeah. But we still have the last DLC one to play still.
Yeah.
So we're going to play that when that got interrupted when COVID lockdowns happened and all this stuff. So Kyle, we didn't see him since like December. And hopefully he's back by end of July. And we'll play a little bit of probably Destiny's First with him. But we'll get into this. Hopefully have that campaign played through and done before this comes out. Hopefully, but maybe not. If this is only like 3 months away, then probably not. But
also, he posted another image which is very interesting that you may want to show, which actually has the minis.
Yes.
Which, wow.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't realize there was 2 pictures when you were doing that, but definitely looks very cool.
Cool.
Yeah, this is something to show for sure.
See if we can paste and go.
Look at this. Oh man. I look at minis so differently now that I paint them. Okay.
So you have one of those Easterlings or whatever they're called. They're elephants.
Oh.
And then you got this, what's that called again? Those things that like get you up the tower. Oh, what
is
are those
like a
called?
trebuchet? No, that's the thing that fire, right?
Yeah. What's that called? What's this thing called? It's like the ladder or whatever, right? Is this not the ladder that go up beside the walls?
Janet, I will paint the elephant. Yes, I'll paint all of it.
She will paint all of it.
I'll paint all of it because the rest of it's painted, so this would look silly.
Yeah.
I want to be the bear. The bear looks like a playable character, right? Because the brown ones are usually.
Is that Bjorn the bear? I think it's Bjorn the bear.
Siege Tower?
Siege Tower. Oh, yes. Yeah,
Okay.
Siege Tower. Yeah. Wow. How did I not? All right.
I didn't know what it was either, but I don't.
I need to wake up still, by the way.
Oh, man.
Haven't got out of the groggy morning, even though I've been up since 7 something. But yeah.
Well, I'm excited for this.
Yeah, that's cool.
This looks cool. This looks real. This is gonna come out. Right?
100%.
Yeah,
this is leak marketing images.
Yeah.
This is 100% is coming out. Yeah.
Oh, I'm excited.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just like hasn't been
It's
announced
just not
here yet.
sure when. Yeah.
The Yogi the Bear and Dumbo set, says Dan. Oh, okay. That definitely sounds like more legit title.
Oh my goodness.
Really.
It's funny.
I was thinking that Bjorn will have 2 forms, right? He'll have a human and then the bear, maybe. But maybe not. Maybe they'll just do the bear only. But
Lots of people are thinking that.
Yeah, if you could flip his card, like you're flipping his card and he has like different stats and stuff, that'd be neat. Yeah, if they had those mechanics, that'd be really cool. Awesome. Okay. Back to the questions. I got distracted on shiny new things. Okay, there was. So yeah, drop your questions in the chat. I'll try to get to them. I'll be a little slow, I'm sure. Brian's first asking question, how are you celebrating 12K? Again, we discussed it, but I'm not sure right now. Madara came. It was sent to us from Succubus. I am focused on that right now. That is our big Saturday game we're going to be playing. We're going to be playing tons of it. So planning we were going to do a 12-hour stream of playing a bunch of games all day or something. But then I was saying, like, if we're so close to having our friends join us again, we might just do it then, like maybe a month from now, try to see who can all come on the same day. And maybe we just do like an epic 12-hour stream playing something with like 6 players or 4 players or something, and just have a big fun day, or have people cycle in and out if some people want to play in the morning, afternoon, or evening. We just do a big long stream where we're playing different games, kind of like our 12-hour stream was, but slim down, or like our 24-hour stream, or similar to our Too Many Bones 24-hour weekend, where we had different people show up for different versions of Too Many Bones and modes and stuff. We'll figure it out. But yeah, I'm not in a rush. If it ends up becoming our 13K celebration, because that's what it takes to organize all these people with their families and availabilities together, I want to do it that way rather than just me and Mel playing for 12 hours on something, because we pretty much almost do that normally in a stream. So, and
on a weekend, we do big streams on the weekends
sometimes,
anyways. Not 12 hours, but I mean, we stream for a while.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure out something, but we're in no rush to do it right now. It's like Madara, Arkham Horror is the main focus on the channel. But we'll figure something else to jam in there somewhere and do a celebration of, reaching whatever it is at the time. But yeah, it'll be a 12-hour stream, because we learned when we did a 24-hour stream celebrating 10K or whatever it was. No, it was something else.
No, it was 10K.
Was it?
Yeah.
I thought we did the Too Many Bones one for 10K. I don't remember.
Oh, why did we do the 20?
Who even knows that?
Why did we do the 24-hour
It was
stream?
such a blur. We don't even remember why.
You're
Maybe
right.
it was 8K, 9K. I don't even know. Maybe it was because we just felt like playing games for that long. Either way, YouTube basically isn't guaranteed to archive your stream if it's over 12 hours. So.
Okay, so it was 24 for 10K. What did we do the 12-hour stream?
No, that was Too Many Bones. Yeah. I don't know what the 24-hour stream was for. It was, I don't remember.
Was it a Patreon goal maybe?
Yes, it probably was. It was probably hitting. Yeah.
I don't remember.
We did play Too Many Bones in that stream, I think.
Janus guy was okay, yeah.
Lost to history. That's what it was, right? 24-hour for 10K.
We don't even remember what we were celebrating.
Man.
We did 24 hours and it went out of our brain.
Yep.
That was too much.
Yeah, it was. But it was still fun.
Yeah.
And we could do it and record it locally, but then we still run the risk of like trying to save a 24-hour file and hoping it works and hoping it'll upload to YouTube later and all that stuff.
I mean, you could record it in segments. Like when we take breaks, you could stop recording.
Yeah, but what if I don't remember to hit record to start it again?
Oh yeah, especially after you're streaming for 24 hours.
There's just so many failure points in that. But if we do 12-hour stream, YouTube will archive it. I can record it as a backup. I've had 12-hour recordings before.
Yeah.
I know a 12-hour file will be uploadable to YouTube. I've seen it. People do it all the time. But yeah.
It's probably actually for the best that 24-hour got lost. because by the end,
No, it was awesome.
I mean, it was awesome. There was some amazing moments.
Oh, I wish I could have cut out a few of those plays in there, especially the point salad.
Point salad, yes.
That was just awesome.
Yes.
I don't know, maybe it's not as funny if it was just a standalone video, but
I don't know.
It was still,
and because we were kind of loopy at that point.
But the Manchester Madness playthrough, Manchester Madness playthrough, the Too Many Bones.
Yep.
Supposedly there was this girl Chelsea in some of those streams that supposedly won some games, but that was all lost. We can't ever prove that she beat us. What game did she win? I don't know. Sajat keeps rubbing it in that she won certain games, but I don't remember what they were. But
we don't remember.
It's lost, so it never happened. Wingspan maybe. Wingspan, Everdell. She played we played a whole bunch of games in that stream. But we'll figure out something for that. Whoops. Okay. Oh, Bob asked a similar question. Got that answered. Heather asked a question. Are there any games you have wanted to purchase that you shipped because you didn't think it would work?
Skipped, probably.
Skipped? Oh, skipped because you didn't think it would work for the channel. There are games. Yeah? Yes, there are games that I originally thought I'd want based on seeing them at convention demo to me, or watching them be played, or someone's recommended, or even publishers email me all the time with like, hey, Rob, we love what you do on your channel. Here's a video of our game. Here's the rules of our game. Here's the marketing info of our game. We're coming to Kickstarter with it, or it's been out in another country, or it's out already. We'd love for you to play our existing games. And I'm very picky. I'll go through and I'll decide that it's either A, doesn't work for the channel in like technology wise, it's hard to stream, or B, I just don't think it's like people would really watch it based on other games that are similar that we played. Or it's just something I'm personally not interested in. Like, it's Rob's gaming table for a reason. It was originally designed to be anything I wanted to play and show off to the community, or show off to my viewers, or, you know, it's just stuff I thought was super cool that maybe not everyone was playing. You know, or some games that maybe I would try and find and thought were cool that maybe some people were like maybe not as into. So yeah, like I was really into a bunch of LCGs, so I love going to tournaments, showing that off, playing big epic campaign games and that kind of stuff, huge rule books, complex games, all that stuff. I was like not afraid, and I wasn't really a heavy gamer at the first, and I was like, I still was playing these like, you know, 4-point complexity games right off the start, and was like, yeah, you can learn these, it just takes some time, and you know, those kind of things. But yes, there have definitely been tons of games where I'm like, thank you for reaching out, or I add a game to my wish list that you guys recommend, I look into it, and I'm like, no, either A, it's just not going to work for stream, we're not interested in playing it, we don't think our viewers would really care for it, and yeah, I just skip them or delete them from my wish list, or email the publisher saying, you know, your game looks great, I wish you best of luck, but I'm sorry, we're just not gonna, that kind of game doesn't work on our channel. Here's an example, like, you know, or it's just something I'm not interested right now in adding more games like that to my collection. Like, there are some games I get emails about that are like, hey Rob, I have this mini filled fantasy Kickstarter ginormous game, here's our prototype, all this stuff, and I look over at my shelf of games I'm still playing that are production quality copies, release games, games I really want to play, and I'm just like, sorry, your game just doesn't fit right now, I'm not interested in that stuff right now, I don't have the time for that right now. Maybe later, reach out when your Kickstarter's done, or reach out if, you know, good luck, I hope you fund, and half the time they don't even fund. You know, I see it and I'm like, this game maybe is not it, and I even say that out loud sometimes. You guys show me games, I'm like, I've already seen those games in the behind the scenes, and I've already said no to them, they don't look like they really are going to succeed, and yeah, they end up failing, or, you know, canceling the Kickstarters and stuff. It happens all the time. But I just trying to say that's who it is or anything like that, but yeah, it happens. But yeah, this happens all the time where I'm picky and choosy. I'm only one person. I have Mel to help me. I have some friends who'll show up every now and then, but just the amount of time it takes to set up live streams, play them live, and all that stuff. It's
plus
like
learn them.
Learning them. That's what I was gonna get at. Was like every game I put so much prep into it. Like you know, like just learning the game, making sure I feel comfortable with it. Usually, some games I read once, I play once, I feel like, yeah, I'm not gonna, you know, take weeks learning this and trying to play it 100 times. I'll just play it, you know, live to try it out with the chat and stuff, have some fun with it. But yeah, it's just like, where do I want to put my attention? And I also don't want to get to the point where I'm playing games that I really don't want to play because I've committed to certain games, you know? So if I think I'm not gonna be interested in a game and I'm gonna make it, it's gonna make it feel too much like work, like I'm really not enjoying it, that's when I start questioning of like, am I doing what I want to do in life? And then, you know, so I don't want to get to that point. So that's why I'm kind of picky too. And there have been games that I got even and I played and I've been like, nah, I'm not really caring to play this on the channel right now. And I push it off and I just move on to something else. That happens. So that's why I try not to talk about too much of what's coming up on the channel because things change, new games show up and that kind of stuff. Or a new game comes out that I'm like, oh, that game, I really wanted that game. I get that game and Destinies, that's one of those.
Yeah.
Where it showed up and I was like, I'm stopping everything I'm doing. I want to play this game right now. I don't care if it's painted.
We pushed it right to the front.
Yeah, let's do this game. This game, I was excited for it when I saw it at Gen Con. I want to play it right now. Yeah. So that happens. Yes. What I skipped, I don't want to say some of the things I skipped, you know, on the back end because, yeah, I don't want to kind of look bad on some of those publishers or...
No, but one of the ones that we skipped that we could have purchased, I think was talked about earlier, was like the Kingdom Death Monster. We talked about it and thought maybe this is not appropriate at like, you know, the price, the mint, like the...
It has like a very niche audience, a very passionate fan base.
We looked into it at the beginning and thought maybe not for our channel. Maybe, I mean, maybe things have changed since then, but yeah.
I don't know. We'll
but that's like one that I can remember.
I'll never say never. Like we may play that in the future. But it's just like,
But at the time, we were kind of like,
Yeah. I think we already asked this. Joseph's asking, I think about Madara. Yes, we're playing the campaign.
Yeah.
I think that's what that question was around.
I believe so.
Just looking through here. And we already answered what player count we're playing at Madara at. Mel and I are going to start playing it. I don't know if we can have people jump in later. I don't know if we ever will try to even do that or care to do that. We'll see. But we are starting with the 4 heroes and we're playing 2-player. So no 2-player variant. We're playing the 4-player game, each running 2 characters. Or technically we're playing probably like 80-player because it's going to be me, Mel, and everyone who's watching us live.
Yeah, that's true.
And you guys are going to impact like, we're not trying to run 4 characters total. It's like you guys are all involved. Whoever watched our Madara playthrough, get involved. We're going to have some fun with it. You guys can help us, what we upgrade, what we buy. We're going to, you know, do some laid back stuff at the end of the streams where we discuss like how we're spending our points, whatever's involved. Yeah, we're going to have fun. So you guys can shape that playthrough, play along with us, that kind of stuff. So yeah, we're taking advantage of the live thing. We're going to, like, right from the start, it's not going to be you just watching us play it and commenting on the videos later, that kind of stuff. It's going to be you guys live impacting the playthrough as we go. That's what we like to do with the live stuff. It's fun.
Yeah, as involved as you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see. So that's our player count. Our player count's probably going to be, I think, first episode, I would assume around like, you know, 80-something players starting out the campaign. Hopefully. So tune in. Hopefully, we'll see. Based on other starts of campaign games, we could probably maybe get higher. We'll see.
Yeah.
But again, it's a game that's been out for a few years. It's not Gloomhaven, you know, hype level, but it's still an epic campaign game. Hopefully, some people show up to check it out and help get us started and have some fun play along. Even if it's not your type of game, it's not a game you can spend hours and hours playing. You can't get the 4 players together to play a campaign game like this. Well, you already have 2 players together to play with, so come and play with us, and you can play with our copy, and we'll just play live with you guys and have some fun. Yeah, if you want to know more about Madara, just tune in on Saturday. We'll describe everything we know and you know, let you know what it takes to get into it, what we got, what we're getting into it with, and you know how they recommend to play it, all the different play modes and stuff. We'll talk about all that on Saturday. Yeah, I'm excited. Just looking through the chat. First Seconds asking, what did you think about the Frosthaven controversy? Why do you think people cared so much? The only controversy I know, other than the game's not in our hands yet, is the whole thing. Like, I saw the email and I read a bit of it, and I just thought, okay, that's cool. If this is what it's about, the whole thing, they're changing the word, like they're not describing them as races in the game. They're changing them to like factions, like not using the word race, but using the word faction or something like that. I don't know. It was something so like, you know, they're not offending anybody. And I didn't read much into it. I just saw he said that in an email. I thought, okay, that's cool. like, okay, that's good. I don't know if it needed a whole email to say that, unless somebody was like attacking him, trying to cancel him because he was doing something wrong. I don't know about that, but I just got this whole email update. It was like a huge update all about how he changed, like he's changing one word in his game to not offend people. And I'm like, okay, that's cool, but do you need a whole email for that? I don't know, but it's cool. I would just be cool if we saw that when we got it. It was like, you know, a little note in the rules would be kind of cool, but he took it as a marketing opportunity is what I got from that. And then I guess it caused some drama.
But there would be drama no matter what people do with a big company like that.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm one that's just like, just do the right thing. But a lot of companies, publishers in board gaming, in any industry, are now using this as like a way to go, hey, look at us. Here's some marketing. Let's get in the news by saying we're finally like, you know, doing the right thing. You know, we're awesome. Look at us. And that's what I think. That's just what I got from it. I was like, oh, okay, he's trying to like, you know, market himself. Look at me. You know, I'm not evil, that kind of stuff. Like, I don't know. I just like, just do it. Like, we have to shine light on that you're finally doing something right. I don't know. But anyways, that's just the way I look at it. But yeah. So Kenji's telling us here. So the controversy was around how he closed the entire thing by it coming across as if you don't support this, you're if you don't support this, you're a racist. See, I didn't read the whole thing. I just read what he did and was like, okay, yeah, that's fine. Like I didn't see an issue. And then he explained what he meant, but it started a firestorm. Oh,
of course, yeah.
Okay, that's not good. Okay, so just some bad wording, and he got attacked. I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
That's too bad. That's too bad. So much drama, but that's the problem. You're number one board game on Board Game Geek.
Yeah.
Fans, like we just said, Gloomhaven has touched us. Like it's like Gloomhaven's like a part of our channel, part of us, a part of our gaming group. It's like it was a huge thing, and still it's like a fond memory of like, you know, playing the digital game with you guys on the stream too and stuff. Like experiencing that. Like I can't wait to play the digital game when the campaign's done with some fans of the channel. We can go through some campaigns together and stuff. I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait. I love Gloomhaven. But yeah, some people take it like to heart as like it's their property, and when anything gets messed around with it, or there's any kind of drama, like everyone feels like they're like very passionate fan base, and they'll go crazy. But yeah. But Dan's saying he made my life easier. I have plenty of other games to support and play. Oh wow, interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what he said. I didn't read it, so I can't really say.
Yeah, I don't know him very well, but my interactions with his company at conventions and stuff, he's kind of like not a very, I don't know, he's an awkward dude. He's definitely, Isaac is an awkward dude. I don't know if he's an ass. He comes across that way sometimes in my experience, and the people at his company that I've talked to aren't really the friendliest. Yeah, they're kind of like a little bit stuck up and douchey is the vibe I get. But I don't know them very well or anything, but maybe that's how he's gone about it, and it maybe offended people with that attitude he has of, you know, thinking he's a little cooler than he is. I don't know, but I'm not sure. Again, I don't want to cause drama either, but maybe that's what came across, like his demeanor, like maybe he had good intentions, but again, I don't know enough about the situation.
Yeah, and sometimes you might think you're saying the right thing, and it might come across.
Yeah, like I probably just said the wrong thing. I maybe didn't come across as but yeah. But yeah. Oh, Brian, I wasn't even thinking of that. What they did to the E-Raptor stuff. I didn't. I know this. I'm thinking of like a couple of years ago with like interacting with them multiple times over the years, and
we met him at Gen Con too.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Those interactions at Gen Con in person, talking to him and his company, like yeah, he's I don't know if like the Gloomhaven stuff got to his head or what. You know, being the number one board game on Board Game Geek, you start to think you're maybe he's just like, you know, he's got that celebrity status now. But yeah. Anyways, I still want to play Frosthaven though. Yeah, I don't know. And I know this is not the same. I know it's not the same. But I see these kind of questions come up, and like, what do you do in this? And like, I don't know how to say this properly. I hope I don't offend anybody, but there's the whole thing, like I learned later, this whole H.P. Lovecraft, right? We know back when he lived in like the 1920s or whatever, he made all this art, stories, you know, this whole world, this Cthulhu mythos that is now an an open public domain IP that tons of board games and tabletop games make mad money off of his work and his art and his stories. And then I bought this book like last year, and I read this whole intro in the book, and this guy's like hardcore racist. Like he makes like, you know, Isaac's blunder looks like nothing compared to what this guy was doing. And yeah, but people still are okay playing his games. And I wasn't sure if like that would be a bad thing. Like I don't know what to do there. Is like it's people are idiots, and there's people who believe in things you might not agree with, but we still are okay with things they create. And I'm sure there's like, you know, we've learned lots that there's people in the past that have made cool things, and we learned that they were doing evil things behind the scenes, and you know, it's like a big thing. But like what's the deal with H.P. Lovecraft? Like, so if Isaac makes a cool game like Frosthaven, I personally, you know, I want to play Frosthaven. But then again, you don't want to support somebody who's like doing stupid stuff. And I don't think by buying Arkham Horror Files games, I'm supporting the racism that H.P. Lovecraft, he's dead.
Yeah.
I don't think his family members are getting anything from any of this stuff I'm buying. So that's why I think that stuff's okay. But I don't want to support a racist. You know what I mean? And it's like, I'm not sure, but I'm having fun playing these games. And it's like, I don't know. I'm not sure. It's crazy.
It's tough. It's very tough.
Yeah, it's a very tough thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. And I'm like, I see some people are going to say, I'm not playing any Cephalofair game stuff anymore because of him.
And that's fair if that's what they want to do. They can.
But yeah, but it's like, I don't know. You have to understand, some of these people, you know, especially in the past, like they're going on information and how the world was, right? And what's acceptable. So sometimes you just listen to what your parents teach you, and maybe your parents are like, you know, horrible racists, but you get raised in this racist society, and that's what you think is normal and acceptable. And then you write some cool stories, and then, you know, 100 years later, people are making awesome stuff off those cool stories. And it's not acceptable by any means, but like, you know, it's hard. It's hard. I don't know. It's weird. It's very weird. Yeah, Heather's saying Joss Whedon, sorry. There's a whole bunch of things like this. There's a whole bunch of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's hard. It's hard. But it's a deep subject. I don't know if I want to get into here. I don't really want to do this stuff on my channel, really. But it just makes me wonder, like, why is that like
why is one
acceptable?
okay versus the other? Yeah.
Like, I know Isaac's still alive, for example, and if he's doing racist things, which I don't know if he is, but if he is, then it's like you can affect his bottom line right now with your wallet easy. But it's too late to go, you know, punch H.P. Lovecraft in the face. You know what I mean? So I don't know. But yes, let's get to the games. I agree. Let's get to the games.
Dragon is here. We were worried. We haven't seen you in
Mr. Dragon
so long.
Shadow.
Oh, we were worried about you.
Mr. Dragon Shadow, I was going to email you.
Yeah,
and I was thinking about it the other day.
I'm glad that you're here.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, I'm glad you're still showing up to streams. Okay. We were a little worried. We hadn't seen you in a while. Okay. Okay. It's an interesting stance. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Man, it's interesting hearing some of your views on this stuff. It's such an interesting topic, and like can be discussed forever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I'm all for, if someone's being an ass and, you know, like hurting other people, like, yes, don't support them at all. Like, yeah, don't support them at all. Like, that's easy. Now, going after them, trying to kill them and their family, I wouldn't go that far. But if they're trying to kill someone else, maybe. But I don't know. But just because someone uses their free speech to like offend people, I don't know if you need to like go after them and kill them like sometimes happens. But yeah, don't support their work. Like, you know, if you don't believe that stuff, that's fine. Yeah, don't make them successful if they're gonna like be hurting other people. I don't know. I don't agree with that. But Anyways.
Yeah, it's a...
Yeah, I hate when this stuff comes into gaming. That's another thing I see.
Yeah.
Like Brian saying, games bring us together. That's why we love them. Yeah, it's super awkward when it's like, this stuff's coming into your board game hobby, which is all about people coming together, playing in person at the table. Yeah, it's gotten more online lately. But the whole thing that drew me into the hobby was having people actually come over to my house to game. Not me logging into PlayStation to play online to yell at some kids for killing me in Call of Duty, that was my gaming experience. Or playing with some buddies on work online, yelling through headset mics. Now, you know, I could get back to those days of N64, playing GoldenEye around the couch, yelling at your friends, you know, trash talking them. I can do that with board gaming. And I can do that with card games, tabletop games. And that's what brought me into the hobby and attracted me to it so much. It was disconnecting from the screen and not having to play over the internet and having people at the table, socializing, getting together before the game, chatting, discussing stuff, learning the game, playing the game. After talking about it, chilling, okay, have a good night. It was an excuse for everyone to get together. And then you go to conventions and you're seeing people from every walk of life all together around this awesome hobby. It's amazing. So yes, when stuff like this comes up and this drama stuff, that's why I just shake my head and I kind of ignore it. I don't care. I don't want to even fan the flames. Get out of here. But it's interesting that you guys are talking about it and interested in it. But I personally am like, oh, please no, please don't disrupt this hobby. Please don't make people start fighting in this hobby. Yeah. And it happens. I know it happens. It's annoying. Like I see there's content creators out there that are hacking there's people who have YouTube channels that are like attacking other YouTube channels and stuff. And it's like, what are you doing? Like, what are we doing? Like,
yeah, we're all supposed to be
shut
in
the
the same
F
hobby.
up and just play the damn games and have some fun. Like, you know, fight somewhere else. That's I don't know. It's silly.
Yeah.
It's silly. But anyways. So Joseph's asking, this one comes up quite a bit.
Yeah.
Isofarian Guard. It looked interesting. I need to reach out to the publisher. This is one I'm interested in playing. I didn't back it though. But I heard it got delayed a lot, and I don't even know. When's it coming out or anything? I was just going to wait to see if there's a retail about it. Like, just get it at retail.
Who makes it again?
I don't know. Some, like, first-time publisher or something, I think.
Oh, okay.
But I know this game, because it came up a lot that they're using, like, poker chips in the game. Not the same as Chip Theory does, but once a game puts poker chips in it, the Chip Theory fans automatically are like, hey, who is this? What? How dare you put poker chips in a game? But yeah, so that's what this one was pointed out. But it's a big fantasy game. It looks interesting. I don't know if it'll be any good, but I thought I'd wait and see.
Sky Kingdom Games.
Yeah. Still delayed?
I don't know.
But again, I want to play it, but I want to look into it once more to see if it's any good. Because it didn't seeing the Kickstarter, it didn't sell me 100%. It still looked like rough around the edges, still looked like they didn't have everything figured out. And I just thought, I'll wait. Because if it delivers and people love it, then it comes to retail, I'll buy it. If it doesn't come to retail, they'll do a second Kickstarter. They'll throw an expansion in there. I'll back it then. That's fine. But if it does look really interesting, maybe I'll ask the publisher and see if, you know, they think our channel is a fit for a press copy or not. We'll see. But if I can't get it at retail or something, if it's like a Kickstarter only thing, I don't know. I just know it's been delayed. I looked into it every few months, and it just like kept getting pushed and pushed.
Well, it says their pledge manager closes on September 30th.
Oh, wow.
That was what they just posted, June.
So probably early next year then?
27th.
Yeah, that's like a 2022 game. I'm not worried about that one right now. Yeah. Hopefully it's epic. With all the delays, I hope they're like really like learning and beefing this thing out based on other things they're seeing and feedback they're hearing and stuff. But I'm not sold on just hiring a voice actor to narrate the whole thing. Isn't enough to make a great game. That's like, it's all about the gameplay for me. And it looked a little like, oh, it was okay. It was okay. Just based on their like Kickstarter videos and stuff. I'm trying to skip down some stuff.
Yeah.
What other questions we got?
There was.
Keeps like jumping.
There's a few of the same question, but I don't remember now what it was.
There's some question about what happened with eRaptor that we brought up earlier. So for those that don't know, there was a Kickstarter that eRaptor, they make some cool board game accessory products. They make like board game inserts. They make card holders we use on the channel, dice trays. They make card storage boxes. That's like my favorite product of theirs. What else have we looked at? They make like acrylic dials, token replacements. We use their Arkham Horror LCG tokens. But yeah, eRaptor is just a company from Poland, I believe, where they just make board game accessories. They ship stuff through regular distribution. It's all around the world. Different board game stores carry their stuff. Yeah, they make like wooden board game inserts was like their main thing I think they started out with that don't need glue. But they reached out to me a long time ago, showed me a bunch of their products, and I said, okay, some stuff looks cool, some stuff doesn't, and yeah, I'll make some videos about the stuff I think that looks okay and cool, and that I'd be interested in actually purchasing. So I did some videos for them of previews of their products, not really reviews. I talk more about their products after I've used them for a bunch in the actual playthroughs, but they reached out to me to make a Kickstarter video for them. And I was like, they do look cool. I'll play with them on the channel. And they're like, no, we want you to do a video previewing some prototypes. And we know it's going to be a lot of work and we'll pay you for it. And I went, I don't usually do this kind of stuff. But sure, it's just an informational video. I don't have to like review it. It's not a finished product. I'm not playing it. I'll play with it later and do a review later. I'll just it's literally just an informational video. Okay, I'll make an informational video for you. And yeah, so they paid me. I made the video. It's on the channel. But they had token replacements for all different games: Small World, Gloomhaven, Eldritch Horror, Quacks of Quedlinburg, Spirit Island. There was like a ton. There's a ton. They were like cool replacements for like the Gloomhaven standees, the Eldritch Horror monsters, the tokens that come out of the bag that Euro's drawing for Quacks of Quedlinburg, Wingspan replacements for the food tokens. It was basically like just replacing cardboard in your game with cool acrylic that was like textured. And man, when they showed me the pictures, I was like, this stuff looks sick on the table. They made it look so good.
Yeah.
And then when I got it in person, I was like, okay, this stuff looks even better than I expected. I'm going to put some work into this video and try to make this stuff look as cool as I can on video as it does in my hand, because it's really cool. They were really cool.
And they were prototypes.
Yeah. And then they were like, I was like, these look cool. Like, how do I get a set so I can actually play with them on stream? Because like, I want to play with these. And we had Eldritch Horror, and I was like, man, these monsters suck in Eldritch Horror. I definitely want to play with a full set of these Eldritch Horror ones. And I said, Rob, it's just prototype right now. We're still working on all the art. We have our artists still coming with art for them. We'll give you some sets later. And I was okay, cool. So the Kickstarter started, and I think it was doing okay. And then
they funded.
They funded, but suppose they got like a cease. I don't know exactly. They never told me. They just told me that I got a message. After I created the video, I had all the Gloomhaven stuff in it, including Jaws the Lion. And then they emailed me last minute after I posted my video to say like, oh, please take out all the Gloomhaven stuff from the video. So I had to edit the video last minute on YouTube. I cut out, like 5 minutes of, or not 5 minutes, probably like a couple minutes worth of footage of all the cool Gloomhaven stuff, which I think was one of the best things in the video. And yeah, because they told me they had to take it off their campaign. And I was like, huh? So I started, oh yeah, brass. They have brass stuff. But yeah, it's a whole bunch of cool upgrade tokens. But I wasn't paying attention to the Kickstarter. I just knew it was happening. I made the video. I moved on. But I did look at it to see what they had. But then they told me, take away the Gloomhaven stuff. I went, okay. So then I started reading the comments. And supposedly, Cephalofair Games, I guess, sent them a cease and desist. And basically said, no dice. You can't sell products with art on it that looks similar to our art. So they hired their own artists to make art that was from scratch. But it does look like their characters. But I don't know if they have the rights to like their character art. Like maybe they do.
Yeah.
Maybe legally they, the what is it, Enochs and all these different races. Sorry, not races in the game. Factions or whatever they named it. All those different characters. I don't know what else was in there. They had like I don't know if they have like it on the character names or the art or what. I don't know what it was. But either way, somehow Cephalofair Games has a legal team ready to go and protect Gloomhaven, even though the only people buying that product would be somebody that owns Gloomhaven already.
Yeah. And these are products you cannot buy from.
Yeah, it's not like they, but maybe this is what I think. I think maybe they're working on something like this in a future Kickstarter as like an upgrade set. or something, or maybe they saw the idea and went, oh, we need to do that. And we have legit rights to make stuff like this for our game. Let's shut them down and then we'll make our own version of this. Because it seems weird. It's like companies make third-party stuff all the time for board games. Like upgraded tokens and stuff that improves the cardboard, new dials and things like that. Nobody's shutting them down.
Yeah.
So it's just weird in our hobby. It's not like they were counterfeiting the game or anything like that.
No.
It was just
you
like
still need to buy the games to play.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. And I understand that they may look similar, but they need to look similar. They can't be a totally different monster or you won't know what it is when you're playing.
Oh, Daniel's saying, to be honest, if you didn't tell me separate artists worked on those, I would not have known. If you see my video, when I put them side by side, you can tell that it's not the same. It's like definitely some of them I had to like look twice. And even in like Dead of Winter, their tokens, they like did such art from scratch. I had trouble finding the same characters in Dead of Winter that were being replaced by the acrylic prototypes they sent me because the art was so different and the characters were standing in like different poses and stuff.
And even the ones that we showed, we weren't even 100% sure if they were right.
Yeah, so it's like weird stuff like that. But I guess in Gloomhaven, but like how do you do it to make the character, the like a monster look the same but different, right?
Exactly.
Like you want a player to know this monster replaces this one in the game. You have to make it like the same colors-ish and stuff, right? And at a glance, I agree, Daniel.
But at a glance, it has to look similar.
It has to look similar or it doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
But that's the thing, like people replace tokens in games all the time. Like I don't know what games are known for this, but like people all the time are replacing tokens in games. You can go on Etsy and eBay and all this and get token upgrade packs for games all over the place.
Yeah.
And they're not officially supported. They're not officially licensed.
Do you think maybe it just had to do with something like they didn't ask or they didn't tell them in advance, and then when they found out, they were a little bit
because they don't want to pay
upset?
licensing fees or anything.
Yeah, but
I'm sure they should have. Hopefully they can work something out and do that because they were cool.
Yeah, and Steph, I did hear the same thing. Spirit Island thought the same thing and did the same thing.
Greater Than Games or whatever went after them? Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
But it is scary for anyone who does 3D printing aftermarket upgrade components. Like there are tons of people out there that do that. And these companies, I guess, like, eRaptor's not huge or anything, but I guess they just didn't want them making money off of their game, I guess. I don't know.
But they just made a storage solution. They announced it after the Kickstarter. I saw it like
for what?
For Gloomhaven, like an insert.
They already have that. They've had it for like years.
Yeah, but that's fine.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Yeah.
Like, how do you make a board game insert?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's so weird. Okay. So Drew's saying, I like how Broken Token names their non-officially licensed game organizers different theme names to avoid IP trouble.
Yeah. And First Second says, how can they get away with it on Etsy? Like, how is that fine?
I just think legally, like they won't get enough money out of a mom or somebody who's just like got a 3D printer who's making you tokens and bags and custom dice and stuff like that for your game. You're not going to get much out of them. Like, you could probably send them a letter and they'll just stop doing it. But they probably see that like they're not getting as many orders. And then maybe they saw a Kickstarter that's getting, thousands and thousands of dollars and thought, we want to make thousands and thousands of dollars, not them. Let's shut them down and then they can do something licensed later. So I wouldn't be surprised if eRaptor works with them behind the scenes and goes through official channels and comes back with an officially licensed product where they're paying a cut to these publishers to make upgrades for their games. I don't know how it works, but yeah, it's not like you're going and spending your money on those token upgrades without spending a ton of money at Cephalofair Games or Greater Than Games or whatever. So I don't know. I just think they might have an idea of something they want to make, or they wanted licensing fees. So the way you get more licensing fees, you go after people who are making stuff for your product that aren't paying you licensing fees.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Or is it a thing that like your tokens make our standees look bad? Stop making our game look bad by making stuff look better for it. You're making it seem like you're solving a problem with our product. We don't like you to talk about how our product has problems. Maybe it's that kind of thing. I don't know. Like it's like a defamation thing. I'm not sure. I don't know enough about that stuff, but yeah, I'm very curious to know. Like, but I don't know if
we never will know.
I'm not gonna ask the eRaptor people. I'm not gonna. No. It's their deal. I don't know. They can work through that. It doesn't affect me.
Yep.
But yeah, more drama. Yeah, I wasn't even talking about that though before with the Cephalofair stuff. But yeah, that ticked off a few fans for sure.
Definitely.
There were some people that were like, "Why are they doing that?" It's kind of
It just hurts the game, right?
Maybe not though. If they got their own version coming out.
Yeah, that's true. But we don't know that yet.
Yeah, or they're going to make their own upgrade packs. That's a perfect stretch goal in a Kickstarter.
Yeah, and that's what Brian is saying too. If Gloomhaven had a competing product, then I would understand, but they don't. They don't yet, but maybe they haven't announced it yet.
They could be working on something, or they maybe have ideas and they just want to protect the chance that they could do something like that in the future. But yeah, it's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting stuff for sure. We're playing Madara, 2-player with 4 characters, no variants. Sam was recommending not to play with the variants. I read through the variants online for 2-player. It's just extra fluff and overhead and complication that I don't care to deal with. So we'll just play with the basic rules, how they're written. I don't want to start like looking up how does, we're in the middle of an encounter and we're like, whoa, how does this work with only 2 players? Let's go back to those the variant rules and try to figure it out. Oh, maybe there's an answer, maybe there's not. Like, we broke the playthrough.
And we're starting on this Saturday, for anybody that just joined in.
Janet's asking, have you looked at Dice Throne Adventures? Dice Throne Adventures is not the original. There's Dice Throne that we looked at before, I think. You guys brought that up like last year. I know KNG loves it. And it's a competitive game, I think. And we were like, I think it is. I might be the wrong game. But then they came out with Dice Throne Adventures, which uses the Dice Throne stuff, plus additional stuff, I think, to play it like adventure style. It looked neat, but the Dice Throne, I would always start with the Dice Throne stuff, and that game just didn't, based on me watching some how it works and the rules for it, I was like, nothing's screaming to me that this is a great game. It's cool, it looks interesting. But at the time, I was just like, it was one of those games I was like, not right now. But I would never say no. But Dice Throne Adventures, I have not looked into that enough. But looking at Dice Throne, it's co-op campaign using Dice Throne characters. Okay. But looking at Dice Throne, that made me go, not right now, and I skipped it. So when a game comes out telling me it's an add-on, advanced, like, the next iteration of that game, I just like, I'm not going to buy that if I don't have the original. So, but don't get me wrong. I most likely, it's fantasy. You're telling me it's solo and co-op. It's a campaign, that kind of stuff. It's like
they all fit
checking the boxes.
Yeah, they all check the boxes.
Checking the boxes.
That's exactly right.
So stay tuned.
Never say never.
Yeah, never say never. But no, I have not looked into it deep enough.
But I noted it down. So
yes, but it's noted down. It's something that I'll probably add on my wish list. And when I go to place a board game order, which I do every couple months, I'll, if it's in stock, I'll do some research and see if it's the right time to be added to the collection. But I do appreciate it. I know people are asking about Dice Throne like a year ago or so, and saying like, yo, you guys need to play it. You need to play it. But yeah, it was just like, oh, not right now. But yeah, I should probably look into that.
Just while you're looking at for the next one, just a comment, but Daniel says, this is a great stream with interesting topics. Awesome. Well, you guys are providing the topics.
Yeah.
So
it's your topics.
Keep them coming.
So I can't legally be blamed for anything that's said here. You guys started it. Yeah. I'm just joking.
Yeah. Yeah, we appreciate your questions.
Drew's saying, to me, Isofarian looks like Skyrim the board game, but who knows?
Huh.
It does look like that. You're right. It does look like that. But yeah, again, I want to see the final product because it wasn't finished at the time. They were already talking, I remember during the Kickstarter, about how they were like not set in stone on certain things. And they were going to change things. I know there was feedback about the game saying like, this was wrong with it, that was wrong with it. And they were like, we'll fix that. We'll do this. We'll work with you. It's kind of like the Awakened Realms, they show off a game at the start and you're like, okay, that's cool. But they're going to work with the community, take feedback during the Kickstarter and after, and change things and test things and try new things. And the final product that comes out, maybe like not completely different, but there's just all of a sudden there's some things added. You're like, oh, now that makes it an interesting game for me. Oh, now it has that in it. Okay, maybe I'll look at this again. Like that kind of stuff happens with some of these companies. So Sometimes there's Kickstarters that come out and it's like literally a prototype that's like, you know, barely finished and you're funding it. But nowadays, most of the time, it's like a beautiful prototype. You know, sometimes you even get a rule book where it's like, you know, 90% done, and you get a good feel for what the game's going to be in the very end. But this was just, they had a Game of Thrones actor, doing some sound bites, and that was what they were like heavily promoting. It was like, look at this, look at our narration, look at what we paid for. We have a voice actor, listen to this clip. Like, that's really what they were focused on, is like their selling point. And yeah, to me, it was like looking at the game, watching the game being played. It was like, we'll see. But I want to see when it's done, because they could F it up. They could spend all their money and time on the story stuff, and the game ends up being a big meh fest. And you don't even get to listen to half that voice narration because you're bored out of your mind after a couple scenarios, and you're just trying to sell the game. I don't know. I'm not sure. But yeah, we'll see. We have the advantage to wait. I love it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I can wait. There's so many other games I don't have enough time to play that I literally can wait. And when that game hits and drops, and it's the final product, I have the advantage of learning from other people's mistakes or their feedback. And they can let me know. We can look into it again at that point, see how reviews go, see how playthroughs are happening, actually read a finalized rule book, all that kind of stuff. Watch them how to play videos and get an idea of what it's about. Read some reviews on BGG, all that kind of stuff, and just know, is it a good game? Is it not worth the time? I don't know. Okay, Brian, I want to know more about this. I saw a thumbnail. It looked super clickbait. I try to avoid clickbait thumbnails on YouTube. There's so many board game YouTubers that do these damn clickbait thumbnails that you click on, and then the video's not even like related really, or not at the level of the clickbait title.
Or doesn't answer the question you originally clicked on it for.
Yeah, it's like, oh my God, board games are ending or something, you know what I mean? And
yeah, the hobby's done.
The hobby's over. Oh my God, this person's leaving YouTube. The world's ending. And you click on the video and it's like, hey everybody, how's it going? Don't forget to subscribe and donate. Okay, I'm gonna talk today about, this like very non-related issue, or it's not as big a deal as I'm making it. And here's my video. I'm gonna blab on for an hour, yada yada. And it's like, I was tricked. So I try not to click on those clickbaity titles, but I did see there was Terraforming Mars stuff that like it's rated on BGG like super low or something. I want to bring it up. Where is this?
Just while you're doing that, Sakabra says Walmart is selling the base game before backers got their copies. That's terrible.
Oh, don't even get me started on that stuff. Oh, that drives me nuts.
That's bad. That's bad.
Oh.
So everyone's going in and rating it low on BGG because they're mad?
Is this game published by Stronghold Games? Because that company, I don't know, they're scumbags, I think, for sure. They're like a scumbaggy publisher, in my experience. There's just something sketchy about that company. I don't know. Something sketchy there. All right. Oh, man. A 6.2 rating.
Oh.
That's super low. That's like super low on BGG. For a game with Terraforming Mars. Yeah, here we go. Great game. Negative comments are just from Terraforming Mars elitists and people complaining because Target got copies before them. Oh my God.
Mark is also saying that it was released at Target before backers got their copies, but Target copies were missing the double layered boards, promo cards, and component trays.
Okay, this I know. I know more about this than I thought. You're reminding me. I did look up this. I Googled this. What was the deal with the early Target stuff? I remember reading an article online. But yes. Yeah, so they did a deal with Target to have Target exclusivity at retail, probably the same way lots of other publishers have done it. I remember this with Horrified.
Yeah.
We bought Horrified at a convention because that was the only way to buy it other than going to a Target and getting it early. And because of that Target exclusivity, it didn't even show up in Canada till that Target exclusivity was like over. So we got it really late in Canada. We were lucky we grabbed an early copy at Gen Con. Mm-hmm. But I mean, there was people at Gen Con who couldn't get early copies that were like driving to local Targets to buy it in the Indiana area. And people are freaking out. Now, I'm all for these Target deals. I think they're great for the hobby to have a game at Target. I don't know if you need to have exclusivity though.
Right.
But if that's what Target needs, if you need that to get a game on a Target shelf for their audience to pull more people into our hobby, to eventually start looking up games, and they'll open that Terraforming Mars Ares Expedition, and they'll see a flyer in there for like the full Terraforming Mars and all the 600 expansions. And then they go, where do I buy those? and then they find out about their local game store, and then they go to that game store, and that game store owner or employee is telling them, oh, if you like that game, you need to check out this game and that game, and oh, you need to come by for our weekly board game night where you can fill a seat at a table to play with these players who would love a fourth player. And then you got them hooked. Then they're buying more stuff in our hobby. Then the companies are making more games because they're making more money because there's more people buying games in the hobby, and the hobby's growing. And then we're still on YouTube playing games with you guys because our hobby didn't fall apart and everyone went bankrupt. I think it's amazing. I love it. I love it. It needs to happen. Board games need to become more mainstream. People need to stop playing Monopoly and Clue and thinking those are the only games that exist, or Risk. Like, having games like this hitting a shelf at Target is amazing, because people will grab that over like Monopoly and stuff, hopefully, and see there's something different. And maybe they'll realize modern board gaming exists, and, things have changed in, whatever it's been, 100 years or 90 years or whatever, whenever Monopoly came out. But yeah, so the controversy is, yes, I hate it when you back a Kickstarter and one of the things they talk about is you're going to get an early copy, or it's assumed you're going to get an early copy. Sometimes the company won't say it and people just assume it now. So I don't know what the deal was here. Does Stronghold promise everyone's going to get it early? I don't know. But now you have to read the fine print, because most Kickstarters, they don't guarantee that stuff anymore. They just say, be one of the first to get a copy. They may say that. Sometimes they don't even say any of that, and everyone just assumes they're getting it first. But if the retail copy, which in Terraforming Mars Ares Expedition, they probably had it printed at a different factory with, and it's surprising that Stronghold can do this, but actually printed at a lower production quality than they already do. I know, you didn't think it was possible. You didn't think it was possible for Stronghold Games to charge the same price as every other board game, but give you crappier quality stuff in the box. They found a way to do it. So for the Target version, they have to get it to a certain price point for Target to even allow it to be on the shelf. And of course, they want to make as much profit as possible. So there's no promo cards in there. There's no 2-layer boards. It's a more slimmed down edition of the game to be more mass market friendly. So yeah, it's not going to be the same as the Kickstarter copy you're going to get. Probably close, because it's Stronghold Games. But yeah, it's probably printed at even a different factory, a different company, everything coming through different shipping. So because they did this side deal with Target and probably reached out to a different company to publish it, because it's a different SKU, it probably shipped through different channels, got to Target distribution. Target just stocks it right away, gets it in there. They don't want it sitting in a warehouse collecting dust, waiting for Kickstarter backers to get it. Target doesn't give a crap about any Kickstarter backers. They just say, they make a deal and they're like, we're going to do what we want with it once we sign the deal. And Stronghold Games can't control that. They're like, they're ants, they're peons to the Target and the Walmarts of the world, right? So they make a deal. They're like, yeah, you're lucky we're even selling your product here. We'll do with it what we want when it shows up, whatever. So they just have to bend over backwards, do whatever they want. And like, of course, to possibly get your company's product in one of those stores is a huge, huge, huge deal. So of course, they're not going to say, Target, can you please not put it on your shelf until our last Kickstarter backer gets it? You can't even have that conversation. It's just not possible. So, but it is a different product. And it's like, you will get it later. But it's like weird how some people, like, I don't know. I would assume most of these people who are going on BGG to downvote a game have collections that are like mine or bigger. And you're telling me you need that? You need this little card game that is a variant of a game you already own and play and have tons of expansions for. You need that game that before it's in a Target so bad that you're spending the time. Like, go play one of your other games and it will show up when it shows up. I just find it so crazy. People are that passionate, that feel like betrayed, and they're like, man, I need to spend my hours attacking them online on BGG because of this thing that was pretty much out of their control. And it's like,
that's true.
Is it really killing you that much? I don't know.
Well, Mark says it was scheduled for September release. So technically, he's saying it's July.
But this is the problem.
But yeah.
If they get a shipping container and it makes its way across the water and it gets to Target is not putting it in their warehouse and letting it take up space. They're going to put it on the shelves and try to get it out of their system as fast as possible, because shelving in distribution is, you're losing money every minute something is sitting on a shelf and not sold to a customer. It's like Target's not going to waste their time with that. They're going to just sell it, And it's like, they're not big enough to create a deal. It's not like Nintendo saying, Target, don't sell this game until this day, or Sony, You know, don't sell this product till this launch day, or Apple, you know, don't sell our phone till this day. You screw over Apple, Nintendo, Sony, that's millions and millions of dollars of deals. You'll lose them as a company, you know, that kind of stuff. There's a push and pull there. They're both huge companies. But in this case, you have Stronghold here and you have Target here. David and Goliath, like Target's going to just sell the game and say, hey, we don't care what you want. Like, get out of here. So yeah, that's how it works. And plus, Stronghold Games is probably like, wait, if we sell them earlier, we'll get more money right now from Target. They're not going to say, Target, wait, you know, pay us later. Like they want it now. Like, you know, let's not wait on it. So it makes sense. But yeah, I didn't Kickstarter the game. Yeah, I don't care. Even if I did, I wouldn't care. It's like a little card game. Like it shows up when it shows up.
Yeah, it's not a big epic campaign game that you.
I don't care. Yeah.
Or something with spoilers that you could potentially
something
get leaked.
Or something you paid $500 for.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know.
But.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I could see if it was like your favorite game, maybe you might be a little bit sad about that.
Yeah, it's just weird. It's weird. I understand about being passionate about a game and really wanting it and waiting by the window. Where's the delivery guy? I want my game. I want my game. There are certain things I do that for, so I understand that. But Ares Expedition by Stronghold Games is the game people are that passionate about. I'm sorry. I don't care how good your little card game is. It's like you obviously have Terraforming Mars already and tons of expansions if you're complaining. Just relax. Go play that. You'll have fun still. It's still good. I don't know. Like, who cares? It's going to help the hobby. It's going to help the hobby. Let it just happen. Let it just go. Oh yeah, on the Isofarian thing. Hopefully Isofarian Guard isn't full of as many bugs as Skyrim is, though. That's a joke I want to make on that one. I just see some other talk about it in there. Yeah. Hopefully they iron out the bugs, and it's not like Skyrim was when that was released. We got a question. Have you looked into Chronicles of Drunagor? No. Don't know what that is. I'm going to guess Kickstarter game full of minis. Can I probably be right? I don't know. No, I'm not sure what that is. Drew, I'm sorry if I did. I don't think I answered this. Sorry if I missed this. Ignore if you already answered. What is the very first game you and Mel intend to play in a group when you're able to do so? We were talking about being excited.
But I don't think we have a set number one.
I'm not sure. But if I were to think right now off the top of my head, without seeing the whole shelf upstairs full of these games, because I can't see them in front of me right now. My memory is never the greatest. But we were talking about it earlier, was Destiny's, but that's reliant on Mel having it painted in time. And that's reliant on finding a third player that's willing to play that game with us, you know, for a few weeks in a row as we play through that campaign. If it's not, it's probably going to be Kyle playing Lord of the Rings Journey to Middle-earth with us, maybe. But it depends who gets their shots and who's fully vaccinated first, who's available to play first, and what they want to play and what we want to play. So it's still up in the air because we don't even know when, like what day that's going to happen. And most of them have kids and stuff. So it's like, when's a good day they can actually come over and play? At the time, what games do we want to get played? What's in the pile? What they really want to play? So it's like, it's kind of like usually not a last minute, but usually like a week in advance we'll know. So right now we just know like mid to late July is when the first like fully vaccinated friends are going to be able to come and play, I think.
I think it's closer to the end based on giving the 2 weeks after mine as well.
Oh, yes. Yeah, Mel won't be fully vaccinated till like late July.
Yeah.
So that's
well,
that's
close-ish.
Mid to late July. Yeah.
And I think Kyle right now is the last one that we know of. Or maybe
But even then, it should be by like August or like very early August, I think, is the latest to have like everybody. Let's see, what else we're going to talk about. Going down here. Sorry I'm so late getting some of these questions. Lots of chat, love it. I'm also reading through some of the chat as I go through here. I read through some of it as it said, but then when I see some other things. Yeah.
There was I wish I could There was 2 questions, one from Heather and one from Stacy that were interesting. I just don't know if you'd even be able to find them.
Well, I have Sakabra here. I found a question. If money is no object, what is your favorite order in meal?
Like your favorite
food?
Food to order if we weren't worried about money?
I don't know. Now I'll tell you, since doing this stuff full time and basically living off of just doing the channel and donations and ad revenue on YouTube and stuff, yeah, my food budget, I try to keep it very in check.
Yeah, I was gonna say we don't have expensive taste.
No, it definitely scaled back when I went, I need to change my career path for now, and this is what we're gonna do. But yeah, I don't know. I do love a good, like, I don't know. I do love a good, like, steak dinner at a restaurant. Like, that kind of stuff is nice. But, like, I've never been really a crazy foodie guy.
No.
I'm more of like I love different tastes, and I love trying different things. So, like, I'm a huge fan of going to buffets or new restaurants that I've never heard of, or trying new cultures of food. But yeah, I'll eat anything.
He's not picky at all.
Anything. I love different tastes. I love just, yeah, different stuff, trying different things. I love going to restaurants, and back when I used to go more to restaurants was like ordering stuff on the menu I didn't know what it was. I'm that kind of guy. Like, I trying different things. Like, first you go there and you say, all right, give me your most popular thing to try it out. But then the second time I go, it's like, all right, what other different things do you have? Like, I just want to try different things. I don't know. That's the way I look at it. But I don't know. I don't know if I have a thing that's like I must have all the time. But but yes, I do love pineapple on my pizza. But I also love, like, Euro meats on my pizza.
Yeah, it's more so
shawarma sauce, and but I change it up. I get different bases on my pizza, like barbecue sauce, tomato sauce, garlic sauce, like, all this stuff instead of tomato sauce. Like, I don't know. I just love trying different things. Like,
yeah.
But
we're not fancy either. We don't go sit down at restaurants and eat either.
Yeah.
It's a waste of money, we feel, but yeah.
We're not
we're very inexpensive taste.
Yeah. When I used to work in an office setting, as those who know, in office settings, you go out for lunch at places, your boss takes you out, you go out to celebrate things, you go out for a drink after work, that kind of stuff. And yeah, I got to try lots of really crazy restaurants, and sometimes, you get to go out with a executive of a company, and man, just seeing some of the things that they order and you get to eat and try that, like, normally money's no object, but like, I'm not spending the money on it.
Yeah.
But I've got to try some cool things, eating some crazy places, and, because of, like, where I worked before and stuff. But yeah, but since doing this as my thing, food is like such a low priority. Mm-hmm. Yeah, more on the hobby, more on the YouTube channel. I have to focus where our funds go. And
but aren't we just as happy? Like, we're just as happy as ordering a pizza.
Yeah.
Probably happier than actually going to sit at a restaurant and ordering in a restaurant and spending all that money, for sure. I didn't have to cook it. It's still good.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. We don't have a great answer for you.
But I do love, foods I love is like, I love Mediterranean food. I love Asian foods. I like
anything.
it all.
You like anything. He's not picky at all.
Yeah.
At all. I can serve him anything and he'll eat it.
Oh, man. Some of my favorites. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I don't know. So many different foods. I don't know. I just, it can't pick. It depends on the day. Oh, I love Greek food. Yeah. Greek food's awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just always having different stuff. Like, always trying different things.
Yeah.
But I know some people have their, like, staple, like, this is the meal that I have to have as often as I can, or when to celebrate, or that kind of stuff. Me, it's like, I just want to try something different. Like, what do you got?
Yeah, it's like when someone says to you, what is the food that you would order on death row? Like, I have no idea.
Me, it would be like enough to feed like a family, because I'd be like, I'd want that, and I also want this, and I want this. And I just would eat a little bit of everything, to have all the different.
You do like variety.
Yeah, I just love all different flavors. Yeah. Like, I'm bad at picking and choosing. That's why I like going to different kind of buffet kind of places, whatever type of food it is. But when you go to a buffet, especially when it's a buffet that has different kinds of foods, and I just love picking, like, different, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Mm-hmm. Just having, like, different tastes. Every forkful is like a different a different experience. That's the way I like looking at it. But yeah, just crazy the amount of foods there are out there.
Yeah. And the amount of foods we don't even know about.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And the cool thing, I know it's like this a lot in cities and stuff, but around where we live and like in Canada in general, it's very, and I know it's like this in New York or, you know, any major city, you get lots of different nationalities and ethnicities coming together and opening restaurants and that kind of stuff. And if you go to the right neighborhoods, like, you know, I love going to like Chinatown in Toronto, for example, and just like, I remember when in my early 20s, I used to just go with friends, we're in Toronto, and we're like, let's just walk over to Chinatown, walk like 20 minutes or whatever. We go there and we just pick a random restaurant, go in, they don't even speak English, and we're just like trying to explain, find someone in the restaurant to help us, explain that we just want whatever they're known for. We want to try your most ordered dish. And whatever it was, just put it on the plate, we'll figure it out. Even if we don't know what it is, we'll figure it out. And it usually ends up always being very good. So I just love doing crazy things like that. So that's the way I work.
And then while you're looking for the next question, Heather says, does your daughter also eat whatever you make?
No.
Well, yes, she will eat it, but she's not always happy.
Yeah. Yes. She's a kid, come on.
She's a kid. But yeah, we've always instilled in her that she needs to try foods. Because I'm not a picky eater, but there's very few, there's a few things that I will not eat and I just don't like. And I cook, so I just don't make them. But he will eat them. So I don't want her to be that way. So she has to try things. So she will try things. She will not be happy with it, but she'll kind of eat it. And
a cool food that I was talking about with Mel, I think like even yesterday or the day before, you saw it online and you asked what it was. The Rochester, New York garbage plate.
Yeah, we were looking at that.
If anyone doesn't know and has never been through Rochester, New York, they're known for this, but it's something called a garbage plate. It's been there for like decades. There is knockoff restaurants trying to do it. There's food trucks that sell these things. There's like other nationalities making their own versions of these things. But that's the kind of food I love, is if you look up what a garbage plate is. No joke.
I know.
This is my favorite kind of foods, where people are just crazy and the garbage plate is just a styrofoam container, basically, or on a plate, I guess, full of kind of random stuff. It was supposedly originally in a restaurant. Some drunk college students asked for, at the end of closing, were like at this restaurant saying, give me whatever you got left, throw it on a plate, I'll eat it. And the original garbage plate is, if I remember correctly, it's like fried potatoes and macaroni salad is on the bottom. Then on the top, they slap on like burger patties with cheese on them. They throw diced onion, spicy mustard, some kind of ground beef slop. It's literally, it's just a slop.
Yeah, it looks like slop.
But I've been to these garbage plate places and you can get whatever you want. Sometimes it's like hot dog sliced in half thrown on them. But it's this whole hot and cold. Sometimes there's beans. They throw brown beans on there. It's just a mess on a plate. It's like literally like if you had like leftovers for a week and you just grabbed all the leftovers from your fridge and just threw it on the plate. And some of it's cold, some of it's hot. You know, it's all these weird flavors mixed together. That's the kind of stuff I love. And it kind of like sums up what I like to eat at a restaurant. I try to get the thing with the most variety, to have the most different flavors every forkful. And that food, the Rochester, New York originated garbage plate, and there's so many different variants on it, but that sums up what I look for at a restaurant in food, is like, just give me the most variety in my meal and I'm down.
For anybody that Googled it, will also see about our inexpensive tastes when you look up what a garbage plate is.
It's basically late night, you've had some beers and you're drunk and you go in there and you need some food late at night. That's, you know.
It's funny too, because as you're saying it, people are talking about what this is equivalent to in where they live.
Yeah, there is different
versions. Which is awesome, yes.
Yeah, but that's what they're known for. In Rochester, New York, it's in upstate New York, it's near Buffalo. It's a pretty big sized city. Not huge, but yeah, we go there for like tabletop gaming tournaments and stuff. But the community down there of tabletop gamers we know introduced us, told us to check out that's what they're known for, is the garbage plate. So a few years back, I wandered in a restaurant, and it was like it was basically open late at night. It was near our hotel, and it was the garbage plate. And I was like, what the heck is a garbage plate? And I started reading the menu. I couldn't decide. There's too many options. I ate it. It was awesome. And then I talked later and learned that it's a thing. It's like known, and there's There's so many food trucks there and restaurants and stuff that are like copying it. But yes, it originated at, I saw Brian put it in the chat, Nick Tahu Hots.
Yeah.
Was the original one. But they're all over Rochester. You can get them in other places now too, but.
It's definitely not my favorite, not anything I would pick. But
Mel hasn't had it.
I've never had it, but I
told her about it.
I don't like a lot of the things on it.
Yeah. I love onions. I love spicy mustard. I love meats. I love macaroni salad. I love potatoes. I love whatever other garbage they put in there. And yeah. Brian says, so Rob likes eating garbage. That explains his love of pineapple on pizza.
No, pineapple on pizza is very good. Very good.
Don't you diss pineapple pizza, which originated in Canada. How dare you?
On
Canada Day, Brian. How dare you? Don't. That's offensive. That could start a war. How dare you?
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah. That's what I'm like. Yeah. Yes, I will just stuff whatever in my mouth. It's all good.
But Kenji says, so my plate.
Clip that comment, Sajat.
But Kenji says, so my plate after Thanksgiving, just everything slopped on. Yeah.
Yep.
Thanksgiving is actually my favorite. I love Thanksgiving dinner.
When I was showing Mel what it was, there was a video about. There's a little documentary on YouTube you can find out about the garbage plate. But there's like a food truck there that makes an Asian version, where it's like like sushi rolls are in there and like salad and like
a cucumber salad on top.
Yeah, all these dressings and stuff, and it's like an Asian twist on the garbage plate, which is neat. So, but there's other ones like that. So that's just an example. But there's different ethnic versions of the garbage plate, and different places trying to knock it off, put their own twist on it. So
yeah, really, it's just take all the leftovers that are going to go bad and throw it on a plate, and Rob will eat it.
And Brian S. says, I had a breakfast version called Hangover Cure. Eggs, bacon, sausage, gravy, biscuits, fried potatoes, and cheese. But that's what it's like. It is a hangover cure.
Yeah.
It is known for being that, too. It is known for being that. It's like a hangover dish.
Yeah. But breakfast foods can mix all fine. That's fine. Yeah. Sometimes dinner foods don't mix well together.
That doesn't sound foreign. What Brian is saying there is like a normal, acceptable thing in North America to eat that kind of stuff at a breakfast restaurant. That's fine. But when you go to the garbage plate place and you start reading their known signature item on the menu and what is in it, you go, is this where where am I? Like, what is happening here? Why would you put all that stuff together?
Yeah.
Like, I'm assuming it's on a plate all separate. It's not. It's just all thrown on a pile.
Okay, but Layla has a quick question for you. She's also back again, which is awesome. On a scale of 1 low to 10 high, how much do you want a garbage plate right now that you're talking about it?
Did you see my eyes getting super big? I don't know if you can see it. It's only 1080p right now. But if you see this drool coming down from the side of my mouth, that's the level of how hungry and garbage plate craving I am right now. Now, here's the problem. I hate talking about the garbage plate and anything in the U.S. right now because we can't cross the border.
Right.
So I can't just, and I literally would on a day off say, let's go down there, Mel. I'm going to show you the garbage plate. But we just haven't been able to. And I can't wait till the border opens. We're going to go down there and do some shopping. And I'm going to show Mel the garbage plate for sure. Mm-hmm. And she's going to puke, and it'll be all fun. I'll try to get it on video, and then I'll eat whatever she doesn't eat out of the garbage
plate.
Some
of it's okay. I don't know.
I'm just kidding. But there's different kinds.
There's different kinds,
yeah. You can find one that has more of what you're looking for in it. Like, they make ones for all different, tastes and stuff. But probably 11. 11 is the number, Layla. 11 is the number.
Okay, so he really wants one right now.
Yeah. I pretty much would eat anything right now. I'm pretty hungry. They always do this. They bring up the food, and I ate breakfast this morning. It's 2 in the afternoon here, and I haven't had lunch yet.
Yes, we want the borders to open so badly as well.
I'm hungry. I agree.
Yeah.
Daniel says this is more controversial than Gloomhaven. Yes. Okay, hold on. I gotta find some more questions. Probably got like 20 more minutes or so. We'll go. I think we'll see. Mm-hmm. So if people, we still have other people. Okay.
No, that's
all right. Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are hanging out, wanting questions today.
Yeah.
We did it. Mel has a day off today. We don't have another stream scheduled today. We just have to get back to learning Madara. That's the only thing stressing me out right now. But this will be a longer Q&A. We're not in a rush. We don't have a stream scheduled in an hour or anything like that today. So.
That kind of reminds me of the question that I was trying to say from...
Oh, do you have a question, Mel?
No.
We can answer your question.
I'm remembering the question from, I can't remember though if it's Stacy or Heather. I think it was Stacy that was asking earlier.
I'm looking for it.
And it was along those lines of, is there ever a game that you're really excited about, but then you're also nervous to stream it, and how do you overcome that? Or nervous to learn it. I can't remember exactly how it was worded, but something along those lines. Like, you're excited to play it, but then it's a big game,
Oh, I'm finding more questions.
I think it was around there.
Jonas, I'm just going to try to go through questions. The problem is the question thing, it keeps highlighted every question we've answered, which is awesome. The only problem is the window, like after so many comments, it shoots down to the bottom, and then I have to scroll up and find where the questions I was scrolling past. So I'll scroll for like a minute, and then all of a sudden it'll scroll to the bottom, and then I have to go find where I was when I was scrolling. It's so annoying.
Yeah, and we won't skip the Gen Con stuff. We'll talk about that then.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna get there. Yeah. We'll get to it, Stacey. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I want to talk about it, but by now. I know, I wanted to be already talking about it. I didn't think that we have so many questions. So, question, can you see acrylic becoming a thing with base games? I have Human Punishment at the beginning, Kickstarter coming autumn with acrylic standees. So Chinese can make them en masse for sure. Oh, definitely. Yes, definitely. If it becomes a popular thing and people, like a successful game has it in it and it still makes money and people want it, and then when Kickstarters start coming out and the fans start asking that it should be done as a stretch goal, it'll catch on. It's just not many people are doing it right now because you obviously make more profit on putting cardboard standees in there for sure. But minis are cheap and they're made en masse, so that's why they're more acceptable and companies will make them because they make mad profit off selling you tiny clunks of plastic for a huge markup. And if they can find a way to do that with acrylic standees, it will be successful. If people want it and the company makes a profit doing it and it doesn't cost, like if they can still use the same art that they would use on a token, they already spent the money on the art, and then they can upcharge on the acrylic and enough people will pay for it. But if people start coming in and saying, no, I'd rather just a version with cardboard on it, or I'd rather just give me minis, you know, I'll pay the extra for the minis. That's the only way I could see it not being a thing. But I just feel like, yeah, it just needs to be a few companies catch on and a few factories or, you know, manufacturers in China start doing them. Then, you know, the floodgates could open. But we'll see. I don't know if people want it that bad or if it's still going to be just a niche thing. But remember, there was a point where every board game wasn't full of miniatures. And then now it's a thing, right? Mm-hmm. It's a thing where it's like you got standard edition, you got upgrade edition, like, or you have a pack on the side full of miniatures, or your game's only miniatures, you know? And standees are more the rare thing. But acrylic standees, that's a good middle ground, as long as the price is a good middle ground, right?
Yeah.
So if it becomes that those games are more expensive than miniature-filled games, or, you know, close to, I don't know. I'm not sure. Because it's proven that people love miniatures and they'll paint them and it's a hobby within itself and people demand them now in a lot of projects. But I don't know if acrylic standees will ever get the same way because it's not like a hobby within the hobby. Nobody's collecting acrylic standees to put on a shelf yet, maybe, but I don't think anyone's going to be painting them because they're not going to ship them like, you know, black and white, you know, where you got to fill them in. I would assume they're all going to be colored.
Right. But I think it may be for those people that don't want to paint their minis, but don't want to have standees.
That's where I'm at. That's when I saw them. I was like, this is awesome. They look awesome on the table. It look great on video. I definitely like handling them better than cardboard, especially in Eldritch Horror with those crappy cardboard monsters that you have to flip to look at stats all the time and put health on them and stuff. To have a standee that you can see on both sides and a dial attached on the bottom. Mm-hmm. Like, man, that was like next level stuff. I thought that was awesome. Yeah. Like, it was better than even a miniature. A miniature, you'd still have the same problem. Like, look at Mansion of Madness.
Yeah.
Mansion of Madness 2nd edition. You have a crappy miniature, and on the bottom you have this stupid stand because they need all that information. But it'd be so cool. The way E-Raptor solved the problem was having all the information and having a dial. So you don't even need health tokens on the board. I was just like, this is genius.
Yeah.
It's genius. Especially for some of those FFG games. But I don't know. We could see it. Like if it catches wind and people want it, it could definitely be a thing. It'd definitely be a thing.
And then you won't have that fraying on the bottom when you're attaching the bases all the time.
I had it all in my video. Yeah. I know. I thought of this stuff. I know. I was like, man, they're solving some problems.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Maybe some other companies will start doing it as stretch goals and stuff like that. But it has to be enough people want it for them to print it at mass and make enough profit off it, right?
Yeah.
If it's just like, oh, you know, 200 people out of a Kickstarter want the acrylic upgrade, that's not worth it. You know, they'll have to charge so much for it, and it won't be worth it. Velko's asking, what PvP is your favorite? When I think PvP, I start to think two-player card games. That's just what it reminds me of.
Yeah.
And then comes to mind like all the card games we played over the years, but like Keyforge most recently. There's another one we're looking into right now to play that I won't mention because you'll see a stream pop up soon, hopefully. Yeah, I don't know.
What about like Skytear and Cloudspire?
Skytear is awesome. Cloudspire is awesome. I don't know. PvP War of the Ring was amazing. Just man,
Star Wars Rebellion.
Rule book on that. Yeah. So I don't know.
I mean, there's lots, but yeah, I don't really have a favorite.
If I think the game that's probably highest in my top 10-ish games off the top of my head that has PvP in it, it would probably that I'd want to play actually in the PvP mode might be Cloudspire by Chip Theory Games. Might be. But I can't think of all of them. But like Mage Knight, for example, I love that game, but I don't care to play the PvP version. I'd rather play it solo or co-op.
Yeah, we didn't play the PvP, did we?
No.
No, we just did the co-op.
And I know some people love PvP so much that you can add like fighting mechanics in that game and all this stuff, but that's not what the game's known for. But yeah, I don't know. But there's probably other games, but I'm not one for smaller, lighter games. Like I know a lot of people like love Seven Wonders Duel, and I like that game. It's fun. A very good game. It's PvP. I can play it with Mel. I can play it with other players. PvP, it's great, but like I like more. I like heavier games, and I like games at higher player count that are PvP. And Cloudspire can kind of fit that. Like Game of Thrones, the board game 2nd edition, that's technically PvP, and that'd probably be my top. Maybe that's like probably my favorite.
Yeah, sorry. I think when I think PvP, I think player versus player, not player versus many players.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So he's saying PvP, which just means player versus player. But is it one player versus one player, or you're just saying competitive gaming?
Because that would be totally different.
But yeah, if you're literally like the 1 versus 1, like a 2-player-ish PvP kind of game, I'd start looking at competitive LCGs and Keyforge and those kind of card games. I love just sitting across the table and playing more deeper, richer experiences like that, rather than a lot of the lighter 2-player games. But if you're talking about getting a bunch of people around the table and being competitive and trying to take each other out, then in just competitive in general, Game of Thrones the board game.
Yeah.
Game of Thrones the board game is like, that's my jam.
Yeah.
And Cloudspire's up there too, though. Yeah. Root is awesome too. I love Root.
Root's good too.
Root was very good. Yeah, lots of awesome games.
Scythe.
Oh, Scythe, yeah. Oh my god. Favorites. I don't know. It depends on the day, what I play, and who I'm playing with. But all those games,
can't go wrong.
Yeah, it'd be tough to cull my game down to one of those in my collection. I don't know if I could part with any of those games.
You know what's awesome? In this hobby, you don't have to.
I know. As long as you're not on the street and you have a room in your home to put a shelf for board games.
Yeah. You can play them all.
You can have multiple of them and you don't have to choose.
Exactly. That's the best part.
I hate choosing. You guys always try to make me do that. Tell me your favorite this. And I'm like, I can't.
Yeah.
I have so many children I love. I can't pick a favorite.
And Stacey also said my question was at 122, but I don't think you have times on there, do you?
Nope, but I can do that. Hold on. I can probably turn that on. That is genius.
Okay, 122.
Stacey, you're amazing. Oh, I haven't even got there yet. That's why.
Okay, that's why.
Yeah, I haven't even got that far.
Okay,
so that's fine.
But Stacey and Heather had a question like kind of very, very close.
I'll skip.
So we're good.
There it is.
There we go. Okay, I couldn't remember exactly.
I knew I'd get to it.
Thank you.
I knew I didn't miss it because I did scroll back and kind of look.
We're like 40 minutes behind on questions.
Yeah, but it's fine.
That's okay.
That's fine. Because the cool part is you could have asked a question and left, which is awesome. Come back later, find the answer. That's all cool. I'm hoping people aren't sitting there like, I'm sorry, Stacey, if you're like, answer my Gen Con stuff.
I want to go.
You can leave and come back. We'll talk about it. But I know you're also here making sure I don't skip it. But I do feel bad. I'm sorry some people's questions I don't get to for a bit. This happens because some of the questions are longer discussion stuff, and I like getting into this.
Yeah, we should try rapid fire questions or something one time.
Yeah, where I start a timer and I have 30 seconds to like answer.
Yeah.
That's probably what I should do.
Yeah.
Because then it stops the rambling. But this is for the rambling.
Yeah,
I like this stuff.
they like it.
Have you ever been excited but terrified to start a game because it's so complex? If so, how do you get over it and just go for it? So yes, even before that, getting into the hobby back in like 2012-ish, that's when I like learned about modern board gaming and started actually going to game stores and buying games and trying to figure out where to go. And I was so overwhelmed. I knew I liked fantasy. I was looking into complex games because the Game of Thrones board game 2nd edition is the one that pulled me in. So when I started looking at similar games on BGG, one that was recommended and one that looked awesome to me was War of the Ring and also Mage Knight. Both those games were out at that time, were very highly regarded, had great reviews, were always suggested to me. When I talk about, like, I love playing fantasy and Game of Thrones, the board game, people are like, you need to check out this. Or I would be in the board game store and they'd say, you need to check out that. Or it'd be on BGG, and somehow I would get down that rabbit hole and find those two games. And then both those games looked amazing. But both those games, and I thought after going through Game of Thrones, the board game 2nd edition rules, and learning it to a T where I could teach it without the rule book, I thought I could achieve anything. But when I looked at those rule books and those game systems and watched those how to play videos at that time, and it wasn't like it is now, there weren't really any. And looking online to find rules PDFs, it was tough. But when I looked into how these games worked, it scared the crap out of me because Mage Knight was recommended to be playing solo. And I didn't think I could learn that by myself and be motivated enough to learn it when I'm playing with nobody. So the draw of Game of Thrones, the board game for me, was the fact that I could play with 5 other players. So that was my motivation to learn it, learn how to teach it, and start pulling people into the hobby with that game. But when I saw Mage Knight, it scared the crap out of me because I don't have that driving force. It looked so hard to learn. The rule book was so terrible when I started reading it. It scared me away. I didn't even want it in my collection at the time. But I thought maybe one day in the future, if that game is still relevant, I will go back once I advance myself in the hobby and start understanding this stuff more, start learning about new mechanics, new game systems and stuff. I will go back and play it. And I did. Yes, it took many, many years for me to build up the courage to finally click the add to cart button on Mage Knight. But literally, that game has been on my wish list, one of my most wanted games since 2012. When I first got into the hobby, it just looked like awesome sauce. Like, it's fantasy, you're a knight running around, a mage knight technically. It's got magic, it's got all this stuff. I love Lord of the Rings, I love Game of Thrones at the time, and it just looked awesome. But then I just said, no, I can't. But there is games like Mage Knight I got, and it took me like 3 months to, like, I started learning it. I got frustrated with the book. I got frustrated with the no real good tutorial, and the quality of the game seemed kind of like, and like, I don't know. I just would get frustrated and I put it back on the shelf. And then a few weeks later or a month later, I'd be like, no, I gotta do this. And I would take a day, clear my schedule. I'd pull it off the shelf. I'd open it up. I'd Google some videos. I'm trying to, like, none of it was sinking in. I was just getting frustrated and like, why am I giving my attention to a game like this that doesn't care enough about its players? In an Ultimate Edition, decades later, they didn't put the effort in to make a good rule book or a good learning video or a tutorial. They would sell more copies of this game if in 2020 or 2019 or whatever, when they rebooted it, to make, you know, like a Jaws of the Lion or something, you know, like, we know nowadays in the industry how to make ways of pulling players into even heavier games. So when a company doesn't make that effort in a reboot, an Ultimate Edition, and they're kind of lazy and just kind of package the same stuff together, I don't know, and put some bonus 4 cards in the box, I was like, why am I even promoting this game? Why am I taking the time to learn it? But I'm glad I did. But yes, it was hard. And how to get over it? Sometimes it's just schedule the stream. For me, it's scheduling a stream or saying it. So if I come on this stream, and that's why nowadays I try not to say what games are coming to the channel in the future, because it puts an added stress on me, and especially if I haven't opened the game yet or started reading the rules to find out how long it's going to take me to learn, how many playthroughs, will I even like the game? So now I try not to talk about games as much that I'm coming in the future, but like Madara, reading that right now, I'm like getting overwhelmed again. I'm like, man, this is a beast of a game, maybe more beastly of a game than I thought it was. After we play it a bit, I'm sure it'll sink in. Just like Sword and Sorcery was the same way. We got it. I said, I'm going to get it. I'm going to learn this game. I know it's complex. I know the rulebook's not the best. I know the system is very fiddly, but we spent the time. And same with War of the Ring. That game I had in my collection, and it was the longest game in my collection sitting on the shelf. I got it at my first Gen Con in 2013. And it sat there till we played it like last year or the year before, 2019, whatever.
I think we played it, yeah.
That game took forever to get off the shelf. And it was because every time I took it off the shelf, I opened the box, I grabbed the rules, I opened the first couple pages. I just said no. It was so complex, so terrifying. And not only do I have to learn it, and I have to understand it so well that like Mel has to understand it, or whoever I'm playing the game with, they have to be willing to learn it and willing to put the time in and willing to learn it along with me. And it's just like, I don't know. Sometimes it's just like the effort involved in that. Is it gonna pay off in the experience? And sometimes all it takes is like, all right, like just scheduling it. And even if I don't schedule a stream, but just scheduling with Mel's time, like, okay, Mel, you're on a vacation, So on this Thursday, we're going to play War of the Rings. So I have to look back 2 weeks. We have to start reading the rule book 2 weeks in advance. We have to start watching videos. Like that slowly I'll get into it. And then once I play a game once and then go back to the rules again, then it kind of sinks in and I'm good. But yeah, that's how I get over it. Honestly, is just like finally saying no. Putting these other games on hold, throwing things aside, scheduling a stream, or telling you guys it's coming. And once I feel I've committed to it, then that's how I just get over it.
There's no going back at that point.
But Mel sees it. I get frustrated. I'm yelling, I'm swearing, I'm screaming at these rulebook writers, and why is there no tutorial? Why didn't they pay to have a good rules video made? Why does this exist? Like, why am I having so much trouble getting into their game? Like, I feel like offended, like the game company is offending me as a player at today's day and age with newer games too. Like, you didn't put the work into this. Like, you put the work in your sculptures of your minis, but you didn't care how easy it was for me to learn your game. Part of me just wants to throw half those games in the garbage for them doing that. It feels offensive, but yeah, sometimes I just get over it. I just read and read and read, and I just understand I'm gonna have to spend hours of time reading on BGG or learning rules or reading other people's rules reference guides and stuff to learn. And yeah, but there are some games that are still sitting there that I've pulled out to learn, and I just put them back and walked away. And then maybe I'll never play them. Maybe I will. I don't know. But yeah, it's like, man. But Mage Knight was like a 3-month up and down. Like I probably tried to learn it like 4 times and I would just give up. I'm like, I don't even know what I'm doing. Why am I even bothering with this game? But there's awesome channels out there, which you can find on my first playthrough video. I linked in the video description. Some awesome rules tutorials that were unofficial, that were made by passionate fans, that helped me learn the game better than that horrible trash of a rule book. Like horrible rule book. Yeah, and learn to play and walk through. All that stuff was bad. All was horrible. Anyways.
The only thing that I would note on this is Stacey had mentioned that you're new to board gaming. So it gets easier, I think, right? As you read more rule books and you play more games, you can relate to other games, which is definitely helpful. And then the other thing that Rob always says, to me at least, is we'll read the rule book, we'll play. We play with the rule book out, we'll look things up as we're playing. And we may get something wrong in that first playthrough that we're playing in our practice game, but then we will both go back and we will reread the entire rulebook to find the things that we did wrong, which is definitely helpful. So just play. If you get a few things wrong, it's fine. And you will then start to learn certain mechanics and then reread the rulebook or reread something that you maybe had some trouble with, or maybe you don't know if you did correctly. Reread that section, play again, and then it'll get easier. Yeah,
that's a great tip. So I was answering it how I personally do it, but also scheduling is not just scheduling for me, scheduling a stream, but I also mean scheduling a game night. So if like we have friends coming over, we're going over to the house bringing a game, and I haven't really played it yet, but they want to play it. That adds, like, I just have to do it. And the best way to get over that, as Mel just said, the key is just playing. So read the rules as fast as you can. If you don't understand it all and you don't want to look things up, you can't memorize it all in the first play. It will not all sink in. There are people that can do that. I'm not one of them. Most people aren't. Just go through the rules, read the sections. If there's something that doesn't make sense, wait till you're at that point in the game and then go back and read it again.
So we do that a lot.
If you're playing a game with combat, just go through the setup with the book, set it up, start playing your turns. And when you get to the first combat and you feel like combat didn't sink in, literally pull out the rule book on the table, whether you're playing by yourself, learning the game, playing against yourself, or playing with an awesome wife or whoever. Work through combat. It's so lame. It feels so dumb that you're literally like, okay, phase 1, how many dice are we each rolling? Step 2, do you want to add any cards into the combat or add any abilities? Do you pass? Do you pass? Do you pass? Like, you got to go through it. But once you've seen it, once like I see a game played out on the table and I actually am doing it, moving the components around and rolling the dice and reading the cards and touching the components, it starts to sink in. Then what I do is the next morning or that evening, I will then, after the play, I'll pull out the rule book again and literally start right from the beginning, reading through it, and scanning for things that happened in our playthrough that came up and maybe we did wrong or right, and finding like reinforcing like, oh, we did do that right, okay. Or, oh, this didn't come up. Okay, note that we didn't have that happen, but this is how it works. And then get to the points that we really weren't sure of and just read them over again and make sure we did it right. And sometimes I even write down a few notes like, we didn't do this right. Don't forget to look at, page 16, read this again before you stream it because that was, you weren't 100% sure on that. Things like that. So. But just play. I find read the rule book, absorb as much as you can, play the game with the rule book with you, and then go back to the rule book without the game there and read through the rule book after playing it once, because you will get stuff wrong. But there's so many people out there that read the rule book, play the game, think they did it right, think they know everything, go online, start ripping other people apart, thinking they are playing it wrong, and really they just didn't comprehend it or remember it the way they read it. And yeah, rereading the rules, even then, rereading the rules a couple times, playing a couple times, you'll still forget things. Your brain will just misremember things and stuff. So, but that's how you do it. That's how you do it. I don't know. That's my recommendation. That's how I would do it. But
another thing that might help is for something that's a big game, for let's say, Mage's not a good idea or a good example, but maybe in a game where a character can be defeated. Maybe don't memorize that part right now. Come back to that when that happens. Just so that you're only looking at the core mechanics of the game specifically. And don't read variants at first. All of that kind of stuff. You can skip all of that.
Mel does one. She skips the setup for a game. I don't, because I need to visualize what's on the table. Is how I work. So I'll read the setup to understand what cards are on the table, what piles are there, how the decks are set up, how the board is set up, where you are, where's the end, whatever. And I'll care about the setup more. But if you want to just slim down your first read, don't read the setup. Who cares? Or go back
through when you're actually setting up the game, which is what I like to do.
Skip the setup, skip the variants, skip the rules reference, skip the glossary, skip all that stuff. Just read the overall how a turn works, how the flow of a game works, how a round works, how enemy AI works, whatever. And then have the rule book out and do that stuff with the parts in front of you. So I have a process. I'll read through the rule book and it won't all make sense. I'll read the rule book. I'm like, Mel, I can't schedule this game. I just read a 40-page rule book. I have no effing clue how this game even works. I couldn't even remember anything, I feel. But once I take the shrink off of and punch all the tiles and get all the parts out on the board and start playing with the toys and actually working through a couple turns, then it starts to go, oh, I get what they mean. Or, oh, I know why they called it this. Oh, I get what this deck is now. Oh, okay, this all makes sense. And I start relating it to other games I've played. But that only comes with experience of playing different games. But you start to relate stuff. You start to take mental shortcuts. The only problem is a lot of games don't have the same, like we talk about this in streams, is they don't have the same mulligan rules. Everyone has a different word for true damage or direct damage.
Or a meaning for it.
Irreversible damage, unavoidable damage, undefendable damage. All this, just like everyone has a different word for everything, or poison.
Poison means something different in every game.
Yeah, you play 18 different dungeon crawlers, and every one the poison works differently. Like it's nuts. So sometimes you can't just take shortcuts like that and I know how mulligans work. I do them in all my other games. No, because every company wants to do a mulligan different, or every publisher, every designer likes to mulligan different. It definitely is hard to remember and it gets confusing. Especially when you play many games. But
so
that's an annoyance. But
just start and see what happens. You can do it.
But go on BGG. The other thing is, before you play maybe that first playthrough, go on BGG. If the game's popular enough and has an awesome fan base that makes reference material, there's always people who are making their own reference guides to help them learn, or they take the rules and they rewrite them, or put the most important rules on a one-pager. Go print a few of those off to see people wording the rules in their own language, like their own wording, and putting their things that they think are most important, because that probably means they played the game a few times, and the things that are going to come up most, they'll put those on their reference sheet, especially for publishers that don't put reference sheets in your games, and the fans have to do it. You can go print off some of those, Stacy, and while you're playing, have the rule book, but also have a reference sheet beside you, and just use that reference sheet too to look up things, and see, because maybe the rule book doesn't write it the best way, but somebody rewrote it and made their own reference guide, and those, then you'll start understanding what's the most important thing you need to understand from the rule book, because they've summarized it on a reference sheet. So sometimes that helps me too. That's one of my tips. That help me sometimes with a more complex game understand. But go on BGG, go in the files section for the game you like, or the rules section, and just start reading. The other thing I do to test myself, if I really want to know a game before teaching players, is most streams, I will test myself, and the way I test myself is I go on the BGG rules forums, and I start clicking on random questions and seeing if I can answer them before I open the thread. Or I scroll down. Like I'll read their question or their situation, and I'll go, okay, I think this is how it works, this is how it would resolve, and then I scroll down and see if I can find an official answer or the majority of the answers, and see if I was on the right path. And if I wasn't, I just learned the correct way to do it, or I've learned that I understand that completely and I'll move on to something else. So But that all takes time. That takes dedication. It depends how much you need to learn the game. But if you're just playing it, you and your wife, or you and a friend at a table, just learn it as best you can. If you make rules mistakes, who cares? Move on. But if you're playing something on YouTube for thousands of people, yeah, you might want to take it a little more serious and look up some rules. But sometimes the game doesn't need that, or it's not worth the effort, because it doesn't add much more fun to the game, you know, that kind of stuff. So it's a different game-on-game basis and complexity. Yeah. So, but also playing games within your complexity level based on the BGG ratings is also a good way to go. So don't start buying games based on, you know, their hype and their hotness and they're on everyone's top 10 list. Buy games that are similar to a game you learned and you like. Go find games that are on similar complexity levels and start there. And then when you play games that have similar size rule books, similar size complex systems, you'll work your way up and you'll build a Rolodex of knowledge of mechanics and understandings of different board game systems. And all those mechanics are reused in many different games. And then it's easier to learn those in other games. I don't know. That's what I found over the years.
Jess, you have a really great question that hopefully we can get to.
No more questions. Well. I'm just kidding.
No, it's very good.
All right. This I talked about. It says, what do you guys think of app-based games?
Oh, you talked about this in your last stream.
Yeah, I talk about this almost every app-based stream, and I'll try to answer it as quick as I can. I think I love these games most of the time. I do like Destiny's. I love Lord of the Rings, Heroes of Middle-earth. I love Mansions of Madness. I'm sure there's app-driven games that suck. I've yet to play one that sucks. I'm sure there's some that do suck that I've just avoided, or not really my jam. But I love that they exist. We need more of them to exist. I like I was talking with the food discussion earlier. I love that there's variety out there, and I love that some people don't like certain things, and some people, you know, like other things. But there's a variety. So there are people who love app-based games, who like games, who like the things that apps can handle for you, and there's so many benefits. There, you don't need to learn a separate rule set to have a game master or dungeon master running the game. Sometimes you don't have to have a bunch of decks on your table to randomly determine numbers. Sometimes it eliminates the need to be rolling dice around the table and knocking your miniatures all over the place. Sometimes it helps you not spoil yourself by looking at a scenario book and seeing what is in the next room, or what the win condition, actually the reward it gives you.
Yeah, that's a huge part.
And they can hide that in an app. And those kind of things, I love that exists. I understand there's some people who do not want technology mixing with their board game. But that is awesome, because 95% of games plus 98% of games out there, you can pick from to play. But there are some people who really like the advantages and disadvantages, possibly, that an app-driven board game brings. Let those people have that. Please do not attack that. I don't like the way people attack it and say, screw you. They go leave comments on Kickstarters or on live streams saying, how dare you put an app with this game? You've ruined my life. You're evil. How dare you? But it's like, come on, man.
You don't have to play it.
Yeah, you don't have to play it. There's too many games in our hobby and not enough time. Mm-hmm. Go play something else. Leave the people alone who want to play these games. And I like that they're still discovering new things in app-driven games and adding to the games. But again, there's some app-driven games that probably suck, and maybe the app wasn't needed. And sometimes it's just as simple as, like, for This War of Mine or Tainted Grail, an app just that replaces a giant scenario book that just allows you to quickly look up entries and with just holding a phone in your hand, rather than a giant 500-page campaign book that will wear down over time.
And again, hiding the spoilers that you don't see on other pages, which can happen, yeah. So.
But this argument of, don't put an app in the game, because then I won't be able to play the app when, you know, you stop supporting it on a version of Android 20 years from now. Like, really? You don't think your board game collection is going to grow that much that you're going to care about a game from 20 years ago? Like, they will reboot the game. They will redesign the game. They will keep the app supported if there's a fan base for it. But you're telling me there's a game that, like, exists that's so old that you need to keep playing it? Like, that didn't have a second edition or a new edition or a different game that does the same thing that you're going to go play? I don't know. I love that they exist. I like that we can play them. I like that companies are experimenting. I think it's great for the hobby. It pulls new players in. It gives players another type of game to play. It helps players out like me that do not want to learn a separate rule book and do not want to be the dungeon master every time you play with your group. I love that we can play games full co-op with apps. I love that it can handle some of the hidden information. So yes, I love that they exist. I want more games with them. I don't want them to replace every game in our hobby.
No.
It will not happen, but I love that there's that option, and I love we can have the choice to play them. And there are gamers out there that wouldn't be playing as many board games as they do, or spending as many hours together if these games didn't pull them into the hobby or even exist. Like, how many people have played tons of hours of Mansion Madness with some player that would have not even come over and played games the next week if they showed them Mansion Madness First Edition and told them, you know, like, we got to play with this Dungeon Master and all this stuff. Yeah, they maybe still would have fun.
Maybe.
But man, once they're all around the table working on the same side of the table, trying to destroy, like, beat the app, and the app's beating them down, and try to, you know, fight Skynet, you know, there's some players that'll get into the hobby because of that. So I don't know. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
But yes, Destiny's and the QR codes, and Destiny's is definitely more on the app side than a board game. That is a whole different discussion. But again, they're just experimenting. I love that they're experimenting. I love it's an option. That's all I'm going to say. That's my thought on that one. But yes, everyone has choice. But please don't attack companies and players who play those kind of games and think they're ruining the hobby. It's quite the opposite.
Yeah.
It's quite the opposite. Don't be selfish. Please don't be selfish. Airdead says, question, have you played any of the Tiny Epic games? Also, have you heard of or seen NXIVM Galaxy on Kickstarter? Never heard of NXIVM Galaxy, nope. No. The Tiny Epic games, we played Tiny Epic Quest. Wasn't the greatest game in my opinion. We did talk about it on stream before. We were recommended to play Tiny Epic Galaxies. I have it on a wish list. I've not ordered it yet, but I will get it in my collection at some point. It's on like a wish list with my local store. It always gets beaten out by other games. But again, I'm a dude with big hands. Anytime I've tried a Tiny Epic game or have owned any, it's just like, why am I playing a board game with these tiny, tiny components on my table? It's not like I'm traveling with it. I don't need it to be small. And it just always feels weird fiddling with like little tiny components. Like, I don't know. I like big chunky dice. I like giant boards. I love big decks of cards. I don't know. I just don't need everything to be small and tiny. And I'm having trouble. I mean, my eyesight's pretty good, but why is everything tiny? I don't know. It's a cool hook, but I don't know. I can guarantee you there's always a better version of those tiny games in a normal size board game. That's just my thought. But I have not played many of them. They just don't appeal to me. That's where I'm at. But I'm glad they exist because there's people that collect those and love those, and they get around them in the hobby and they show other players, and other players come in and play them. Same thing. I'm not going to attack them and say, don't make tiny games. I don't want them in my collection. But I do want to try some of them. But yeah, it's just not, they don't draw me in. They're not something. Now, when I saw that they made that whole Heroes of Land, Air, and Sea, then I was like paying attention. I was like, look at this epic beast. I still don't own that game, but it's a game on my list I would love to play one day. But yeah. Let's see.
While you're looking, I'll just Dan says, can we talk about the elephant in the room? Why do companies create fonts on cards that require my old ass eyes to use a magnifying glass? Don't even get Rob started on that. Because I can already not see some of the text.
It's not just font size either. I hate the mini cards, and then they load too much text on the mini cards. FFG, I'm looking at you. But also the using weird fonts.
Yeah, using weird fonts is tough.
Like there's fonts that are acceptable to use in business and on TV and stuff that are very legible fonts. They're known to be better for reading, and we're used to seeing them in books and used in magazines and stuff, like all this stuff. There's like an acceptable set of fonts that are just known to be used in business and this kind of stuff and on the internet and everything, right? And in video production and stuff. But then there's companies that decide I want to use like italicized, some weird font just to make the theme of my game look good. And then they put that in the story and everything. That's when I start stumbling. You guys see me do it. I start stumbling reading through anything in italics. I stumble on reading those. For some reason, I just can't do it fully through it. It's hard for me. But yeah, like why? Why did they do that? They just got to stop. They got to stop.
You're supposed to be looking at questions while I just talk about that stuff too. But
yeah,
no, I just thought that was funny because Rob complains about that all of the time. Yeah. But however, I do love opening a rule book and the text is big.
Yes.
When I open a rule book and it's super tiny font, I'm like, oh, I don't want to read this.
Use the space.
But use the font that will bring people in.
But the problem
like,
is they're trying to save on production costs, right? So if they can make
2 extra pages.
No, that's the thing I'm saying. They're trying to, if they can slim the rule book down and make it a smaller rule book, jam more information on less pages, it's slightly less material, slightly less weight. You multiply that on how many boxes fit on a pallet, then fit in a shipping container. And if they can shave off that little bit of weight,
yeah, I guess,
off multiple things, that's just a little bit more profit or a lower price point, and maybe your game looks better on the sticker if you can put a few less dice, no bag to draw tokens from, or slightly less pages in a rule book. And they're trying to cut costs. A little more air in your board game box makes it way less. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's like business decisions like that. They're made to help your profit, help your bottom line, keep your company making more games. It makes sense. I just love ripping on that stuff.
True.
But I know it's needed sometimes.
But I'm much happier to read an extra 2 pages in a rule book that has a font size I can read without my glasses on.
But would you pay the extra 3 cents it costs to put those 2 pages in the box?
Yes, I would. I would.
I don't know.
Because when I open that rule book, I'm like, yes, I can do this. When I open up those small little, I can't even think of who it was. It was something recently that I read. We opened it up and I was like, oh, it's like 40 pages and the font size is like 7.
Pro tip.
Like, I can't read this.
Pro tip. If the rulebook font bugs you, go and find a PDF of the rulebook, open it on a tablet, and pinch to zoom is your friend.
That's what we do a lot.
Pinch to zoom is your friend.
Yeah, I read a lot of them on my computer. But yeah, it drives me bananas.
Oh, man.
Exactly. And Brian's saying the same thing. Yeah, that's funny. Oh.
Awesome.
That's
Awesome.
Angie says, wait for the red text in the Madara book. My old eyes are being punished. I probably won't be able to read that either.
Kanji, I haven't used the code yet to look at anything because we haven't played yet. But from watching the rules videos, they're using a green font behind the red. I think you're supposed to do blue behind the red. I'm pretty sure. At least that's the way I remembered off Transformer toys and cereal boxes and stuff. But I could be wrong. But they're using like a light green hidden behind a red. And when you use light green with the red filter over it, that's not contrasting enough, I don't think. That's my theory why you're having trouble reading it, unless you just got a bad printing or something. But in their video, they say they use green behind red. I'm not sure if that technology is I think you're supposed to be using blue. I think. I don't know if it makes a difference, but I feel like it's blue. I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong.
We'll find out soon enough. I probably won't be able to read it either without my glasses on.
But if it doesn't work for me, and we're trying to do it on stream, prepare for Rob rant on Saturday. If I can't figure out, we'll talk about it. But
oh yeah, he says it is green and it's hard to read. You have to angle the red decoder. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably won't be able to read that without my glasses because of the way.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. And it's very small, says Mark.
So here's a question for the chat, I guess. I probably got answered, but I want to chime in. Horrified, a good game? Yes.
Yes.
It's replaced my love for Pandemic. Pandemic's a good co-op game. I probably still would pull Pandemic out now because of COVID. It's more relevant. That theme, literally, people would appreciate it more. But before the pandemic, when I played Horrified, it replaced any desire to play Pandemic for me. It became my Pandemic replacement. It was a game I loved to play, even after multiple plays, playing with different players. Horrified is a great little co-op game to introduce non-gamers to the hobby with, which Pandemic does that. But maybe Pandemic is bad now because you don't want to be playing a game about, an epidemic,
Yeah, maybe people are over
all that
it.
stuff happening. Yeah, maybe it's a bad game to try to teach players with now because it has a soft spot for some people. But Horrified, Frankenstein, all that stuff, Dracula.
A little nostalgic at the same time.
Who doesn't love that? Who doesn't love that?
Yeah, and it's a very good game. Very
very good game.
Yeah.
Well priced, well produced.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, great game.
Yeah.
Kids, adults, it works at all the settings I played it in.
Mm-hmm.
Like low player count, high player count, all worked.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess it depends on your group.
Yeah, true. It depends on your group. Yeah, exactly.
But for me, everybody I've played it with is like, this game has been, everyone's loved it.
Yeah.
And Streamlabs says, don't forget to click the like button if you're enjoying the stream. Thanks.
That's hilarious.
Bots are people too, okay?
Yep.
Bots have a chance. Bots can speak too.
Yep. Yeah, you might be able to skip a lot of that part.
Jacob wants to know who we're going to play Frosthaven with.
Me for sure.
Whoever will show up. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Most likely Justin. We played a bunch of Gloomhaven with on the channel and Gloomhaven Jaws of the Lion. Hopefully Frosthaven. I'm assuming it's still going to have... Oh, bless you.
Sorry.
Muted.
Sorry.
But it's probably going to have good jump in, jump out mechanics like the other two games did. I'm sure it's going to be very similar. So the story is like okay in Gloomhaven and Jaws of the Lion, but it's not really necessary. So our friends are fine showing up, you know, once every couple weeks and just where are you guys at, what scenarios you're playing, and we just play whatever, level up our characters, find new stuff, unlock classes, you know, the addictive hook of the game.
Mm-hmm.
But probably Justin for sure. He's already was messaging me months ago saying, did Frosthaven ever come out? Like, when are we going to be playing this game? And I said, oh, don't worry, we don't have it yet. I would already be asking you, like, you know, trying to line up when we're going to play. But yeah, probably Justin. I don't know if we're going to have 4 players to play with us. And I doubt we'll have 3 players very often, but we'll see. Depends how aggressively we play it and when we're playing it.
Yeah.
But if we can find friends that are going to show up more often, then we'll have more players playing with us more often. But if we're going to play it like weekly or something, and then we have players that can only show up every couple weeks, you know, we're not going to put it on hold for that long. We'll just keep playing it, and when they show up, they show up.
Yep. That's kind of how we did the regular game.
I love jump in and jump out mechanics for games like that, just for that reason that, you know, if somebody doesn't show up for game night can still happen.
Yeah.
I love it. I think that's great. Brian asked, did you get the huge mini foot Cthulhu Death May Die?
No.
No.
But eventually I would love to get it if it ever was a deal somewhere, we found it or got it secondhand, or like someone was getting rid of it, just to paint it and put on a shelf.
Yeah.
But like we don't need it for the game.
It looks cool.
It just looks cool.
It looks cool, and if Mel painted it up, it'd be awesome.
Yeah.
But again, it's like, it's just a piece that would sit on a shelf.
Yeah. I wouldn't want, For
the money it was at the time, I looked at it, I remember showing Mel, like, look at this game, how hyped it is, how big the Kickstarter is getting it. And Mel was like, wow, that game is making that much money? I said, no. This mini is making that much money with the game on the side. And we'll wait. But yeah, I couldn't at the time, and couldn't even today, justify on the price that mini is over just buying more board games. So it's like,
I also didn't paint at the time. I may have been a little bit more like itchy to get it if I did, but yeah.
No, John, I've not heard of Gaijin from Awaken Realms Light. No. I looked at some Awaken Realms Light stuff. That company, that publisher, whatever, reached out, or that section of Awaken Realms did send me an email, showed me some of their games. I did let them know a couple of their games looked like cool games we play on the channel. Maybe I should follow up with them, but I don't know if they're ready yet or what. But yeah, I don't think they sent anything to us after, but yeah, most of their games just look like too light, like not really my jam. I prefer the Awaken Realms side of the company.
I don't think it's out on Kickstarter or on GameFound yet.
First Second says, question, would you play Mage Knight with gaming rules? Probably not, no. Again, I already talked about how it's so good solo.
Yeah.
So you could put anyone's name in there and probably know. I played it with Mel Co-op. We did learn it together and played it on the channel. We played 2-player. It was fun. I'm not eager to play it 2-player ever after. It was fun solo. I like playing with you guys on stream.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Because with Gaming Rules with Paul, I'd be playing across the internet, different time zones, trying to work through technology on stream.
And it's a long game.
Yeah,
that's not a short game either.
I don't really like playing games on Tabletop Simulator. I don't want to play games through Skype. I know some people through the pandemic were playing a lot of board games through Skype or Zoom or Teams or Discord or whatever video conferencing software you want to use. But that's how I would have to play a game with Paul. And we've talked about in the past of playing games together. But then like the technology involved and like me playing a game just staring at a screen while he's playing it on his table, or him staring at a screen while I'm playing it on my table, trying to wait for the delay and all that stuff. It's not how I want to play board games.
Yeah.
I have awesome player that lives in my home that will play with me. I have friends that will play with me once we can.
Yeah.
And I have you guys that will play with me on stream, in the chat. So like, I have digital ways of playing the game. When Mage Knight Digital eventually comes out, yeah, I would play it digitally in an official capacity online when they have an app ready. You know, Direwolf Digital is supposedly, I think, working on an app for this still. It's supposedly still in progress. Yeah, that's a whole different story. But physically playing Mage Knight with somebody not in the room with me, no, that's not
the kind of game, right?
Not the what I'm looking for. No. That just sounds like a nightmare to me. That sounds like a nightmare to me.
Yeah, just while you're looking for the next one, Mark says, I don't think Awakening Realm Light goes to GameFound. I think they do go direct. I found a link that tells me that it's a preview, it's a draft preview of their Kickstarter or of their GameFound. The preview, it's not up yet.
Yeah, it's not up yet. So maybe is that someone from the company in the chat asking?
I don't know.
Are they a plant trying to get us to talk about their upcoming Kickstarter? I don't know. I believe that happens. I know that happens.
Yeah, Well, I have it. We can look into it, but
no. It's Awakening Realms Light. Everything we looked into is like so light.
I know.
And I already have talked even in this stream about how we're like don't really care for the lighter games. I like some of the lighter games, but it's not something I'm aggressively going to back on Kickstarter. It's like I like the light games that are out. People like them. Like Seven Wonders Duel. That game is still on top list. People love that. Okay, I'll give that a shot. You know, but I'm not going to get excited overpaying for something through GameFound or Kickstarter that's like super light.
Yeah, it looks very like steampunk-ish or not sci-fi. Yeah. Well, both looks like a little bit. I don't know.
Hello. Me, myself, and Dice is here.
Hello.
How's it going? Let's see here. Time are we? Oh man, I'm still like so behind. I'm gonna start skipping some. Okay, you know what I'll do? I'll answer this one here, and we'll talk about Gen Con.
Okay.
Question: any news on Uthia release? Yes. The folks over at Uthia, they reached out to me about a month ago to confirm my address. I believe they're looking to deliver in August-ish or September, I think was the date, but I might be wrong on that. Please do not hold me to that. It was a while ago. I've talked to different publishers and stuff, but I believe that's when they said it was going to start shipping to backers around there. But again, please don't. I don't remember if that was the date they said. That's just in my head what I remember, but I might be confusing it with a different game. But it is coming out. We will have it on the channel. That is confirmed. And that's all I think I'm allowed to say, really, from what they told me. But I do know some other things. So there's... Uthia is not over. There's more Uthia coming. Surprise! No, they did really good on their first Kickstarter. So any game that does really good on their Kickstarter, yeah, expect more. So, yeah. So more Uthia coming to the channel for sure. And more Uthia stuff coming. So even though you're excited to get Uthia, there's more to be excited about after that, too. So... Yeah. Good things coming for you.
Yeah.
Hopefully the game is as good as the prototype we played. That's all I hope. I hope they didn't ruin it. I hope they only made it better. So we'll find out. But I will be super honest with you when we get the game and we play it. So So stay tuned.
Kanji says, did you just finger gun us? Did you do that?
Everyone get down. God. Rob's finger gunning. Yeah, I probably did. I was excited, okay? I pulled them out. I was excited, all right? I'm embarrassed. I did.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my.
I didn't even notice he did that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll delete that from the video later. Let's see. All right. Let's talk about Gen Con stuff, and then... yes. All right. So, Stacy... ask your question, specifically exactly the question you want to know or questions, and I'm going to answer. Mel's going to talk. The chat's going to answer you because Stacy was super nice to ask in the Discord, and I could have sat there rambling with Stacy in our Discord privately. I probably should have done, but I knew we were scared. I was literally like doing the thumbnail for the Q&A at the time, and I was like, no, this is a perfect discussion because then I don't have to repeat myself. And it's information that'll be saved there. And I know Discord's not the best for searching and finding old conversations and stuff. So having this on YouTube is probably easier to find and watch later and get timestamp and stuff. But Stacey, ask your question about Gen Con or conventions or whatever you want to know. And I'll give you my 2 cents. and the chat can give their 2 cents. We'll answer other questions maybe for a little bit after, and I'll scroll back. Kanji, I skipped a whole bunch. I kept going up, but I want to address this first, but we'll still answer yours after. Oh, okay. So let me get that. The reason why I wanted you to ask is so I can put it up on the screen too. Helps everyone understand what the hell we're talking about. Tomorrow, the event's open for Gen Con, okay?
Okay.
I don't know where to even begin with this. What is a strategy for the event? Okay. Here's my history with events, and knowing where I'm coming from maybe can help you understand, but here's what I've learned, but you may be different than me, but there's just my 2 cents and my experiences with it. When first researching Gen Con and learning about Gen Con and wanting to go to Gen Con, I went to play mainly in a Game of Thrones, the card game, first edition, national or continental championship tournament, multi-day event. That was my main reason for going. Then I started finding out they have new hot games there. You can try new stuff that's not even out yet. Publishers unveil surprises there. I got really excited. So when the event system opened, I booked my tournaments, but then I realized there was so many cool events held by different publishers I knew, different games I wanted to experience. I was so new to the hobby. I went to my first Gen Con basically within a year after getting into the hobby. So it was still very new. Maybe that wasn't the best convention to start out with because it was so big and it's only gotten bigger. But it seemed really cool to me because I love the idea of E3 being into video games for so many years of my life. It looked like the E3 convention or Comic-Con of, comic books or video games or pop culture. It was that, but to board games in North America. So I was like super excited. Like, I'm going to get to go to one of those conventions, but for this new hobby I'm into, this is awesome. So I booked a bunch of events. I booked events trying this game and that game, and I didn't know the floor layout, and it's only gotten bigger. It's actually smaller this year, but man, Gen Con normally sprawls not just in the Indiana Convention Center, which is huge, which they're expanding, by the way. It also sprawls into many conference and ballrooms and stuff and meeting rooms of all the hotels attached to it. It sprawled into, in previous years, into Lucas Oil Stadium and all of their meeting rooms and conference rooms and dressing rooms and bathrooms and janitor closets and like whatever. And even there's events happening in restaurants, in theaters of downtown Indianapolis. Like Gen Con, like it's not just a convention on one address. It like literally spans the whole city, a few block radius, it feels like, in a full year, and it only keeps getting bigger until COVID. But I learned very quickly that first year, I booked so many events that I paid for, and I didn't know well enough how to get refunds or how to transfer credits or how to prove you didn't go to the event. But what I did, I learned the mistake, and I learned this after I learned it myself. Then I found later in other videos and reading online in forums and Reddit and stuff. This is a tip a lot of people give you. Don't overbook yourself with events. And especially if you don't know how the convention's laid out, you will find it is really hard to get from one event on one side of the property to an event in a hotel on the third floor, to then, as soon as that event ends, you then got to try to get over to a different hotel, and then you got to try to get through Lucas Oil and find where that room 309 is, where your other event is. Do not do that to yourself and overbook yourself with events. I would honestly made that mistake the first year. Events I didn't make it to in time. I literally missed out. I bought generic tickets to try to get into even more events on site, but I was too late getting to those events because it took way too long to get across. There's just so many crowds. Sometimes you can't find your way through and you don't find the quickest way. I know the place very well now. I know if I can get to an event or not because I've been to so many Gen Cons, but it's a huge place. What I would recommend the first time, don't book any events, or maybe book like one event for something you really, really want to do. Maybe one event a day, maybe. But how Mel and I look at it now is we keep our daytime open unless we're at a tournament event. Then that's different. If I'm going to film a tournament or playing a tournament all day long, I book that day, I book the event. I know that's what I'm doing that day. That's all good. But most of my days, I love the dealer hall at Gen Con. I love seeing the new games. I love going getting demos. I love talking to publishers. I love buying stuff. I love running for the new hotness, even though do not run. I love the dealer hall. It what drives me there. It's like a giant board game, Willy Wonka, freaking Candyland it's like all the board game stores in one room, all the publishers in one room. It's crazy usually. This year it's going to be a little less of the big publishers, but still a lot of cool booths will be there for sure. I go for that now. And I know that's only open usually from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., 8 hours, then the dealer hall closes. The gamer hall is usually open 24 hours. This year they're closing it for cleaning and sanitation and stuff. So it's not a 24-hour big, huge gaming room you can go play in. But I usually book events only in the evening that is after the dealer hall closes, because I do not want to be in the dealer hall in the middle of the day, find a publisher, find some new game I never heard of, sit down for a demo and realize, whoa, that demo just went an hour. I didn't expect that. I lost track of time. Now I just missed an event I paid for. Whoops. I don't want to do that. So what I like to do is keep my schedule wide open. It's less stressful. I go with the flow. If I find out about an event there, or I make a list of events, or I know an event's coming, I might buy tickets on site if the lineup's not big enough. But if you go to Gen Con, you will probably have tons of stuff to do by just wandering around and doing things. There's rooms that show off hot games. There's like a BGG room that you can go to and just literally demo all the new games. You need a ticket though. But there's like a library you can borrow games from. There is a prototyping room there was before where you could just try different games and stuff. But yeah, it depends what you're into. Like you could literally get a ticket to learn how to do different dancing. You could learn how to knit. You know, you could make your own dice bags. You can paint your own minis. You could learn how to write role-playing game books. You can go to events for whatever the heck you want. You can go watch panels. It depends what you want to get out of Gen Con. But for me, I love the dealer hall. That's 8 hours of my day, plus getting there early, plus going and seeing friends, plus playing in tournaments, meeting friends at night to play games, going back to my hotel room, editing videos possibly, going to some events, talking to publishers, all this stuff, playing in tournaments, getting footage of things. All these things I do. Events don't really fit my schedule now. But even when I went as just a fan of the hobby, I recommend for your first Gen Con keeping the events light, because you will get lost. You won't get to one event from the other. Some events go longer than expected, some in earlier than expected. But don't go to Gen Con for the events, really. Sign up for one or two. If you miss them, don't stress. Don't stress. You usually can, I think, go get a refund for your events, or they'll credit your account at least, and then you can use them to buy event tickets for another day or next year. Sometimes they leave credit on your account and you can carry it forward to the next year and stuff. So, but yeah, that's what I learned was I overbooked myself. The next year I booked less. The next year I booked less events. The next year I booked less events. And I just try to get the mandatory ones. But there are so many events I book. Like I sign up for like the Dice Tower recording their podcast live. I did that for the first like 4 years. I signed up for that. It's free. I signed up thinking that Friday night I'm going to go watch them record a podcast live. I think it'd be hilarious. But I just never go. I'm on a Friday night. I find out about some tournament or some cool event I'd rather go to, or my friends want to go to this, or Mel would rather go to that, or my tournament I'm in the day went long, or an event I was at went long. I signed up for that ticket for like 4 or 5 years in a row and I've never been to a Dice Tower podcast recording. It just never worked in my schedule. I grabbed the ticket, but I just never went. Again, those are free, so it wasn't that big of a deal. But I signed up for the FFG in-flight report. And there's been years where I didn't make it in time because I didn't get out of my event, or, you know, it filled up too fast, or I was just doing something else I'd rather do and I decided not to go to see it. So, but I grabbed a bunch of tickets and I've lost money on tickets over the years, just because I signed up for too many events. So, but yeah, you can find stuff to do. What I recommend is just sign up for a couple things, and the rest of the time you will wander around. You'll find things to do for sure. Go to the dealer hall. You'll get to demo games. Even demoing games in the dealer hall, sometimes publishers will tell you about events they have, and then you can figure out those, like you'll see a game and you'll go, that game's cool, and they'll go, oh, if you want to try this game, we're demoing the game in the gamer hall. Every 2 hours we're demoing the game. You can play a full game of it against other players. Just go buy a ticket, you know, for it, and you can go play it. So you can do that stuff on the fly too.
But we do like to have a couple, not a lot, a couple generic tickets, because sometimes you're just standing there and you might be talking to a publisher, or you might be walking through the gaming hall and they're like, oh, we have this game, you can play with us. You need 1 or 2 tickets. So we like to have a couple in our pockets just in case. And that did happen to us. One memory that I can remember is when we were at Gen Con and we were looking at the Sons of Anarchy game. And remember they were like, the 2 people that were supposed to play didn't show up, and we had generic tickets, and we were like, oh, this game looks really fun. So we sat down and we played against another couple, and it was so fun.
The first Gen Con, I remember learning about the generic tickets. I remember Shamar, my friend and I, we're walking through the gaming hall, and they still do this to this day, a giant King of Tokyo with like huge dice, and the standees are like, up to your waist, and they have a huge board on the table. and they were giving away a promo penguin or something character for King of Tokyo. And it was a game we had just played at home. We had lots of players that play it with us. We get a huge group around the table. It'd be hilarious to get a penguin promo monster or whatever for King of Tokyo. And I thought it was so neat to play that. And they were standing there like, if you have a $2 generic ticket, you can play and win the penguin. And I was like, generic? I don't know what a generic ticket is. What is this?
Which is exactly actually Stacey's question is generic tickets.
Yeah, and mean? I'm glad Mel brought that up. Yeah. I totally forgot about it. But yes, generic tickets, pro tip, huge pro tip. Yeah. You don't necessarily have to buy event tickets. Most events will accept a certain amount of generic tickets. So what a generic ticket is the idea at a board game store, board game night. You know, when people are like, you know, you want to play a 4-player game and you have 2 friends and you need a 4th player. And, you know, you put up your hand. Anyone here want to play our 4th player? It's that idea. So most events at Gen Con are designed to have only a certain amount of tickets that you buy specifically for the event, but then they keep a certain amount of spaces in the event for generic ticket holders. But what the generic tickets were designed for is so that, say, an event of painting a monster miniature for, I don't know, whatever. Madara, okay? Come to Succubus Publishing's event where you can learn how to paint a Madara miniature, okay? Show up, we have paints, we have, you know, models, whatever, and a teacher that'll teach you how to paint. It's 1 hour long, sign up, 30 spots, okay? What happens at Gen Con, which is related to that ramble I just did, is that event will sell out in 2 seconds, okay? So if you really want an event, be online at noon when that event system opens and get the damn event. So if painting a Madara miniature is an event that you have to have happen or your Gen Con will be ruined, be online when the event system opens, have your browser open, be signed in, be ready. Because there are events that sell out in seconds, okay? But let's say that's the event you get. So it sells out, 30 people sign up for that event. Then the day comes at Gen Con. It's 2 p.m. The event is happening. The teacher's at the front of the room. He's looking around the room and he looks and there's 5 seats open at the back. Okay?
Because people didn't make it to their events as they had thought they would.
Exactly what I said. Yeah. So the ramble is Rob, the guy who's supposed to be in one of those seats, is stuck at the FFG in-flight report that went longer, and they're telling him about some cool Marvel game coming out next year, and he just is drooling and doesn't want to leave the room to go to his painting event because he's valuing that better. Or he bumped into an old friend, or he's in the dealer hall and learned about a new publisher that's now talking to him about the game of his dreams, and he doesn't want to leave because...
Or he lost track of time.
Or
happens.
Or the lineup at the food place in the mall for your lunch took way too long, and you're too far away from the event, you didn't make it in time. Mm-hmm. So what they do is the generic ticket is for the person who's walking by and goes, oh, what's this sign here? This says room 207 is painting Madara miniatures at 2 o'clock. Or a friend messaged you and says, hey, did you get a ticket for that painting Madara thing? And you went, no, it's sold out online super fast. Ah, you're not out of luck yet. Go buy some generic tickets. You can buy them online or buy them at the show. You get a strip of them or digitally on your app or whatever nowadays. And we would walk around with those in your pocket because they were designed to fill those empty seats. So what they'll do is they take all the registered people first. They wait about 2 or 3 minutes, maybe 5 minutes after the event starts. Then they go outside and go, anyone with generics now can come fill those 5 empty seats. So as long as you give enough generic tickets that pays for the same price of the event ticket. So let's say it was $15 to pay for your paints, your mini, and the teacher's time to get a $15 ticket to do that event. You just need to get $15 worth of generics to then redeem right there on the spot. If you don't have them, you can't get in. But if you have them, you give them $15 worth of generics and you're in. You fill one of those seats, you have a good time. So what I like to do, and that was one of my solutions I forgot about, but was I book less events and I buy generic tickets. And you can trade the generic tickets in before the convention ends and they'll credit them on your account. So the next year you go, you have those generic tickets available. And I love having generics because I don't know about everything at Gen Con. I do not want to spend the time to go through the thousands and thousands of events in the system. And not to mention, events are literally getting added to the Gen Con system up until like Sunday afternoon of the convention. The last day of the convention, there's still events being added to the system. So I can't pay attention to all that. But what the cool part is you can be at Gen Con on the floor with the digital app in front of you, and you could be looking through the catalog and go, Mel, what do you want to do tonight? And Mel goes, I don't know. I want to play some Zombicide, for example, let's say. And I go,
do.
yeah. And I'll go, okay, let's see if there's a Zombicide event happening right now. Oh, there's ones held by Cool Mini or not. Oh, they're already started. Okay. Oh, there's one happening at 11 p.m., which is a fan run event for a custom scenario. Oh, okay. Oh, it's got spaces. Oh, okay. Let's sign up for it. Oh, or it doesn't have spaces. Oh, but it's $10. Let's just make sure we have $10 generics. Let's go buy that room at 11. And if they have a spot or 2 spots, we get in.
Yeah.
If they don't, whatever. You just have those generics, use them on the next day.
Yeah.
But that's a solution.
Yeah.
So what I've done in previous years, yes, we don't book events usually in the day. I may sign up for events that are specifically must do. So if I'm practicing for a Keyforge tournament, I need to be online when the event system opens to buy that Keyforge tournament ticket, or my life's over and it ruins my year. I need to have that ticket. But then what I do is I go buy like $20 worth of generics. Because my first year with the generic experience, not was just the King of Tokyo, but there was the AEG.
Oh, yeah.
The AEG event, I learned they had some event called like Friday Game Night or something crazy. And it's a tradition. But what they do is every Friday, and I don't know if this still happens, but it sells out very fast. But what they do is they run this like at 8 p.m. on a Saturday night, or on a Friday night. And I was in the gamer hall where I just finished a tournament. And the dealer hall had already closed. And we were wandering around. And I remember Shamar, we were like, what do we do? None of us have events tonight. What are we doing? And I think that was when the Dice Tower podcast thing, we were like, should we go to that? We don't even know where that hotel is. Where do we even go? We don't even know. We just met some friends and we're talking. Then we see this big lineup start forming in the gamer hall. And we think, what is this? So we go over and we ask the guys in the red shirts, cool guys in red shirts, that say AEG on it. I didn't know what AEG was. I said, hey, what is this? And why is there such a lineup? And they said, oh, it's our thing we do, Friday night game night. And they had this huge skid of these boxes that are labeled like AEG swag box or something. And in it is a bunch of free games. You don't know what they are. You don't know if they're expansions, core games, whatever. But we were like, what is it? And they're like, it goes from 8 to midnight. We have a bunch of volunteers demoing games. We give them free games for volunteering. We give everyone who plays this big free game box. You get to try all our new games. And it's just something to do on a Friday night for a few hours. Play as long as you want, leave whenever you want, and you go get your prize before you leave. And I was like, man, this sounds cool. And you just needed 20 generics. The guy said to us, he's like, don't worry, it's sold out. But we always save like so many hundred spots for generics. So just go buy some generic tickets. Go get in this line over here that hasn't even started yet because we haven't announced we're taking generics yet. But the guy was super cool. He was just like, guys, you're obviously new here. He explained exactly how it all works. Most events do this. They have a certain amount they know are for generics. They don't sell enough tickets on purpose. They leave a reserve spot so that people who couldn't get online that day and buy a ticket could still get in line. But the problem is they only take so many generics. So you could line up for a generic ticket line. And if too many people got to the event first, so if you're going the generic ticket route, I recommend getting to the event before it starts and finding if there's a generic ticket holder line. Getting in that line. There usually is now. Get in that line and try to get in the event. Even if it's sold out, you might still get in because they might hold like 10% or 20% of the room might be reserved just for people who are going to line up and try to get in.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's my tips to you, but that's what I do. And I remember we signed up for that thing. I went and bought $20 worth of generic tickets, ran all the way back, got in line, got a huge box of all these games and stuff. It was fun.
It was like games, expansions, promos, like a whole bunch of things.
Yeah, it was a whole bunch of things. I sold some of them away because there were expansions for games that I didn't have, but I knew my weekly board game group, there were people that own those games. So I just sold them those games and it helped pay for my Gen Con trip. It was fine. But it was just something to do out of nowhere. I went from, we don't know what we're doing on a Friday night, to our evening was, full. Like we were busy till midnight. Out of nowhere, like our first Gen Con, we learned about generic tickets literally that afternoon, and boom, it made our day so much better.
Yeah.
So don't think because you didn't sign up for a bunch of events because they sold out, you can't get in them. Buy some generic tickets. That's a good way to do it. Keep your schedule pretty open and just go with the flow.
And you don't have to have a ton.
Go with the flow.
We like to just have a few so that if there's something that just pops up, we can join.
Yep.
Yeah. Along this line, and we don't have all the details, but we can tell you maybe some of the things that we do to, Heather's asking, what does it normally cost us for us to go? So we don't really, that's kind of like a loaded question, but we can tell you some of the things. We
appreciate your donations.
We can tell you some of the things that we do to save money, for sure, because Gen Con can be expensive.
So let me talk about it. I usually make a spreadsheet every year determining, like in January or December even, when we're doing holiday spending, I'm already planning Gen Con usually because it's in August. You have to book hotels usually in like January, February because it's usually pretty big deals. Things sell out.
Yeah.
So I plan far in advance because like it's part of my job, kind of, you know, like it's part of my hobby. I want to go there. Usually I'm going there to play in tournaments, make videos, all that kind of stuff, meet publishers. So it's like different for me. But even when I was a fan, I was so excited. So I start making a spreadsheet in like January, planning what's gas prices, how much are hotels to book, how much is the badges this year, how much are events that I'm going to sign up for, what are they probably going to be, you know, how much money do we have, what's in the budget, what other things are we doing this year, are we going on a vacation, are we going to multiple conventions, you know, how are things looking? And I try to figure out how much it costs. Like, how's the car? Like, does the car need some maintenance? And what we do, we don't fly.
No.
We drive like the 7 or 8 hours it takes.
Yep.
To get there, because
it's cheaper.
It saves money on obviously it's cheaper to drive than fly usually, and also it helps with transporting games. Like, I know people who fly to Gen Con who then have to ship all the games they buy back, and they have services on site like FedEx or UPS or different shipping companies, Ship Naked. All these different companies are on site that you can walk up to their booth and you can go, all right, here's my games I bought. Can you ship them back home to me in Germany? And people do that.
Yeah.
And they'll wrap them up and they'll have a pickup later that night and they'll ship it back. And your games will get home before you do sometimes.
Yeah. And we understand that not everybody can drive to Gen Con based on where you live. But for us, it is just something that we can do and it is cheaper. So we
try to cut costs so that when we're there, we can spend more budget on doing events, buying games. Like, you know, we do as cheap a hotel as we can. That's in a decent distance. Because we bring our own car, I don't have to rent a car. I don't have to pay a hotel for the parking because we usually don't stay at a downtown hotel.
Right.
And the downtown hotels can cost anywhere from $200 US a night to like $2,000 US a night. Plus they charge you for Wi-Fi. Plus they charge you for parking. All this stuff. Plus if you fly, you got to pay a shuttle to get to, you know, into the convention. So I do all these cost cutting ways. We've done it where we literally like make sure we get a hotel with a fridge.
Yes. This is what I was going to talk about because I think this is very important.
When I first started doing the YouTube channel full time, we still were going to Gen Con, and to save money that year, to, you know, make sure I wasn't wasting people's money, like your donations and all that stuff that we make from the channel, we literally on the way down stopped at a grocery store and bought all the stuff we need to make breakfasts in the hotel and make like, you know, trail mix and sandwiches, and we made like little lunch packs. And we brought like lunch bags and ice packs and all that stuff. And instead of putting in my bag all just cameras and games I bought, we actually were being smart and we packed the lunch and we had a refillable water bottle and all that stuff. So we weren't buying like overpriced drinks in the convention center and stuff. So yeah, you can make Gen Con, you know, a lot cheaper, or you can just go and have a blast, and it can be so expensive, but you can stay downtown. You can go eat out at restaurants every night. You can sign up for tons of events. You can buy tons of board games. You can go nuts.
Yeah.
You can fly there. You can rent cars. You can rent Airbnbs. You can get upscale downtown hotels. You can go crazy.
You can buy fancy beers and all that stuff. It can get crazy.
But yeah, we pay. So like driving, we use our own car, so we got to pay gas. Usually I get oil change and all that stuff before, after. Yep. Get a checkup on the car, so we got to pay for that. But yeah, like we also pay for parking every day downtown. So it could be anywhere from $20 to $30 parking each day US to park near the convention center. But that's usually cheaper than like renting a car plus paying for parking or paying Uber or a cab. But some people just Uber. That's the thing you can do down there. But yeah, we usually pack our lunches. We don't eat at anywhere fancy while we're down there. Sometimes we'll go for dinner with friends and stuff.
But it's usually like maybe once.
Yeah.
Through the whole time.
So our plan, and the next time we go, we'll have to budget in like a kind of meetup. Maybe we'll go for dinner with a bunch of you guys or something, and we'll work that in. We'll plan for that. We'll know that, right?
Yeah.
So, but it's not going to be like every day where we're like, because usually we're pretty strict to the budget. We know how much we're going to spend on board games. You know, we can only fit so much in our car, which is also helpful because I will not pay to ship stuff back. I won't do it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But we do know people that just go and this is their vacation and they just spend on whatever. They eat every meal out.
If you're going to fly though, pro tip is pack a luggage bag within your luggage. So bring 2 suitcases, one full of your clothes, and put that in another suitcase larger and bring that down with you, because on the way back, you are going to pack that other suitcase full of board games and you're going to bring 2 suitcases back.
It's cheaper, I think, right, to do that and just pay for your bag than it is.
Pro tip, that is something that I see lots of people do. Highly recommended. And use your clothing for packing materials to bring your board games back with you.
Another thing too I've seen that people do is they maybe punch their cardboard out and everything too for some of the board games that they buy, because it's a little bit lighter.
But to answer the question about what does it normally cost all in, this is the problem. I plan a certain amount and then we go, and obviously sometimes we buy less games. Sometimes we buy more games. Sometimes we go and eat out more than we thought. Sometimes we eat out less than we thought. Sometimes gas was actually found a few gas stations on the way that were a lot cheaper than we expected, or gas prices change. Yeah. And man, when you're driving like 8 hours there, 8 hours back, plus driving around there, I don't know what is the total of driving over the whole trip is, I don't know, 20 hours of driving maybe.
About 20 hours.
Yeah, if the gas price drops or you fill up at a good gas station, it just drops, you could save like quite a bit of money depending on where you fill up. Like if we fill up in Canada on the side of a highway, it's usually really jacked up prices. But in the US, if you drive a little bit off the highway, and in some places, it's like you'll find like cheaper gas stations. Sometimes they use an app. There's like Gas Buddy app and stuff for that to help. And man, if you can slim your gas down by $30 or something in your trip, or $50, that's an extra game in your budget. So I don't know. I can't remember. It's been a while since I fully planned it because of COVID.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Estimate, I don't know, $1,000 maybe all in, maybe.
Or less if we,
or less. Or more. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just ballparking it. But I'd have to go look back at spreadsheets. But then I don't go back in the spreadsheets after and like
update based
I spent an extra $200 on board games I didn't expect, or you know, I got to add that back in. I don't do that. But then the next year I go and I barely buy anything because there's no real new games that came out that I was interested in.
Yeah. Or things that are announced that we didn't know about. Yeah.
Or we saw this friend and we ended up going out for a nice lunch instead of eating a sandwich in my bag. I now spent, $20 on a nice meal at lunchtime, stuff like that. Yeah. So it could fluctuate by, a few $100s either way, depending on what goes on. Yeah. You guys know the hobby. A few board games in your bag could be hundreds of dollars of difference on a trip. So. Yeah. Bob says, "Hey Rob, I have no problem with you spending some of my Patreon bucks to have an extra pizza at Gen Con. No pineapple though."
Well, at Gen Con, they probably don't in the convention. You'd have to go to a restaurant
we don't
to get
eat
that.
at the convention hall.
But we don't eat at the convention hall ever.
There is so many awesome restaurants down there that you can go find that have specials. And the cool part is, I love when you go down to Indianapolis, a lot of the restaurants in downtown Indy will rename their whole menus board game related and board game themed. We'll have board game specials. They have a beer. They have a beer every year that's made, a specific Gen Con beer that is sold locally down there. They have food trucks that pull up that are all board game themed food and stuff.
Yeah.
It's really neat. It's really neat. The whole city is taken over by Gen Con. They have signs all in the streets and stuff, and the city's like changing billboards and things for Gen Con, and yeah, it's super neat.
Yeah, it's an amazing experience. Also, food lines for the food trucks are crazy. Food lines to get into restaurants are crazy.
Sun King Brewery, yes, Stacy, yes. So literally, Stacy, you could go down, that's another example. If you love food trucks and being outside drinking beers and listening to live music and eating fresh made pizza out at a festival kind of atmosphere across the street, there's a whole area of that. You could lose hours of your day just sitting there and trying different beers and foods and chatting with people and just enjoying the sun and the live music. So like there's so many things that happen down there. You can't experience it all. So this is why you're going to go one year and you're going to get hooked, unless it's overwhelming for you. Conventions aren't for everybody. It gets very packed. But again, this year's going to be so different. I want to experience it just to see how it's different with the COVID measures. But yeah, normally Gen Con, I've taken people there and it's very overwhelming. It's very crowded. There's lots going on. So it may not be for you. But it's cool that you're going. It's cool that you'll try it out. Hopefully you have a blast. But you won't be able to experience everything. Just learn. Every year you go, learn a little bit and just experience more and have some fun. See what works, see what doesn't. But that's just our experience, how we treat it. But everyone treats it a different way. It depends. You may be loaded. You may be like, who are these idiots making sandwiches in their bags?
Which is fair.
And walking around everywhere. Some people will go there and they stay downtown and they take Ubers all over the place. And, they're shipping games home, like I said, through FedEx or whatever. You might go and have a whole different convention than we do just based on, your budget and your funds and how you like to spend your money. So this is just from me being a frugal bugger, but that's how we look at it. But it can be pricey.
We'd rather spend money on board games than eating expensive dinners.
Yeah. As we already discussed.
Exactly.
Brian says, drunk Rob will most likely buy more games.
Yeah. Well, when Rob is drunk, the dealer hall will be closed, so that would not be an option.
I have had the Gen Con beer in the middle of the day. I have one or two, but I'm not drunk. It's fine. I just make Mel hold my wallet if I go back in the dealer hall. It's all good. It's all good.
That's true. But the only other thing that I would say for someone going to Gen Con is the biggest thing, wear comfortable shoes because you're going to be walking a ton. Also,
have some Tylenol. Have some Tylenol just in case you get headaches from the overstimulation.
Drink lots of water.
In the dealer hall and in the convention center in general, it's very noisy. There's lots of colors, lots of lights.
Yeah.
The lights are very bright in the dealer hall. It's a weird air.
Like sensory overload.
It's sensory overload. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Sure.
So if you're not experienced with conventions, if you go to freaking Comic-Con every year, you're gonna laugh. You're gonna be like, this is nothing.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you've only been to like little conventions before or no conventions at all, you've been to like a work convention, where everything's all, lots of space. It's not like that. This is like a crazy madness of people who are just wanting to buy games, play games, and it's very noisy and exciting.
Yeah. So Tylenol, drink lots of water, comfortable shoes.
Lots of water. Have a refillable bottle and just drink all day.
Yeah.
Because you will. Yeah, I go into the deer hall at 10 a.m. before and I'll leave for lunch, like 4 hours later, and my head's pounding, and I'm like, what happened? Like, I don't get overwhelmed by this. And then I realize, oh, idiot! I had one bottle of water and I drank it at like 10 a.m. And you guys see me do this on stream all the time. I forget to drink. I do that at the convention. Is even worse. You get so distracted. You sit down, you play a demo of a game, and you're getting rules thrown at you. Then you go to another table, you get demos of new games thrown at you, and then all of a sudden you're hungry and your head's pounding. And you don't know why. It's because you forgot to eat and drink. But yeah, you'll learn that for sure. Yeah, leave the dealer hall or bring water with you.
Yeah,
and there are fountains in there. Just refill. And don't forget to drink.
Yeah,
set a reminder on your phone or your watch or whatever to remind you to drink.
Yeah,
for real. It's a thing.
And what Billy is saying was something else I was going to mention is we also bring like all our multivitamins and all of that stuff as well, because con credit is a thing that you can get. So we try to, like I said, drink lots of water. We take our vitamins. We do all of that. Wash your hands. We sleep. Yeah.
Yeah. Get a full night's sleep. You're gonna catch something going there. And not just the COVID. You'll get the con cred.
Yeah.
It's a thing. I usually book off the day or two after I get back because I usually just don't feel 100%.
Yeah.
But some people get like deathly ill.
Yeah.
Just from so many people. But again, this is a different year. If people are wearing masks and the social distancing and lots of people have vaccines, I don't know. Maybe this year it's like, wow, some of the con cred's not spreading because of that. But usually I think the con cred spreads because no one's sleeping.
Right.
Everyone's just like, their immune systems are all dropping because they're all just excited to meet each other and play board games and stuff.
Yeah. And then the other thing that I do, but that's just because of us, is if you have any kind of allergies or whatever, you're just around a lot of people, just remember that, because that's the thing. Like, I always have to bring allergy pills because we have like cat allergies and things like that. So just those kind of things will just help you to not have to run to find a store to buy that kind of stuff.
This question comes up. Gareth says, question, have you considered doing a behind the scenes setup studio video tour? Yes, I've considered it, and I don't want to do it. I just don't. Around here's a mess. I don't keep a nice clean area. I like keeping it flexible, cables everywhere. It's messy. There's many videos online of other people describing their studio tours that you can learn things from, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how many people like would benefit from it, but I don't think I want to take the time to do it. It just would involve me cleaning up things a lot. And also my studio setup is never really the same. I change things and adjust things a lot. So, and I also don't have the latest and greatest of everything. So it's like, some of it's like, the weird solutions I've come up with and weird products I've used for things they're not supposed to use for. I don't know. It's just the thing that my channel is not really a help you film board game channel. There's channels out there that do that, right? So, yeah, it's just not my thing. It would take a lot of effort, and it's just, I'm a lazy guy with that stuff. And my YouTube channel is about playing board games live, and that's what I like to do right now. So, yeah, that's where I'm at.
We also have different setups, right? For different games, for different amount of players, and we have to move things around accordingly. So
it's like, I could do a crazy one. It would take hours showing you, like, here's the lighting I use for this. Here's the lighting I use for that. Here's the lights for this type of game. Here's what camera I use for this game. Then sometimes I set up this camera for this angle, and here's the software I use for this. Here's the software I use for that. And here's this audio device I use for this setup. But when I have more players, I use this audio setup. And here's these mics I've used over the years. And like, I could go on and on. It's just like, I don't know. It's neat. I like watching those when other people do them, I think, but I don't know. It's not something I'm really would look forward to doing. I think it'd stress me out. I don't know. Anyways.
Yeah, we don't have everything taped off nice and
yeah, like it's not a professional looking setup. No. To film and stream board games, like yeah, it's not just like streaming. I would say this. It's not just streaming video games off your computer where you have a webcam on your face and you put a green screen up and you need one light, and you're good to go. And everyone does it. Like filming a board game that has reflective surfaces and proper angles and you're trying to light different camera shots all at the same time. It's hard to get right and it's annoying and but so I don't know. I keep it loose because literally every time I put a board game on the table I go, oh, I have to move this around, or oh, now we're playing 3-player, I gotta rearrange my table and my setup, and it's not the prettiest setup. I'm not proud of how messy it all is, but it works. It works.
Yeah.
So I like to keep the secret sauce secret, and the man behind the curtain, we'll keep him behind the curtain. We're not going to show behind the curtain. It's like we'll just keep changing what's going on there, but hopefully you enjoy the playthroughs. That's the most important thing to me. But I recommend if you want to do this, because like I would assume you're asking for a tour because you wanna replicate, or you're trying to solve the problem. But you'll figure it out. Like just make your own thing, find your own solutions, and be your channel, make yourself unique. Do your own thing. Which is what I've done. Everything I've figured out, I did it on my own. I try a lot of trial and error. But if you're looking for the quick path, put in the work. Put in the work is what I'll say. No, I'm not teaching anyone how to fish here.
We'll teach you how to play games, though.
I'm not teaching you how to fish. I'm not giving you a fish. But yeah.
Wait, there's a man behind the curtain, says Shajat? Yeah, you haven't seen him?
Yeah. Shh, you keep quiet over there. Just keep doing your work and making the stream go, okay? Okay. So some good info there. Brian says, looks like the free online Gen Con badges opened up a few days ago. Yeah, so Gen Cons this year, they're doing the online Gen Con, they're doing an in-person Gen Con, and they're doing pop-up Gen Cons at stores across the world, I guess. So there's ways of getting tickets for all of those. But go to gencon.com and you can read all about that stuff. I may go to a pop-up Gen Con if we can. There's one that's not far from us.
City?
It's not far from us.
Oh, okay.
But so we could sign up to one of those. What they're gonna have is just, I think, publishers' games there to demo and maybe some cool promos, and you just go hang out all day and kind of play board games with people. But again, hopefully things open up so that can happen here. But if we don't go to Gen Con, maybe we can reach out to one of those stores that are doing it near us.
Oh, okay.
And maybe we, maybe we live stream from there or film it a bit, make a video showing what a pop-up Gen Con is.
That's cool, yeah.
So just to show people. Then we can explain in future years when people go, what the hell's pop-up Gen Con, Rob? Should I do that? I can go, oh, I've been once. I can tell you. But they were supposed to do them a couple of years ago, but then they kind of just fell through or nobody really cared or whatever. But they might suck. I don't know. But they're doing that too. So you might have a local game store near you that's holding pop-up Gen Con, and you can go there the weekend of Gen Con and try some of the games that are being exclusively demoed at Gen Con in Indianapolis. And you can play them and maybe buy them and stuff. I don't know.
That's cool.
I don't know what they're doing. They haven't really unveiled it, but they were trying to do that before with exclusive games being only at those stores first kind of idea. You might be able to get Ares Expedition before everyone else.
Oh, God.
Just kidding. Finger gun. Yeah.
That's funny.
No, Rodney says not behind my curtain. No. But he is a fellow Canadian, and that makes him instantly cool. Thank you, Rodney Smith, for everything you do.
Bob says you are unique. That's for sure. Oh man, Bob.
Yes. Yes.
I hope that was nice.
All right, Kanji, what was your question I skipped that you were asking? I'm so sorry. If anyone has any questions, we're going to go for like 10 more minutes.
Do rapid fire questions for Rob.
No rapid fire questions.
Well, ones that you just have to like, if someone has questions that are easily answered.
They all should be rapid fire. I just ramble too long.
Oh, okay.
That's the problem. No script. Yeah. It's hard to. I don't like simple answers. It just,
I know.
These Q&As, I feel like it's just be open. Like, be honest. Like,
yeah.
I like to give the story on why I feel a certain way or why I think the certain way of giving you the background.
No, I think that's why people like it.
Telling you I don't like something, like I want you to understand why I don't, or why I love something, or because everyone has different experiences that shape your tastes and stuff, and like why you think certain things. So I just like to be so open, so maybe you can understand how I feel a certain way, and I love to hear that about other people. Is explain to me why you think this way, and I can understand. I'm very open and understand why.
No, it sparks discussion for sure. Yeah. And Daniel's asking, is our daughter behind the curtain? Or our daughter's behind the curtain? She runs everything.
Not yet. I wish she would, though. I wish she would, because that would take some stress off me. That'd be awesome.
Oh, Candy's questions there.
All right, here we go. I said, ... How dare you forget my question? I want to be heard. When are you going to play Terraforming Mars? No, seriously. Are you going to do group plays of Gloomhaven Digital or Game of Thrones Digital?
Like, remember when we played with patrons or people from the Discord?
Yeah, we played. Kanji was part of that. Yeah. I need to do that more, and I think about that. And then I'm bad. Kanji, I have a pile of physical games I need to play. And every month those games get older and older, or I feel bad that I bought them, or somebody sent me them, and I just don't get to them. And my excuse is it's COVID. I can't play with other players. I want to play those games with more players, most of them. But the digital games were more of like if I had a game in progress. So what I see happening is the digital playthroughs on the channel are going to come back a little bit more as we start playing Madara and Arkham Horror and these kind of things. If we start playing more campaign games that I want to leave set up on the table. Mm-hmm. So if we're playing Madara multiple times a week and we set up Madara and we leave it set up on the table, that's a perfect excuse not to mess with the setup, then just go on the computer and play digital, because then I don't have to mess up our current and don't have to put away and set up a big game. We used to do that with Gloomhaven. Yeah. I would leave Gloomhaven on the table from Friday to Monday. And then what I would do is stream like a digital game in there on the day nobody was playing, or stream it on the Monday and then clean up the game on the Tuesday or something. So yeah, I do want to play Terraforming Mars digital. I want to go back to Wingspan. I want to play more Root digital. I want to play all these games, and I want to play them with you guys too. We can do that for sure. I need to do like maybe a weekly, like a day where it's like a scheduled digital thing. The only problem, I say that stuff. I always say that where I'm like, you know what I need to do? I need to work this thing in on a schedule. But then when doing live streaming and board gaming, everyone knows every board game takes a different amount of preparation to learn it and to play it. All are different time spans. Mm-hmm. So if I'm like, oh, this week I'm going to play Roll and Write, yeah, I could learn that in the same afternoon, probably make the stream, schedule the stream, and stream it all in the same day, no problem. But then I don't know next week, let's say Madara comes, and it's like, oh, I can't spend my days all week playing digital games because I have to prep for Madara. So it's like, but it's hard to plan. So I want to schedule stuff and be consistent. And it's easy for people, streamers. I always read that when I was getting into the video content creation and streaming. A tip is always like, be consistent. But it's like, that's easy to say when be consistent is you just booting up your stream, turning on your video game, loading your save point, and playing for 5 hours, turning it off, turning it on 2 days later, playing the same game, loading your save point, playing it, and then, and you didn't have to prep, you didn't have to learn, you didn't have to read a rule book, you didn't have to read FAQs, you didn't have to find a new edition of the rule book that fixes errata, like all this stuff, right? You didn't have to play the game in advance to make sure you fully understood it. So I want to do stuff more consistently, but what happens is I start just going with the flow, because I'll overwhelm myself if I try to schedule like that. But,
yeah, we play them more like week by week, right?
Yeah, like the Arkham Horror stuff's cool. I picked a day, it was something new to try, where I'm like, Sunday is Arkham Horror Day, let's try this, and it just seems to be working. Mm-hmm. But if it wasn't, I would have just started doing Arkham Horror all over the place, take breaks from it, go back to it, all that stuff. But we've been consistent with that, and it seems to be working. So like doing a digital game once a week, maybe is something I need to do.
Would you run out of digital games though?
No, because I could play some of the same digital games again,
That's
right?
true. That's true.
There's always digital board games coming out. I get emails about them all the time.
That's true.
I just prefer tabletop gaming, not computer monitor gaming.
That's true.
Uh-oh. Bob says, I would pay good money to see Rob, Yogi, and Matuj co-op playthrough.
Of what?
I think that'd be hilarious.
That would be funny.
I would let both of them, or especially Matuj, I would just let them run the game. I would do whatever they want. Unless it was a game we all felt very strongly about and knew a lot.
No, I feel like these people need to play a competitive game. What are you talking about?
No, they'll crush me. They'll crush me.
In what game?
Any game.
Not necessarily.
Any game. It'd have to be a game none of us have played before. Then it would be very interesting.
I would love to also be on that call for my commentary, because that'd be hilarious.
I would love to play Arkham Horror, the card game, with them for sure. Because I feel like it would elevate me and have a better appreciation to hear them talk through the game and talk through the plays.
Mm-hmm.
I would love that. I always love that when I'm learning a competitive game, to sit down and watch or play against or play with or listen to more experienced players or tournament winners or champions talk about the game. I love hearing that and learning from them and getting my ass kicked by them in tournament games, because it just builds me up and makes me learn more. And I love growing and getting better at things. So I would take that as like a huge opportunity to be able to play with people who know the games really well. And that's why I do like when people join chats and play along who know a game. It's like, oh, this is my favorite game. I've been playing it for 8 years. And I'm like, this is literally my second playthrough. I love it when they start talking in the chat, telling me why I should do things, what things I'm not realizing in the game. I love learning like that. I love learning off other people who are very experienced with things. Like, I think it's really neat. I know there's people that come to this channel and they have the same thing, which is kind of cool. Where they like watch us play a game we played a bunch of times. Like Too Many Bones, I get that a lot. And Cloudspire, people come and they're trying to learn those games. They come to our channel, we played it a bunch. They watch a stream or an old video, and they're like, "Wow, this helped me understand it." Like, you know, seeing an experienced player play it a bunch of times, like, just helps. And I like returning that favor to people too. I think it's fun.
Yeah, we also talk through our strategy. So sometimes we might do something that you didn't even know was possible or think about. Yeah.
Let's see. Hold on. Oh, and the question on the tech stuff, Gareth. I understand. I'm just yeah. It's not so much a competition thing too, but it's like also I've talked about this before too. Once I start teaching people about what tech I use, and this happened in my work life, it happened in my life outside of work. It's been happening ever since I got into technology as a kid. Once you teach someone or show something you do, you then become tech support for them, whether you like it or not. So I also try to avoid that. I don't want my time being eaten up by messages from people going, I bought that camera you said you use for live streaming and I can't get it to do what you do. Can you explain in more detail what I need to do to work? And now I'm getting this error in the streaming software that you told me you use, and I don't know how to fix it. And then now I'm either ignoring them and I feel rude, or now I'm spending my whole time supporting them on, free tech support. And I'm trying to avoid that too. That's another driving force, is my life of working in IT, and even before that in school and stuff. I became too many people's tech support in my spare time, where I was losing friends because I was spending time at people's houses fixing their parents' computer instead of hanging out with them. Like, I had girlfriends yelling at me that I'm at their cousin's house fixing their computer instead of going on a date with them. I'm sorry I had to cancel. Your mom sent me to go fix the computer at Aunt Lydia's house or whatever, I'm sorry, it happened, but yeah, so none of that. No, that's the other thing too. But I do find it fascinating too. I love technology, and so it's like I love just watching that kind of stuff or figuring out that stuff. So I can understand the allure of it. Also,
there's room for anybody to make board game videos, right? It's not about competition. There's a ton of people out there.
KNJ, see, I told you it happens all the time. It literally is happening right now. So Kanji's asking Rob, can you come fix my mom's computer since you're a tech expert? See, I'm in the middle of a live stream here and I'm getting requests. This is insane.
He gets frustrated when I ask him something tech related that I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't marry you to be your tech support. Yeah, get out of here.
Google it.
I'm like, have I taught you nothing that you know how to try to at least show me you put in an effort and spent some of your time trying to fix the issue. So if you come to me and give me a list of things you've tried, I will help you. But if you come to me and you're like, I haven't even tried to fix it, Rob, spend the rest of the night fixing my issue, Yes, I'm gonna be like, what? What?
Yeah.
What? No. No. Show me you've tried first. I want you to learn. I want you to become self-sufficient.
But it's like, I don't want to waste my time if it's something you just know off the top of your head.
Yes. No, you can remotely fix the computer.
You're giving tech advice.
Rob, go help your Uncle Rick find the any button on his computer. I can't find the any key. Oh, man. All right. Steve George has a question. Have you tried, heard of Vital Lacerda games like Vinho or Kanban? What's the art one? This is the guy that has the art game, right? Gallerist and the Escape Plan, right? We've talked about this before. Escape Plan was, I think it was called, was going to be my first one based on the theme. Went to Gen Con, saw the complexity, saw the price tag, and went, nope. Nope. But I do know after playing Cloudspire, Mage Knight, War of the Ring, all these other beast games that are like huge dedications of time to learn and understand, and they're just loaded with rules. On Mars is the latest one. I know of this one. But I've been told play Gallerist or whatever it is called. That's like the classic best one. But then On Mars is like huge hype train behind that. And Escape Plan, I think it was called, it kind of fell flat, it seems, based on reviews and feedback and stuff. But it seemed to be like the less complex one, but it had a cool, fun theme, I remember. But no, I haven't played any of them, but yes, I should. I will eventually, but I should. Is On Mars the one? I don't know. I don't know. Now we can go back to the question of how do you get over the hump of learning a new game and all that. These games scare me. They're scaring me adding them to my collection because of the horror of learning Mage Knight, the horror of learning War of the Ring, the horror of learning Cloudspire. Cloudspire wasn't as bad though, because that rulebook I feel was pretty good. Even though they rebooted the rulebook and everything, I thought that rulebook was full of info, well done. But that's just me. It wasn't that hard to learn Cloudspire for me, but yeah, many other games of learning these complex games with just so many rules that seem unnecessary. They're like anti-streamline games. These games, I don't know. Right now, you can see me now, my attitude towards them. But fast forward a year from now, maybe, and I'll be playing one on the channel and tell you guys how awesome it is. And I can't believe I was afraid. And yeah, this is what I picture for this. But they're like now my white whale, because they always get brought up, and I know they're super complex. But I do want to play them. But again, they're like more Euro-y games, and
I feel like they have a very small font in their rule book.
Yeah. I don't know if they're that great or if they're really dry or just full of rules and they're just there to be there. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Yes, Kanji's saying, yes, I like what Kanji's saying here. He's saying, John Gets Games did a great explanation of Kanban, but I knew it wasn't for me. It does feel like work. And that's the thing.
That's no fun then.
If I'm going to feel like if it's going to be boring to stream or boring for me to learn, or it's just too much
boring
work
to play,
or it's still okay to play, but if the amount of time I'm spending learning it and it doesn't feel like it's going to pay off when I get it to the table, and I'm afraid to teach to other players, and I know my play group's not going to be interested in it, or people that watch my channel might not care for it, it might be too much, or the theme might not be there, or it's just a boring game to stream. That's the other issue. They are a dry Euro, right, Bob? Yeah, that's what I thought.
But what?
And I've played Euro games on the channel before, and they're okay. Some of them do okay, but it's like it feels like it's like not my audience. And it's I think it's too because it's not really in my board game collection. I don't really have a board game collection full of Euro games. So I slowly am trying them and getting them into my hobby. I've opened up my, my view on them and stuff. And like, if I like playing them, I like little mathy engine building kind of games, but just I find when I play Euro games with our play group, the people that I've gotten into the hobby and play with, it's like a lot of those games feel very multiplayer solitaire. So it's like I teach you the game and it's your turn, play the game, or we're all playing the game, and you're just working on trying to like be efficient and build your little point salad, whatever. But it's like not much player interaction. It's not exciting. I don't know, I'm racing you for points. It feels lame if I talk about it very simplified like that. I can make them sound very lame, and it's hard for me to pull players in to play with me and learn big games like that if I'm telling them how. If I can't make it sound exciting, it's like probably not even worth the try. That's kind of where it's at. I don't know if I'm explaining it right, but.
So what is the difference between a Euro and a dry Euro? What makes it dry?
It's just all math and boring, and like the theme doesn't matter.
So
and
is there something
it takes
that
forever, and it's just like, you know, you're just trying to be efficient and really trying to understand the system, and it's just you like it's playing a puzzle. It's just solving a puzzle and like trying to min-max points, and it's just like, you know.
But isn't that all Euros?
No, there's like Gloomhaven's considered a Euro game. Like the way Alt's mechanics are very Euro style.
So it's a mechanics.
It does have combat and that theme and stuff like that in it, but it's built off of like Euro game mechanics. It's very Euro-y and min-maxy and stuff.
Okay.
But it works. And Scythe's like very Euro-y, but they add the combat in there and all that stuff. But it's like you're really just managing resources, like worried about points and stuff like that. And
yeah,
I don't know.
Okay, I see.
We have played Paladins, right? Paladins of the West Kingdom I played.
Didn't you play solo? I don't.
Yes,
think
I played solo, but I have not been willing to teach that to players that I know. It's just, it is too dry. It feels like that one. I can play Architects of the West Kingdom. That game I've taught to many people, and that theme and that and like the complexity level, and it's kind of fun. You're messing with each other more. That one's great. It's great, a great Euro game. But Paladins of the West Kingdom.
I've never played, so
it was a cool game, but I don't know. It just I don't know. I'm not really excited to teach that to other players, and yeah, but that's just me. I don't have a group of like hardcore Euro players that I can pull from. That's the problem. We're Ameritrash folk. We like to have combat and theme and, you know, little card draw, randomness, dice rolling, kind of that stuff, a little mixed in. Yeah, I don't know. All right. Any other questions asked at the end here? I don't know. I don't want to scroll back up too much.
If you have any last minute questions, throw them in now.
Final questions. I'll answer one more. Whoever gets in, if anyone has any questions, drop them in. No shame in loving theme. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
But you can have theme on a Euro game too, like, you know, but sometimes it just feels very painted on, where it's like, oh, this Euro game feels just like the last one I played. Oh, but now we're in this setting.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They got a different artist, but it's like feels very the same. Racing for points. Yeah.
Oh my God.
All right. So this is going to be a long one. All right. I'm just kidding.
Oh my God. Now look at Bob's.
What is the meaning of life? There's a Monty Python movie you can find that'll teach you all about that, actually.
Look at Bob's.
I love you guys. I love this community. You guys are awesome. I knew it. I knew you guys would be,
question.
I knew you guys would be funny. Boxers or thongs? There's no middle ground there. You went boxers right to thongs. Like, what is going on here?
Well, I guess you could answer in the middle if you want.
Well, you guys see me fidget around while I'm playing board games. Obviously, I like thongs. Obviously, you guys see me when I'm shuffling around the seat. You know, sometimes it just rides up a little bit. So yeah. Will FFG include a bag? These are the questions. These are the questions that keep me up at night. I need to know. I need to know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, see, these are the quick fire questions I was talking about. Yeah.
Because I don't want to answer some of them. I'm afraid. Should I get Madara for my birthday? Wife say no. You guys say...
We can't say yet. We're playing it on Saturday.
Listen.
When's your birthday?
I can't be responsible for your finances. I'm sorry. Madara's an investment. I can't go against your wife and tell you how to spend your money. Only you and your wife can decide. So I'm sorry. I don't want to lead to your divorce. I can't do it. I'm sorry. But come back on Saturday when we're playing it.
Yeah, and you'll see our thoughts, and you can take that for what you will. Oh, August 31st, you got time. Okay, you can come back on Saturday or watch after our video is live processed on Saturday. Yeah.
Kenji says, what advice would you give to upcoming content creators? I don't know. The advice, same advice I gave you before is like, don't spend all your money on technology trying to copy or imitate something you see. Just use what you have. Try it out. So if you decide you want to make content on anything, board gaming or not, if you want to do it a certain way, I recommend experiment. Okay? Start your channel or whatever, experiment, do the different types of videos or live streams or whatever content you want to create, podcasts, you know, you want to do blogs on websites, whatever you want to do, social media, you know, make TikTok clips, whatever you're going to do, whatever content creation you're getting into, try different things, understand some of them will work, some of them won't, find out what you enjoy doing the most and do that, or what works and you still enjoy. Do not just try to copy somebody and do something just because you feel it'll be successful. If you're not enjoying it and having fun, it will become work and it will come across in your content and it will look like you're just, there's so many tech channels that do this. This is what I draw to. I love watching, I've watched reviews. I review watch reviews on like any phone I go to buy or, you know,
anything.
YouTube's been there for decades for me watching reviews of stuff. But to see like some tech channel or whatever go big and then all the tech channels beside it in the search results copying the exact same format. This happens in tabletop too. I watch like card game. I watch channels with card game information on CCGs, LCGs and stuff. And then you see like the channels beside it in the search results literally doing the exact same format, like literally the exact same editing techniques, exact same like maybe crappier lighting, crappier camera, whatever, but the exact same style. And you can tell they're just doing it because a successful channel, like at the top of the game, is doing the exact same thing. But what I found was, and what I recommend is just experiment. If you have a cool idea and a cool way to do things, we've seen cool creators come out in the hobby. There was that girl that just does board games in a minute on like Snapchat or something. She just talks really fast and on Instagram or whatever. And her whole idea was to explain a board game in like 30 seconds or whatever. I don't remember what it was. But she just wanted to create something new, and she just did. I thought it was clever. Like she came up with that idea, she did it. I don't know if it's still working for her or not, or she's just doing other things now. But just take the technology you have, grab your phone, you know, grab a mic, whatever you have. Try some things on YouTube, share the video around, show it to some friends, show it to some people who are not friends. Some people will give you honest feedback, and try it. And just try different things and see if it works. And if nobody's watching, that's fine. Nobody's going to watch you at the beginning. Just keep doing it though. And if you're doing it for a while and you're having fun, even with nobody watching, nobody chatting, nobody liking, nobody sharing, you have to understand.
Commenting, yeah.
And I went through this too. And this was advice I was given to at the very beginning is nobody will be watching. You won't be an overnight success. It's very rare. YouTube, blogging, vlogging, content creation, social media, all this stuff. None of it's an overnight success. You have to be consistent and you have to stay at it. And it may take forever. You may never succeed. You have to set goals and you just have to see if they work. But man, I was making videos that were getting no views forever. I was trying different formats and some of them would get views, some of them wouldn't. And I was doing live streams with barely like 2 viewers. We'd be streaming all afternoon, 6 of us at a table, playing a board game and having 2 people watching or less. And we'd still have fun. We'd still do it. And as long as I was having fun doing it, I would keep doing it. And if it grew, it grew. But you got to do it for you first. Do it for you first. And Kenji's saying he has so much fun live streaming, then keep doing it. If you're having fun, it doesn't matter if anyone's watching or not. They'll eventually come if you're showing that you're having fun and you're enjoying it. If you're just doing it to make money and be successful and you want to copy whichever channel because they're making lots of money, you want to do what they do, it's going to come across. So people are going to know and they're not going to watch you. They're just going to go watch that bigger channel. That's just how it works. So if you're going to teach board games on a channel, for example, don't do it the exact same way Rodney Smith does it. There's already a Rodney Smith. Do it your own way. Come up with your own twist. Do it whichever way you find is fun, is not going to stress you out, is going to fit your schedule, and you can keep doing it long term. Once you do it and you feel like it's not a chore and you don't hate it after a while, then start investing in equipment. Then start buying new lights, then start buying new cameras, then start doing that stuff. But that's the way I would recommend it. Do it. Don't go out and say, I want to be this tech reviewer. I'm going to go out and buy a $3,000 camera. I'm going to go buy $1,000 lights and professional mics and all these cables and everything. And then you make like 6 videos and you're like, man, I really hate making these videos. Nobody's even watching them. I hate editing, or I hate live streaming, or I get frustrated at the technology. I can't figure it out. This is just a chore. I don't want to do it. Now you're out thousands of dollars. So there you go. So I would just recommend a lot of YouTube channels, a lot of Twitch streamers, a lot of Instagram celebrities, all this stuff. They started with just their cell phone in their pocket. The cameras are nice. You know, turn on some good lighting, do it by a window, get a decent microphone if you can. Don't spend too much though. And just start. Make some content. Try some different things. Get some feedback. There's groups out there where you can share content and get feedback from people and stuff. And see what happens. If you like it and you're having fun, do it. Keep doing it. You don't need views. You don't need likes. You don't need comments. Just keep doing it. And if you post like 10 videos and you're having fun still after doing that, keep doing it. Keep doing it. Eventually you'll grow. But yeah, YouTube is built to only reward you if you're in for the long term. Unless for some reason you go viral by,
yeah, depending on your content.
Yeah.
Board gaming is not.
Yeah, it depends on your content. But yeah, there's people that are trying all different things in the board game hobby, which is cool. Like some people are trying to be viral and clickbait titles and edgy topics and all this stuff. Like they're trying to mimic other content creators in other industries and bring it to board gaming and do that kind of stuff. And that's fine. There's room for that. Just do it if you're having fun. But if it's stressing you out, like, or you realize after, a couple months of doing it and you're like, man, I only got 5 subscribers, like that, welcome to YouTube. That's the way it is. Like, 99.9% of the time, that's the way it is.
And be yourself. People will resonate with that for sure.
Just be careful though. If yourself is a racist and crazy, don't be yourself.
No. Don't be yourself. But I mean, don't.
Back to what we were talking about before. Maybe don't be yourself. It's just a tip. No, I'm just joking.
But be yourself, because it will come across in your videos, right? You can see when you turn on a YouTube channel and they're being fake and they're using weird voices that are like, and it's like, this is weird.
Yeah. Don't try to be fake excited. Don't try to don't act like you know more than you know. I hope I don't come across like that.
Yeah.
I admit I'm dumb and don't know everything. I haven't heard of every game. I haven't played every game. I'm not a pro at every game. I'm not a pro at this live streaming stuff either.
No.
I'm still learning every day. I'm not the best of the best. I know this, and I'll admit it. But yeah, just do you, have fun with it, work with what you have to start. Because don't put a ton of money into something. It'll add extra pressure to you. Just grab the phone, make some videos, see how you like the process. See if it appeals to you. That's like, you wouldn't move to like, I don't know how to say it. Like what else would you not, I don't know. Like you would go test drive. Let's say you only drove little cars, or you only drove a bike. If you were going to buy a car for, $20,000, you would probably want to try that car out first before you put that money down, right?
Yeah, that's why they have test drives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe before you buy a pickup truck for the first time, you might want to try test driving a few pickup trucks, So before you go sign on the dotted line, make sure you're in it for the long haul. That's just where I go with that. That's my advice. So yes, I made lots of crappy videos. I made videos that nobody watched. I made videos that got no likes, no views. I did live streams nobody was in.
Mm-hmm.
I was on Twitch streaming to crickets. Eventually people showed up, and man, KNJ, it doesn't take, and because you do live streaming now, and I see it. I've been in a few of your chats. I watch a few of your streams, when you didn't know I was watching your streams because I was on my couch on my TV and didn't. I'm too lazy to pick up my damn phone to join the chat. But, the chat can still be fun and interactive with only a couple people there, which is like, you guys saw, some of you were here on my channel when there was 10 of you in the chat, maybe.
If that, yeah.
On some streams. That still happens some streams. Yeah. We have like less than 20 people in a chat. Sometimes we have 120 people in the chat. And it's fun. It's cool, the different games and stuff, but it can still be fun. And if you're okay with having like 1 or 2 people chatting, you got to be okay with having no one chatting. And if you're still liking it and you're still having fun, keep doing it. And that's my tips. But yeah. That's what I recommend. Not everything works either. So don't think you're just going to buy all this equipment and you're going to be like, I'm going to review board games and everyone's going to watch me because there's a channel that does that too. You might come across as a jerk and no one wants to watch you because of the way you go about reviewing board games. You know, you never know, right? So just try it. Try it with your phone and see what works.
And have a thick skin because people are going to make comments that you may not love. You can have to ignore them.
Yes.
Depends on who the 10 are. That's for sure, Bob. That is for sure.
No, Bob. It's still, yeah. No, there's tools to get rid of the jerks out of the chat. Like, thanks to Google and YouTube and Twitch and stuff. You can remove the jerks out of the chat. And Bob, you're still here, so, you know.
Exactly.
You're not a jerk.
Like, what about the hecklers? Exactly.
Yeah. You gotta be okay.
You gotta be okay with that.
That's a whole other one. Make sure you have a thick skin because you will have evil comments. You will have bad people in the chat. You will have people rip on you. Especially if you're being yourself. Be okay.
Not everyone's gonna like you.
Yep.
And that's fair.
I get players all the time. Man, on my top 10 list, I get like comments. I got one comment where it's funny. I was getting like, how can you even take this guy's top 10 seriously? He doesn't even have Gloomhaven in his top solo games. How can you even watch this guy? But it's like, you know, it's my list, right? Like it's my opinion.
But then also ask the question because then you would come back and say, I never played it solo.
I did respond and it was fine.
But
it was all good.
Ask it in more of a question instead of...
You'll get people that will just say you're garbage because you don't do a certain thing or, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So understand you'll have haters. Haters are haters.
Yeah.
Haters going to hate.
People think he should divorce me.
So yeah, have a thick skin and understand you're on the internet and the internet is full of trolls.
Yeah.
So it's all good. So just be okay with that.
Yeah.
Like Mel's evil, Mel's ugly, Mel's rude, Mel's a bitch.
Yep.
I'm an ass.
I think someone said that you should poison me or I should die by poison or something.
I'm also rude. I should let players play the game.
Yeah.
I'm a horrible player. I shouldn't, you know, all this kind of stuff. Like, yeah.
I don't care.
You know, all these bad things. And it's just like, whatever. So yeah, be okay if those things come across. Maybe they don't. Maybe
thick skin is required. 100%.
Maybe everyone loves you. Maybe you're the best, but
yeah,
I guarantee every YouTuber has a comment on a video that when it first hit them, it was painful.
Yeah, maybe the first one or two, and then after a while, you just go, oh, whatever. Yeah.
Stacy says you're very good with your replies. Much more patient than I would be. My favorite thing now is when I get a comment where someone's a jerk. I just love replying back to them and being like sarcastic and funny and like just joking with them and showing them I don't take it as serious. Like, you know, I like that. When I get a comment now, it's like, you suck, blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, you're right. I agree. I'm glad you're here to give me that feedback. Thank you so much.
Thank
you so much. Thank you for watching. Have a great day.
Yeah.
Like, sure.
Yeah. I think you have to remember that people are more likely to say something negative than positive, right? It's same with reviews, right? If you got something and you're like, this is completely garbage, you're likely going to tell everybody about it versus if this was the best thing ever. Yeah. So
Me Myself Dice says, my daughter got mad at my first thumbs down. I celebrated it. She didn't understand.
Oh, we celebrate them too.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have one that loves to thumbs down us. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's
But that's something that kids have to understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes they bring friends, those thumbs downers, and
no, but it's fun.
It's fine.
I like people's passion. So if you take the time, you come to my stream, you watched it, and you didn't like what I did or didn't like the game I played, we asked for people to thumbs down things that they didn't like us playing on the channel.
For sure.
I learned that you'll just see the views won't be as high because people won't click on things that they're not interested in. So maybe we don't need thumbs downs on things you don't want to see on the channel. Maybe it's just somebody we asked for that. I don't know. But I still think it's funny because there's someone passionate enough. Maybe it's different people, but they're actually interacting and they're saying, they're giving us feedback, which I'm okay with. It's interaction. It's fun. YouTube rewards that. YouTube loves if people are getting passionate about a video with comments and thumbs up and thumbs down and they're watching longer and, you know, that kind of stuff. YouTube rewards that because you're on the platform longer. So if I have content that's making people actually clicking buttons, that helps YouTube go, oh, next time someone searches this video, this one had more clicks in general, more interaction. I'm going to share it with more people. And so it's a good thing.
Yeah. And if you don't like what we're talking about or doing, thumbs down.
Now, if I have a Q&A and I say something in it, which I'm a little scared of some of the discussion we had earlier, I get a little worried around this you know, this Isaac Childress and this kind of stuff, the racism that was talked about before. Yeah, I hope it goes without saying that I very much dislike all that stuff, and I'm very much against, you know, racism and being a dick to people and stuff like that. I hope that comes across, that I don't need to, like, you know, scream it. But I do get worried about bringing that stuff into like tabletop gaming playthrough streams, and like that's not what the channel is about discussing, and there's places for that and forums for that stuff. So I just, if I see a video that gets like a ton of dislikes because I said something that's like offensive, that will impact me, and I will not laugh about that and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But when it's just with the thumbs down every now and then on videos, it's like, you know, that's all fun and games. But
we started talking about it and then someone else did it. That's funny.
Yeah. Is it I can't see here.
Oh, I can see here.
Oh, you can see.
So we had the one, and then we started talking about it. Now we have two. Thanks, guys.
That's it. I'm ending the stream.
Yeah. We're never streaming again.
That's it. The channel's over. Where's the delete button on YouTube? I'm deleting the channel.
Oh, that's so funny. Yes, we do have a phantom dislike, or someone that comes in and dislikes every single video.
Not every video.
I think it's almost
no.
every
I think they take vacations, because there's some videos every now and then there's not. But it's a funny ongoing thing.
Rare.
And yeah,
pop into every single one.
Brian hit it on the head. There's no such thing as bad publicity.
Very true.
This is correct.
That's true.
But I'm not going to start doing things to get bad publicity.
No.
So that I get views, clicks, you know, discussion, comments, all that stuff.
No.
I'm not doing that stuff. No clickbait here. No edgy drama stuff.
No.
I'm not selling out and, you know, not trying to make viral videos by being fake, edgy and drama and stuff. Like, there are some out there that do that are desperate for success. But yeah, I'm not doing that. I don't care.
No.
I'm okay making okay money, and, you know, enough money, not, you know, yeah, I don't know.
Not throwing it around money.
I don't, yeah. I don't, yeah, I don't know.
I know.
I got the bar set low is what I'm saying, and I got to be happy. I got to be content with what I have. I'm, you know, live within your means, be happy with what you got is what I live for. That's my life beliefs. So yeah, so I appreciate every dollar you guys give me, and I'm not going to complain, and I'm going to try to do the best with any donations I get, but I'm not going to like sell out and be fake and all that stuff just to like increase that. So
no.
I've always been that way. I hope that comes across. But yeah, there are channels for that if you guys are looking for them. That does exist.
That does
exist in every industry, though. Every industry. Oh, okay. All right. So the paparazzi's here.
Oh.
The paparazzi's here, and they're trying to uncover my scandal. And yes, so we have our winter and summer mansions and vacation homes and stuff. You guys have seen those in our Q&As before.
Yeah.
Just like our expensive trip here to Ottawa in front of the Parliament buildings.
Yeah.
Yeah, we throw away money on that kind of stuff, okay? All right? Yeah, we'll admit it, all right? The scandal's out. The scandal's out.
Oh, Belko, did we just burst the bubble for you?
You're saying that the Holiday Mansion is fake? No. I told you, we're fake here. All that stuff's real.
It's all real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awkward. I wish I had it ready so we could just go to it right now, and but I don't have it ready, but I'm sorry.
Oh, Brian's message. You see Brian's message here? Go down. There you go.
No, I don't see the message. It's not working.
Oh my God, Brian, that is so funny.
I'm sorry. The message isn't coming up. I'm sorry. No, I didn't see his message. I'm sorry.
We don't need to go on dates.
This is our date.
Yeah. We play games together all the time. We hang out together all the time. Yeah. We don't need to go somewhere to do that.
Almost too much of the time.
Oh, do you want me to leave?
No, you're fine for now. After the stream, we'll separate into our separate wings of the mansion.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Anyways, man, this has been awesome. Well, 4 hours.
That's what Bob's saying. So is this our first 4-hour Q&A?
Holy, yes, for sure.
Yeah. For sure.
But I feel bad. Like, we're supposed to be learning Madara.
We will.
Are you sure?
Yeah, we will.
We have tomorrow, tonight, and that's it. So we have to learn Madara.
And Friday.
Yeah. Today's
Thursday.
Okay, so hopefully we know Madara by Saturday. It might be a little rough. We'll see. Anyways, we're going to get out of here so we can prepare for our next stream on Saturday. Come back for Madara. It's already scheduled. Set a reminder. I don't think we'll delay the stream. I'm hopeful we learn the game fully and feel comfortable by Saturday. But again, I scheduled that so that I put the pressure on myself, so I have to learn it and not avoid it. And Mel finished painting it, so there's no excuse now. We're going to get to it. So tune in Saturday for Madara, a new campaign to play along with us, and we'll be scheduling some other streams all next week. Since Mel is off, we're going to play a few days. We're going on a little trip for a couple days just to get out of the house, but we're going to stream some decent streams during the day all this coming week. So it'll mainly be Madara, so we get a good foundation in the game, lots of Madara to play. So come play along with us, make decisions with us, learn the game with us, check what this big epic monster of a game is all about. Is it better than Gloomhaven? Is it better than Sword and Sorcery? I don't know.
We'll find out, won't we?
We'll find out how Rob likes it or doesn't like it.
Yeah, we'll give our thoughts for sure.
Yes, it's yeah. We always give our thoughts during our streams. That's a thing we've done during videos and streams since 2012 or 13 when we started doing this YouTube stuff. So yeah, we're not afraid of that. So tune in, you'll find out our impressions and you'll see them as they grow.
Yeah.
So like I'm okay with complaining about a game up front and seeing how it grows on me, and I'm still open like to learn. Like Eldritch Horror, I said it's not my favorite, but who knows? That was 2 plays. Wait till I start throwing expansions in, more plays, more players at the table, trying the different scenarios. You'll see. You'll get my honest opinion as we go. So anyways, thanks a lot for watching. Thanks everyone for hanging out with us during this Q&A. We appreciate it.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. This one was awesome. I definitely like the
Q&A ever, says Bob. Wow.
It's been fun. Yeah, everyone's still here. I was like, I don't know. I was worried that after, answering some of the same questions again and again, that people just won't care unless people show up. But yeah, we appreciate you guys. Thanks for showing up, and enjoy the rest of your day. And happy Canada Day.
Yes, happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day to our fellow Canadians, and we will see you on Saturday for some Madara. Thanks for watching. Thanks for supporting the channel. Oh, one question. Look at this here. First second. What is this? We're trying to get out of here. What is this?
Yeah, they said, wait, one question.
Wait, one question. My thoughts on City of Kings. It's on my list of games to play eventually in the future, but it was asked about on the channel for a while. I added it to the list. It looks interesting. Maybe in the future. I reached out to the publisher. They ignored my emails. I sent a couple emails asking if there were copies available when it was sold out. They ignored me. I don't know if I can get it now still, but it was sold out for a while. I hadn't been able to buy it, but that's where it's at.
So it's on your list.
So at one day in the future, I will eventually buy it and add it to the collection, I'm sure, and play it on the channel, but it's lower on the priority list. But it does look interesting. It looks like a game I would like. That's all I know.
First second says, I love you, Rob.
And that's why I waited and answered the question, just for this feedback. Anyways, thank you all for watching, and we'll see you in the next stream. Bye-bye.